Okay, I'm back with another video. So this video I will go through another paper, and this video I will go through the SPM SEBENAR. Yeah, the SPM SEBENAR 2024 Addmaths paper 2. I already did the paper 1. This video I will go through the paper 2 working. So hopefully this video can help some of you for your revision. Okay, let's start. Okay, section A, diagram 1 shows a sector BAC with center A and sector COD with center O. This is definitely from 5 chapter 1. Yeah, the circular measure chapter dalam bahasa Melayu, sukatan bulatan. So, I will usually like to highlight the sector for you, okay? Because all the shape is like, sometimes the shape, they will overlap together and it's very hard to see when they overlap, and also when they have different radius, it's like a bit confusing. So let's read carefully. BAC, the center is A. So this is the sector they're talking about. Sector always consists of 3 lines, 2 radius, and 1 arc. So this is the first sector they're talking about, and the center is at A. So that means the AB and the AC will be same length because they are radius, and BC is the arc, right? Okay, where is the other sector? Sector COD with center O. So let me use another highlight color, yellow color this time. COD, where is COD? COD, call of duty. Okay, so this is the other sector, but you can see they clearly have a different center and different radius. The center is at O, which is here, and the radius is not OA, it's O to C and O to D. That means the OC length will be same with the OD length. So what I'm gonna do here is I will draw an extra line because the P kacau kan. So I'll draw extra line and then I'll draw 3 lines like this, and same for the OC. I will also draw an extra line and then put 3 lines like that, just to show that this line and this line are same length. Okay, but the A and P kacau, that's why I draw extra line. Okay, now we keep reading. P lies on straight line OD. Okay, this one not important lah. It's just saying P is between the line OD, nothing much, not that important. Now let's read bawah pula apa dia cakap. Area of sector BAC is 113.4. Whoa, this is very important. Area of sector BAC 113.5. So they are talking about the red color sector, which is this one, BAC, right? And they give us the area. They give us the area 113.4 cm square. And actually with this given, you can actually find the radius now, because you already have the theta in radian, and the formula for area sector is 1 over 2 r square theta. The r you can find, the theta is 2.8 radian, right? But let's not find it first. Let's keep reading. Let's finish reading and see what they want first. Okay, so this one done. OA is half AC. That means the OA ratio is 1, the AC ratio is 2. So OA ratio is 1, AC ratio is 2. So this one is 2. Okay, or you can do like this. You pin the AC to here, so it becomes OA over AC equals 1 over 2, right? That means the OA ratio AE is 1 over 2 lah, because this, when I say OA over AC, what it actually means is OA ratio AC. So it's OA ratio AC is 1 ratio 2. So it's like that, right? Okay, now we look at the last information. CP is 7.74. Okay, this one they never label for me. So nasib baik saya ada baca sini. And I think they're talking about the oh, they're talking about this line, CB. Okay, so I'll just write it here. So we actually hacked the 7.74. And also I noticed something. I see a 90-degree here. So what do you think? When you see 90-degree, high chance boleh guna apa? What shape is this? A right angle triangle, right? So what formula you can use inside a right angle triangle? You can either use Pythagoras theorem, because when you have 2 sides and you want to find the remaining side, you can use Pythagoras theorem, right? And another thing you can use is the trigonometry, which is the SOHCAHTOA, right? SOHCAHTOA is when the angle is involved, right? And when angle is involved, you can actually find use the SOHCAHTOA to find side, or you want to use the SOHCAHTOA to find angle also can. Okay, but for now, let's see what they want for A1. So A1 says find the length of AC in cm. All right, I know how to do now. A1 AC. Actually, it's very simple, because AC is the radius of the red color sector, and you can find the radius of the red color sector by using the area sector formula. I already told you in the beginning just now, right? So the area of sector BAC is equals to 113.4. Okay, this is what they give us in the soalan, right? And we all know the area of sector formula is 1 over 2 r square theta, but the theta has to be in radian lah. Okay, the radius, do you realize it would be the A to B punya panjang, or it can also be A to C, because AB AC is same, sama panjang, they are both radius. But I will write AC because that's where I'm trying to find. Okay, but just know that AC and AB is sama panjang, and for the theta, it will be this theta right here. Okay, the angle. Okay, you look at the center of the sector. This is the center, and the angle subtended for this sector is 2.8 radian. So I'll just write 2.8, and we don't have to convert to radian because it's already in radian, and then equals to 113.4. And now you want to find AC, you just pindah sahaja lah. Okay, I will pindah the 2.8 first, so it become AC square. Okay lah, actually I will tekan 113.4. I will divide 2.8 and then times 2. Okay, so you will get 81. Okay, and then now you will square root it. Okay, when you square root, don't forget there's two answer. AC equals to square root 81 is positive 9, or it can be negative 9, or AC equals negative 9 cm. Okay? But we will write rejected here because AC is the radius, and we all know radius memang tak ada negative. Okay, so the only answer that makes sense here is 9 cm. And after you find out the length of AC, make sure you label it here also. So you write 9 here, and this AB is will automatically same 9 also, because this is also the radius. Okay, what's the purpose of writing this? So that later, maybe because later for the next question you might use this information, right? And I also saw some things here. Did you realize when I write the 9 here, this one they give us the ratio is 2. It means from A to C is actually 2 portion, and O to A is 1 portion. So if 2 portion is 9 cm, 1 portion will be 9 divided 2 lah. So this is 4.5 cm. The OA will be 4.5 cm, and we already know the radius of the yellow color sector already. Is the O to C, which is 4.5 plus 9, which is 13.5. And I can write it there like that. Okay. Even though I didn't even read what the next question wants, I just see what I can find, and then I'll just find it straight away. Okay. So later when they ask for it, I don't need to find it already because it's already there. Okay, now let's scroll down a bit and see what they want. Okay, second question. Show that theta equals to 0.611 when rounded to 3 significant figures. So basically they give you the answer for theta. It's 0.611 radian. Okay, they never write radian here, but I'm sure it's radian. Okay, it has to be radian. Okay, takkanlah 0.611 degree, right? So this one confirm is in radian. And also they write it here, right? Yeah, they write the radian here. Even though they never write it here, they write it here. So they want you to show that the theta is 0.611 radian. Okay, they already give you the theta answer, 0.611 radian, but you have to show them how the working. Okay, so I will do it here. Okay, so that's the answer, 0.611, and we have to show them that we have to buat tak nampak lah, basically. We have to anggap macam tak ada benda ni, and we have to show them the working, how to find the theta. And actually it's very easy. Okay, you just use the yellow color sector, but you can't use the arc formula to find this theta. You know why? Because you have the radius, but you don't have the arc. If you have the arc, then maybe you can use the S equals R theta formula, right? Yeah, so, and then the S sudah ada, the radius also sudah ada, and then the theta you can just pindah like that. But the problem is you don't have the S, you don't have the arc. And also you can't use the area of sector formula because they never give the area of yellow color sector. Okay, the red color one they got give lah, but the yellow one don't have, so can't. Yeah, okay, you can't unless they got give us area sector, then you can use the area sector formula to cari balik theta. And also I don't think you can use the chord formula because chord is the line from here to here, and they never give us that. Same for area of segment. Yeah, so all the formulas you learn in the Form 5 chapter 1, you can't use it because tak cukup information. So the only jalan keluar is you right angle triangle. Okay, in this chapter is like that one. When you can't use the 4 formulas you learn, you will always search for right angle triangle, because right angle triangle you can use the formula for triangle, for right angle triangle. Okay, so did you see the right angle triangle? It's here, right? I even mentioned it just now when I'm going through the diagram. So this is the 90 degree, this is the P, this is the C, this is the O. Okay, it's the same triangle. I just kasih apa straightkan dia lah. Okay, so you can see there's some information I can transfer, 7.74, and this whole line we have it. It's 13.5. Okay, and just it's because remember just now I go and find myself the OA. I take 9 divided 2 and then I plus with 9. So now it ends up helping me already. So now I want to find this theta, right? So what you can do, you don't tell me you use Pythagoras theorem. If you use Pythagoras theorem, you will not find the theta. You will only get the OP panjang, which is the panjang from here to here. But that's not going to help us because that's not what I want to find. Okay, I'm not trying to find OP, I'm trying to find the angle. So when angle is involved, you will not use Pythagoras theorem, you'll use SOHCAHTOA. Okay, so SOHCAHTOA. But you are trying to find angle now, so you need to have 2 sides. So which side you have? Depan angle kita panggil opposite, depan 90 kita panggil hypotenuse, the remaining one we panggil adjacent. And you have the 2 sides here, O and H. So you should use sine. So let's go. Sine theta equals to what? O bahagi H 7.74 over 13.5. Okay, before you press calculator, I just want to mention one thing. Your theta will come out automatic in degree later, because when there is sin costan in front like that, when there's sin costan before the theta will automatic be in degrees. So what you have to do later is, after you get degree, you still have to convert lah. So now you press this shift sign 7.74 over 13.5. Okay, my calculator give me 34 degree 59 minute. But a lot of students don't know this. Actually, there's another answer. There's another answer. Okay, let me write the first answer first. 34 degree 49 minutes. Okay, this is not the actual answer yet. This is just the reference angle. RA means reference angle. So why I cakap macam tu is because, okay, you remember you learn in Form 5 Chapter 6 trigonometry, you learn add sugar to coffee, right? And when your sign is positive, it will be you will have two answers, one in quadrant 1, one in quadrant 2, right? And when you press calculator, the calculator will only give you the reference angle, which is the quadrant 1 angle. So you still have to consider the quadrant yourself, right? So your theta is actually got two answers. First answer is in quadrant 1, which is the reference angle, 34 degree 59. There's another one is 180 minus. So I will press calculator 180 minus, and I will get 145 degree 1 minute, right? So now the question comes in already. Which one I should use? There's two answers. Which one I should use? So this time, when you reach here, you need to go to your diagram and ask yourself whether this theta is less than 90 or more than 90. If it's less than 90, means quadrant 1, then you take the quadrant 1 answer. If it's more than 90, then you take the more than 90 obtuse angle quadrant 2 answer. So ask yourself, this theta, is it more than 90 or less than 90? It's less than 90, right? Because if you look very clearly, it's like that. Like that is 90, and it's less than 90. And also, this is a right angle triangle. And for right angle triangle, this angle and this angle both cannot be more than 90. This angle cannot be more than 90. This angle also cannot more than 90, because this is already 90 already. And the total angle inside for the right angle triangle is 180. So when you take 180 minus 90, you will get 90. That means these two angle punya jumlah, the sum of these two angles should be 90. So if one of the angle is already more than 90, then it doesn't make sense already, because let's say this one is 91. What is 91 plus 90? It'll be 181 already. And you still haven't plus this angle. Mana boleh? Tak logic, right? So definitely your theta is in quadrant 1. That's why we have to reject this part, right? Then some student will say, sir, why are you wasting your time? Why not just write this and then just move on? Because in other chapter, or maybe in different question, they might want the second quadrant answer, like in solution of triangle. Because you learn in solution triangle, there's the sign rule, right? And sign rule, you should always double check with the diagram. Sometimes they want the second quadrant answer. So that's why I'm spending time to explain to you, like, there's actually two answers here, and you should know this. If you're facing SPM, you need to know this. All right, just remember one thing: when you tekan shift sign, shift cos, shift tangent, there's always two answers. There is always two answers. Okay, and sometimes they want the big answer, sometimes we want the small answer, depending on the question. This case they want the quadrant 1 answer, so I go with this. Now the next step is to changing this to radian. 34 degree 59 minute. So how do you change to radian? You direct pi over 180, but the pi they already said use 3.142 here. Okay, so I will just darab dengan ni times 180. I mean divide 180, and we should be able to get the answer here, 0.611. Okay, so you press that, and then but they want to write three significant figures, right? So we follow them lah. So 0.611. Okay, don't forget to write the radian beside, and then after that we check whether the answer match with this. So if it's matched, then we can just write shown, because they asked us to show, right? So we sudah berjaya tunjukkan, so we just write shown. Okay, alright, that's all for this. Now we do B. Let's scroll down a bit. Okay, so for the soalan B, they says find the perimeter of the whole diagram. So perimeter means all the outside lines add together. All the outside lines add together. And how many lines you have? Okay, let's start from here. So OA, which is 4.5, plus AB, which is 9, and plus with the arc BC, but I don't have, right? But okay, I can find it easily. The arc will be r theta, which is 9 times 2.8. So I can find it. And then for this is also another arc, and I don't have, but I can find it because I already have the radius 13.5 and have the theta in radian 0.611, and then plus 13.5, and that's it, right? So actually all the lines I have, just the two arcs. So I will find the arc now. So I will find arc BC and arc CD. So let's find the arc first. So I write here arc BC. The length of it will be r theta, s equals r theta. So the r radius for the red color sector is 9, and then the theta for the red color sector is 2.8. And make sure the theta is in radian lah. Okay, plus with another r theta for the no. This one is only arc BC, right? So I will just get the answer for this first. So 9 times 2.8, you will get how much? 25.2. And right cm. Okay, there's another arc I want to find, which is arc DC or CD, whatever you want to call it, DC or CD. And we also use the same formula, r theta, and make sure the r is the radius 13.5, and then the theta has to be in radian, must be in radian. So 0.611. Okay, so 0.611. Okay, now I'll scroll down and then just tekan this, and you will get the arc. So 8.2485 cm. Okay, now for the final, find the perimeter. Okay, I will start from this line. So from O, I go to A. So this line is 4.5. Okay, 4.5. Okay, we don't have to tambah this line. Because that's not the outside line. Okay, so after we go from O to A, we go A to B like this. Okay, A to B. So this 9 we have to tambah. And then plus with the arc from what is this, B, right? Yeah, B to C arc, which I already find just now, 25.2. But of course you have to show this working also lah, to get full marks. All right, and then after you reach C here, don't go here, because these are not, this is the inside line. We have to go to the outside line. Perimeter always go for outside. So C to D, which is the yellow color arc. The yellow color arc is arc CD, 8.2485. Right, and then finally the last line is D to O, which is 13.5 is given already. And then I think finish already, right? Because just now I start from here, so now I reach here already, means I'm done. So now I just tekan calculator, tambah everything. 4.5 plus 9 plus 25.2 plus 8.2485 plus 13.5, 60.4485 cm. Okay, the answer actually stops here. Dia tak bagi banyak-banyak decimal place, right? So I'll just write all of it. Yeah, I will not round off to 4 significant figure. Kalau dia punya decimal stop at 1 point macam tu, we just write the whole thing. Okay, it's much more safer. Okay, alright, that's all. Okay, let's continue number 2. So I see the word quadratic. I know already from 4 chapter 2 quadratic function. Let's read the question. The quadratic function fx equals 3x squared plus 3px plus p. So this is already in general form. Okay, it's already in general form, such that p is a constant. Okay, has a minimum value of -1. Okay, I know already. This is under 2.3. 2.3 quadratic function, and later we have to do the vertex form, and then and then find the minimum value, minimum point, turning point, that one lah. So A says using the method of completing the square, find the values of P. Alright, there's actually a few ways to find the minimum point or minimum value. You can use completing the square. You can also use the negative B over 2A formula. Yeah, negative B over 2A formula, because this formula will give you the x coordinate of the turning point. In other words, you will get the axis of symmetry. Okay, and after that you take the x, you ganti balik to find the y coordinate, and the y coordinate, that's the minimum value lah, right? But of course you can't use this method for this. They already said use the completing square method, so we have to follow what the question says if you want to get full mark. Okay, all right, let's talk about turning point or minimum point. So TP stands for turning point. It could be minimum, it could be maximum, right? So there's a x coordinate, there's a y coordinate. So the x coordinate will give you the axis of symmetry, AOS. The y coordinate will give you the minimum value or the maximum value. Okay, so I want you to understand this part. If I say minimum point or maximum point, it means like that. This is the minimum point and maximum point. This is how we write the answer. Okay, but if we talk about axis of symmetry, we will not write like this. We will just write x equals the value here. But what if I'm talking about minimum value or maximum value? It's only referring to the y coordinate. That means this -1 is only the y coordinate, not the x coordinate. It's just the y coordinate, and the x coordinate we don't know. Okay, the x coordinate we don't know. Okay, so what we have to do now is do completing the square, and after do completing the square, we can then read the turning point from the vertex form. Then we compare our answer with we compare our y coordinate with the y coordinate -1 here, right? So what is vertex form? Vertex form is when we change the equation into this form. x plus p square plus q, or maybe hk, whatever lah. Okay, when we change to vertex form like that, we can actually butcher the turning point easily. The p, when you take out, it become negative p. The q take out, become, that's the y coordinate, right? Just the p when you take out kena tukar tanda. So that would be the turning point when you butcher from the vertex form. Okay, so after we butcher, then we compare the y coordinate with the y coordinate here. Okay, that's the plan now. So let's start. Fx equals 3x squared plus 3px plus p. Okay, I'll write small a bit because don't have much space here. So first thing first, before we do completing the square, we should always remember the a must be positive 1. If it's not positive 1, you cannot do the completing square. So what you have to do now, divide by 3. But since the other side is not 0, then the 3 we have to write it inside the bracket like this. If the other side is 0, then the 3 will disappear one. Because if the other side is 0, then 0 divide 3, then the 3 hilang already. But the other side is fx now, so we have to write the 3 is still there. And what happens here is everything divided by 3. So divide by 3x squared, divide by 3px, divide by 3p over 3. And since now your a is already 1, now you can do completing the square, and I will use big bracket. This big bracket very important, very important, very important. So, because later after you're done with the completing the square, later you have to take the 3 darab masuk. So the big bracket very important. So now you will do completing the square, x squared plus px. Okay, how we do completing the square? We will go here and write plus bracket square, and then plus p over 3 minus bracket square. It means I will put plus bracket square here and minus bracket square here, right? That's the formula. That's why it's called completing the square. You plus bracket square here and then minus bracket square here. You complete the square. Yeah. Okay, but what you have to write inside the bracket? You have to write b over 2. That's the formula. So the b you refer beside here. Always tengok sebelah sini. So the b will be the coefficient of x. The number before x is p. So p over 2, p over 2. Now we continue. 3, the big bracket, very important. Very important. I know I keep saying that because it's very important. Yeah, that's why I keep saying it. Okay, so the x square. Okay, what we have to do now is actually we can cover this thing. We can ignore the px. We can ignore, just cover it with your finger or something, and then just look at this and look at this. Just focus on these two. So this is x squared, this is p over 2 square. So what you can do is you can open a small bracket. The x tulis dalam, the square tulis luar. The p over 2 tulis dalam, the square tulis luar. The square is I mean there's already square here lah. So that's why you don't need to square already. It means you don't have to do p over 2 square become p over 4. No need. Because the square I already write outside. And then continue what? Continue. Okay, what's back here? Plus p over 3 minus. Okay, this one you have to square. So p over 2 square become p square over 4. Okay, yang tadi tak payah square because the square I already write outside the bracket. But this one you have to square and then close the big bracket. Now, this one and this one boleh buat tak? Tak boleh kan? Because this one is p, this one is p square. So I don't think you can do here already. And here also cannot do already. So I think I'm already finished, right? But actually no. No, this is not your vertex form. You remember I told you to open the big bracket. I say very important, right? So what you have to do now is take the 3, you have to multiply inside this. Yeah, you have to darab masuk. You have to expand. Okay, that is why I said in the beginning the big bracket very important. If I don't open the big bracket just now, then mesti I will forget to darab masuk. Because imagine if I don't have the big bracket, then I thought this one is finished already, but it's wrong. Okay, so you have to take the 3 and multiply inside. But this bracket, they got power, they got square, so the 3 cannot go in. You have to, if you want to cut times, you have to just write it outside. So x plus p over 2 square like that, right? But this one you can times. So 3 times p over 3, this is the second term. So you darab, you get just get p because the 3 cut already. Minus 3 times p square over 4. Okay, the 3 will darab atas sahaja, so it becomes 3p square over 4. And there you have it. That is the vertex form for the question. But the soalan never asked you to do that. The soalan asked you to find values of p. So I'm not done. So I will need some space here. So let's see what I can do here. Okay, no. Maybe I do this. Okay, so what I will do now is to find the value of p, right? So I will draw a line like this. Okay, to find the p value, I will take this thing equals to -1. Okay, because I told you, right, after you reach your vertex form, you can get your turning point. And your turning point, if you butcher from the vertex form, this will be the x coordinate. But when you take it out, you have to tukar tanda. So it becomes -p/2. And then your y coordinate will be this whole thing right here. P minus 3p squared over 4. And you remember the soalan tell you minimum value is -1. It means the y coordinate of the turning point is -1, right? So we actually don't need to write this because I want to save space. So can straight away do what? I can straight away open a box like that, and then straight away take this p minus 3p squared over 4, because that's the y coordinate of the turning point, equals to -1, because -1 is also the minimum value, which is the y coordinate of the turning point. So how do you find p then? Okay, get rid of the fraction first. Everything times 4. So 4p times 3p squared. Oops. Okay, minus 3p squared equals to times 4 -4. And now you see got square, right? So you have to pindah everything jadi general form lah. So okay, my p square is negative, so I don't like it because I want general form. So everything on one side goes 0. I will choose to pindah there to make my p square positive. So 3p square and then plus 4p pindah sana jadi minus 4p, and then the minus 4 stay there lah. The minus 4 stay there like that. Okay, it means this one go there, this one go there. Alright, now your 0 is on the left hand side, tapi tak apa, you boleh buat juga. So it become like 0 equals and then bracket bracket, and then you press calculator, get 2 answer, right? Okay, so the calculator will give you 2 and -2/3. Okay, and then you tulis balik yang bracket ni, dia akan jadi p minus 2. This one you tulis balik is 3p plus 2. Okay, okay, done. That's the 2p answers. And I don't think you can reject for this case, for this question, because they already say values, nilai-nilai. Okay, okay, if you want to know whether you can reject or not, you always check the soalan. If they say nilai-nilai values got S, that means both answer you have to take. Okay, alright. So and it makes sense because this p value memang boleh jadi positive, memang boleh jadi negative, right? So that's why you take both lah. Okay, now we can do B. Okay, B they want to sketch, so I need space. Okay. You wait for me, So like, if I can make it smaller. Okay. Okay, we can erase this. Okay, now we do B. B says what? Sketch the graph of fx using the largest value of p from A. So they actually want you to use the large value of p from A. What's the large value? 2, right? So that means we have to use p equals to 2 and sub inside this equation and sketch the graph, right? So let's do that now. So it becomes fx equals 3x squared plus 3 times 2 will be 6 here, and then plus 2. So it becomes 3x squared plus 6x plus 2, like that. Okay, so this one is 6x. But actually, when we sketch, when you sketch a quadratic function, we need to find some points. And one of the point we need to find is the turning point. Okay, actually we have to find like the x-intercept, the y-intercept, and the turning point, and also the first point. In other words, the starting point, the first point, and the last point. Okay, but for this question, they never give us the domain range, so we don't need to find the first point and the last point. But the x-intercept, y-intercept, and the turning point, we need to find it, right? And do you know you can find your turning point easily if you have the vertex form? So I will actually because this is the vertex form for this equation. So I will actually sub the p2 inside here to get the vertex form. So 3 bracket x plus p over 2, so 2 over 2 is 1 square, plus this one p is 2, right? So you sub 2 and then minus 3p square over 4. Okay, what is 2 square? 4, 4 times 3, 12, 12 divided 4, 3, 2 minus 3, -1. So this is -1. Okay, or you can just refer here. They already say nilai minimum -1, so definitely the number after you sub the p inside here, after you tekan the whole thing, you get -1. So this is your vertex form, right? But sir, why not you take the p and sub inside the general form? Because I want to sketch, and it will be easy to sketch when the equation is in general form. Sorry, it will be easier to sketch when the equation is in vertex form. Why? Because from vertex form you get your turning point. You can get your turning point. Okay, from general form can also, but it's a bit more work lah. And since we already have the vertex form from A, that's why I just use that. Okay. Alright. So now it's time to find some points. Okay. Find all the important points lah. Okay. You can draw a table. Okay. But actually, if you don't want to draw table, also can. Okay. You want to just open bracket 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 like that, can also. Okay. But let's just draw a table lah. So for this table, there will be how many points? So we have to find. Okay. What important points we have to find? We have to find out the x-intercept, the y-intercept, and if it's a quadratic, you better find out the turning point. Okay, the minimum point or maximum point. And also, kalau dia ada bagi range for domain, means like dia ada bagi macam ni. X between something like that. If they got give this, you also have to find out this point and this point, because this means that they want you to draw from. It means they want the first point punya x coordinate to be -2, and they want the last point x coordinate to be 3. So you should find this also. But this question ada tak bagi julat ataupun range for the domain x? Tak ada kan? So you don't have to find this. So only the x-intercept. So y-intercept. So how do you find that? Just ganti x kosong, y kosong, and another point is the turning point. Okay, and the turning point you can find it from here. You'll be -1, -1. Okay, because I told you, right, how you butcher the minimum point. Okay, if you want the minimum value, then it's just the -1, because I told you minimum value means only talking about the y coordinate. But if I say point, okay, so kalau nilai minimum kita cakap y coordinate saja. Tapi kalau titik minimum point, it will be the x and y together. And when we take the x coordinate from here, we have to tukar tanda, change sign, become -1, like that, right? And this will be the axis of symmetry at the same time. Okay. All right. Now we have to do ganti x kosong, y kosong. Okay. What happens when you ganti x kosong? So 0 plus 1, 1, 1 square, 1 also. 1 times 3, 3, 3 times -1, 2. So that is the y-intercept, 2. Okay. What about the x-intercept? You ganti y kosong. So I need some. Okay. I will write the working here, because I know there will be two answers and it will get a bit messy. So let's write it here. So y equals 0. So it becomes what? This is 0, right? But I will pindah the -1 go there, become +1, and then times 3 jadi over 3. So it becomes x plus 1 square equals 1 over 3. Understand? Because the whole thing here equals 0. So -1 jadi 1, times 3 jadi over 3. That's why x plus 1 square equals 1 over 3. Sampai sini kita akan pindah square. But when you pindah square, there's actually two answers. So when you tekan square root 1 over 3, we have to write two answers. So let's tekan square root 1 over 3 in our calculator now. Okay, my calculator give me, they give like an answer yang tak boleh tukar fraction, right? It's like an irrational number. So it's okay. We just write four significant figure, 0.5774. 0.5774. But there's another answer will be negative 0.5774. And now you can find x on both sides. So what is 0.5774 minus 1? So you get negative 0.4226. Negative 0.4226. And you can't change you can't change this to fraction. But it's okay. If you can't change the fraction, that just means that this equation, this quadratic cannot be solved using factorization method. Okay, but it's fine. Okay, but it's fine because this question they are asking you to sketch, right? So you only need the value here. So negative 0.4226 is the first x-intercept. There's another one, negative 0.5774 minus 1. This one you get negative 1.5774. So that one I will write here, negative 1.5774. Okay, so that is all the important points I need to sketch the graph. Now I can actually start to sketch it. Okay. And remember, if the soalan got give you the domain, the x punya range, you better find out two more points. One for the first point, one for the last point. But this one, they never give any restriction for the x-axis. They never put the domain. They never limit you for the x domain. So you can just draw as long apa like berapa besar you mau, you can just draw it. Okay, now it's time to draw the axis. Okay, I always teach my student draw y-axis first, and when drawing y-axis, I will always teach my student look at the x value, check whether got positive or negative. So if you look at the x value, they are all negative. They are all negative. So where do you think you should put your y-axis? Mestilah paling kanan. Mestilah paling kanan, right? The reason why is because you will not use any space here. Everything is negative. So later all your x value is on this side. And after you draw the y-axis, the next step is you label the y highest value. So as you can see, the y highest value is 2. The lowest one is -1. So we can actually choose a suitable scale here. So the scala, I will go like that. I will go 2, and then I'll just go down more a bit, and then 1, and then go down a bit like that, 0, and then -1 will just be here. Okay. All right. This is a sketch question. So we don't have to measure exactly, but make sure it's like lebih kurang sama panjang lah. All right. And then this will be the x-axis. All right. Now for the x-axis, I told you already everything is negative just now. Is -1, -0.4, -1.5. So I think I can go like that, -1, and then -2. Okay. The reason why I go so far is because you only use until -1.5. So if I go like that, then my graph will be very small. You faham kan? So consider the smallest value and the highest value supaya you boleh use most of the space so that your graph look nice and big later. Okay. All right, now it's time to plot 0, 2. That would be the y-intercept. Okay. Negative 0.42260. That would be, okay. This one cannot change to fraction, right? This number. So it's like a irrational number. So what we can do now is we can just agak-agak lebih kurang sajalah. Negative 0.4226. Okay, 0, negative 1. I know middle is negative 0.5. So a bit near here, lebih kurang sini lah. Negative 0.4226. And that's the point. Okay. Yeah, because this is sketch question. So we don't really care like we don't have to be so accurate if it's a sketch question. Okay, 1.5774. Okay, negative 1 and negative 2 tengah-tengah is negative 1.5. So you go there a bit, that would be negative 1.5774 lah. Just lebih kurang. Okay, done. Now for the negative 1, negative 1, this is the minimum point. So minimum point is here. And as you can see, when you draw, you end up with a quadratic curve, like a uh, happy face. Okay, uh, smiley face. So now you just draw the shape lah. So from this point you go like that, and then you go up. Okay, okay. Let me draw one more time. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, you have to wait for me a while. Wait for me. Okay. Okay, like that. All right. Actually, okay. Let me draw again. Okay, actually, you can extend this line if you want. Yeah, you can do that. The reason why is because this soalan they never give us the range for the x. So it means they never limit say must draw until here. So actually you can panjangkan also can. Or you don't want to panjangkan also can. Up to you. Okay, okay, so that is the sketching. Remember to write the equation. So 3x plus 1 square minus 1. And one more thing. Label the minimum point. Okay, if all these points you don't want to write the coordinate beside, it's fine. But for the minimum point, I always tell my students, always write it. Okay, only the minimum point lah. The rest all no need, right? And as you can see, the axis of symmetry is at where? Just like what I mentioned, is at x equals negative 1. Okay, and I write it also lah, even though the question never asked, but I write it also. Okay, I'm done with the question. This is how you sketch. Okay, let's do number 3. Okay, what chapter is this? Indices. Yeah, so form 4, chapter 4. Okay, 3a. Given that p power x minus 2 dot q power x plus 2. Okay, this dot right here means times. And then equals to bracket pq to the bracket power 2x. Show that pq power x equals q or p square. Okay, so I will write down this first. P power x minus 2 times with q power x plus 2 equals to bracket pq power 2x. Okay, soalan yang jenis show, they will give you the answer. They will give you the answer. You just have to show the working. So what do you think is the answer? This is the answer, right? You want this at your last baris. Okay, you want this as your final answer. Okay, but the one they give us is like this, right? Okay, so if one day the question look like this, show that the left hand side equals to right hand side, like that. If the soalan looks like this, what you will do is you will start from the left hand side or the right hand side, whichever you want, and then what you do is you you let's say you start from left hand side, the right hand side you jangan tengok, bawah tak nampak, and then you do change until it's exactly the right hand side. Then you write shown. If the soalan look like this, but what if the soalan look like this? They give you something equals to something, but then they want you to show that this thing equals to this thing, and they are all not the same. You can see nothing similar here. This one is pq power 2x, this one pq power x. Q or p square, this one also not, is not here. It means they give you this, but then they ask you to show something that is different. That means you will not do like that. You will not choose like, well, left hand side and then prove to right hand side. You will not do that. You will actually take both sides. You faham maksud saya? You will actually take both sides. Okay, because if you only start from left hand side, how is it possible to get something like that? Because you only start from one side. You understand, right? So this type of question is show, but we have to take both sides. Okay, it's very different with the trigonometry punya show, right? Because when you do trigonometry, how you show usually? Trigonometry is like they will give you like proof that something equals to something. Then you will just take this one and then prove so that it become this one. It means you will only start from one side. Okay, but for this question, the one they want me to show here is something equals something. and they give us something equals something also. So we have to take the both side, and now we have to try to do both side so that we end up here later. Okay, and hopefully, yeah, we end up for this for the final answer. Okay, how do we do this? Okay, we look at the answer. So we want bracket PQ power X. Okay, I see something here. This bracket PQ bracket power 2X. So it's like a bit similar, just the 2 kacau lah. Okay, so maybe the 2 later I can pindah sana jadi square root. But this side is a bit, yeah, it's a bit complicated. And they want the other side to be this Q or P square. Alright, what I will do now. Okay, definitely I know the 2 later mesti kena pindah. And the question is, when should I pindah? You know, when should I take the 2 and pindah over here? Definitely not now. Now, actually, what I will do is I will go to the left hand side, and what I will do is I will separate everything. Yeah, I will separate everything. And let me tell you why. Because if you look at the answer here, the power is everything is like q power 2, p power 2, pq power x, like that. P power x, q power x. So what I will do is I will separate this power, and we will use this formula to separate. A power m times a power n equals to a power m plus n. Okay, so we will use this formula, but we will change from this to this. It means we will pecahkan dia lah. Pecahkan dia. So your A is actually the P, and then the M plus N is X minus 2. So when you pecah, dia akan jadi P power X times P power negative 2. Okay? So we are using this formula, but we do it in reverse like that. Okay, we want to pecahkan everything single like that. Times with Q power X times Q power 2. Same thing also, because this one is A power M plus N, right? So when you pecah, dia akan jadi A power M plus A power M times A power N, like that. Equals to bracket PQ power 2x, right? And you can see that, P power N times Q power X, what is this? PQ power X, right? So you can actually write this together like that, Q power X. Okay, P power X times Q power X, right? Then what about the P power negative 2 times Q square? Okay, Q square is just Q square lah, but P power negative 2 is 1 over P square. Okay, so it becomes what? Q square times 1 over P square. Okay, I don't want to skip anything lah, because for the show question, you have to show you cannot skip. Yeah, so I'll do it slowly. So like that. And then the Q square boleh darab atas, it becomes Q square over P square, like that. Okay. Then what happens here? P power X times Q power X. Okay, since both also have power X, we can write it like this. We can write it inside the bracket. The PQ we write it inside, and then since both also power X, we can write it like this. It's the same thing. Okay, same meaning. Okay. And then equals to what? PQ power 2x. And as you can see, the q square or p square, they both also power 2. So what we can do? We can take out the power 2 and write outside the bracket like this. So it becomes what? Okay, I write here. So it becomes q over p bracket square, because they both also got power 2, right? Equals, and then what happens is this one we can pindah sana, because they are same base. You see, this one is base PQ, base PQ. So base sama bahagi, the power later we can minus. So this will left with PQ power 2x divide with PQ power x. So you end up getting Q over P square equals to, okay, base sudah sama, PQ, PQ. So the answer will be base PQ also, but the power will be 2x minus x, which is power x, like that. But you have to put bracket. If you don't put bracket, then later the power x will just be for the Q only. You put the bracket so that it means the power is for P and Q, both the PQ. Okay, done already lah. This one is already same with this, right? Okay, just write one more time. This time the PQ power x on the left hand side, and then the other one on the other side. Okay, now that's the answer. So we can write the word shown here. So this is how I will do it. All right, hope you understand. Let's continue. Okay, B, this one is a third question. Yeah, from 4 chapter 4 also. Okay, yeah, because they got square root. Express k over 4 minus square root plus 28 in this form, p plus q square root 7 in terms of k such that p and q are constant. Okay, this type of third question is very common. Yeah, it's very common in the exam, in the trial paper. Yeah, they always ask for this, give you something and then ask to write in this form. And it's always, you need to rationalize one. Okay, you remember what is rationalize? It means you have to multiply with the conjugate cert to get rid of the square root, to hilangkan the square root. Okay, so let's do it now. K over, oh, why I write 4? Okay, mabuk, sorry. Okay, so it's K over 4 minus square root 7. So later this one we can rationalize, right? And the conjugate cert will be multiplied with 4 plus square root 7 lah, atas bawah. But there is a plus square root 28 here. So I recommend this plus square root 28, you combine everything becomes single fraction first. You combine everything becomes single fraction first, and then only you rationalize. Okay? But actually, let me think. Actually after rationalize baru you jadi single fraction pun boleh. Because if after you rationalize you will get 16 minus 7, which is over 9, right? And then this one later only you times 9 lah. Can also, right? Yeah, that works also. That works also. But another way to do it is you take the square root 28, you multiply with 4 minus square root 7. Because you, so that you can tulis atas like that. And then after you get this, you end up like 3 terms atas and then 2 terms bawah, and then you darab 4 plus square root 7. And then you just expand like that, like that, like that, like that, like that, like that, and then blah blah blah, and then bawah rationalize. Can also, can also. Okay, but which one I want to do? I don't know which one. I'm thinking. Okay lah. I'll just do the. Okay lah. I'll just make it into single fraction first lah. Okay. Actually, both also will give you same answer one. So what I will do is I will take the plus square root 28 times with 4 minus square root 7, because I want them to be single fraction first. Then only I rationalize. Okay. But I told you just now, if you want to rationalize dulu baru take this one darab 9 can also. Okay, boleh juga. Okay. Alright, let's jadikan dia single fraction dulu. So this becomes over. Okay, the 4 minus square root 7, I write it. And then for here, the square root 28 kena darab lah. So you can k plus, okay, 4 times square root 28, that's going to be 4 square root 28 lah. And then plus my times positive times negative is negative. Square root 28 times square root 7, it will be square root 196. Okay. Yeah, because you learned before law of surd, square root A times square root B is square root AB. So if I say square root 28 times square root 7, you can just tekan 28 times 7, 196 with the square root. Okay, for the square root 28, we can actually simplify, because 28 can divide by a perfect square. So which perfect square 28 boleh bahagi? 4. So this becomes square root 4 times 7 like that, right? And why I bought macam tu is because 4 can square root. So what is square root 4? 2. And then the 2 can times with 4 become 8. So it becomes k plus 8, but the 7 still ada square root lah. Minus, and square root 196, this is not a surd. Because when you tekan this, you actually get a, you will not get a recurring decimal. Sorry, you will not get a non-recurring decimal. Because square root 196, if you press, you get 14. And then over 4 minus square root 7. Okay. Okay. We all know k is a number, but we don't know how much. So we can't minus the 14, right? So there's 3 terms atas already, and then bawah 2 terms. But it's fine. You can still rationalize even if there's 3 terms. So when you rationalize, you want to get rid of the square root dekat bawah. Okay? Because later you want your answer in this form, and if you want it in this form means dia tak boleh ada square root dekat bawah fraction. So you have to darab with the conjugate cert, and the conjugate cert will be 4 plus square root 7. Okay, so when you multiply with this, you can get rid of the square root. So now I will draw a line, very long garisan, and I will take atas darab bawah lah. Okay, don't forget there is actually a bracket here also. Okay, I want to darab bawah first. So when you darab bawah, it becomes like, just take 4 times 4 and then negative square root 7 times square root 7. So 4 times 4 will be 16. Negative times positive is negative. Square root 7 times square root 7 is 7. Okay, of course you can do the full step. The full step is 4 times 4, 4 times square root 7, and like that, like that. But the reason I never do it is because I know it will get cancelled. Because 4 times 4 is 16. 4 times square root 7 is 4 square root 7, and then negative square root 7 times 4 is negative 4 square root 7. So 4 square root minus 4 square root 7 is just 0. That's why we can skip that part and go straight to the last one. Negative square root 7 times square root 7 is negative 7. Okay. Okay, what about yang atas? Okay, yang atas kalau you mau darab, this one got 3 terms, this one got 2 terms. So you darab macam ni. First you take k times 4. So 4k, and then you take the first term times with the second term. So k square root 7. Now you take the second term, repeat the same process. Times 4, you end up getting 32 square root 7. Okay. Number darab dengan number saja. The square root tak boleh darab dengan number. Okay, then this one darab this one. Okay, you can see when you darab square root 7, the 8, nothing will happen to the 8. Because only the square root 7 boleh darab dengan square root 7. Square root hanya boleh darab dengan square root. So square root 7 times square root 7 is 7. But remember to write the bracket. And then negative 14 times 4 is negative 56. And then negative 14 times square root 7, that's just negative 14 square root 7 lah. Okay, let's continue here. Equals, draw a line. Okay, bawah dapat 9. Bawah dapat 9. 16 minus 7, right? And then for this, okay, yang mana boleh buat 4K? Okay, ada tak yang lagi ada K? Tak ada already. This one ada K, but beside is square root 7. So I'll leave it. Just write 4K. And for the square root 7, oh, I see here. This one got square root 7. This one got square root 7. This one got square root 7. What it means? It means we can let the square root 7 jadi A. Tukar the square root 7 jadi A sementara. And then just tekan KA plus 32A minus 14A. Or some students, they will say factorize. Take out the square root 7 like that and then left with K plus 32 minus 14. Can also. Okay. Okay, let's press 32 minus 14. What I get? So I got 18. I got 18. But the K, tak boleh lah because we don't have the K, right? So what happens is you will end up getting plus square root 7 and then bracket, because the square root 7 I factorized from these three terms, and you left with K plus 32 minus 14, which is K plus 18, like that. But what's left? 8 times 7, which is 56. But 56 minus 56 is 0. So this one cut already. So you just left with this lah, right? You just left with this. So actually now we can continue from here. Okay, this one I erase. Okay, so the next baris here will be over 9, 4K. And actually I will write this a bit differently. Square root 7 times K plus 18 is the same as K plus 18 times square root 7. Is the same, okay? But why I write like that? There's a reason. Because you see, they want in this form, right? So what you can do now? If you want in this form means, if you look at this form, there's no over 9 here, right? It's two separate terms. Can you see? It's two separate terms. But now my answer is like just one big fraction all jumbled up together. So how do you separate this into two separate terms? Okay, you can actually separate like this, like this. Okay. But when you do this, make sure bawah ada satu term lah. So bawah ada satu term, then only you can separate like that. So when you separate, yeah, you will get 4K over 9, and that's obviously the P, right? And then plus the Q square root 7, and that's obviously the K plus 18 over 9. And then the square root 7 duduk atas, right? But you can actually write it in the middle. Because when you write in the middle means dia atas punya. And the reason why is because they write in the middle. So I write in the middle also lah. Okay. So that's the answer. Okay. Yeah, you can see this is already is in this form. P plus Q square root 7. Okay. P is the 4K over 9, Q is the K plus 18 over 9, and square root 7 match with this, plus match with the plus. So yeah, everything looks good, and that is the answer. Okay, I don't think you have to write P equals 4K over 9, Q equals K plus 18 over 9. I don't think you have to write that, because the soalan never says find P and Q. If the soalan got say find P and Q, then only I'll write like that. This, they already says express in this form in terms of K. So I will just stop here. Done already. Okay, finish already. Okay. This is the already in this form, and it's already in terms of K. So it's good enough already. So that's all. Let's move on. Okay, number 4. Just by looking at the diagram, I can tell this is vector. So it's from 4 chapter 8 vector question. Let's read. Diagram 2 shows the triangle ABC. Where is it? ABC. Okay, the big triangle. AR is parallel to PQ. So let's put the arrow. Oh, they put for me already. AR, PQ. Okay, what it means by when two vectors are parallel? It means they will facing the same direction, and they will have the same vector. So for example, like this one is 4A, then this one is 2A. Okay. Okay, the number is not important. What's important here is like the AA mesti akan sama lah, because they are parallel. Okay. Okay, let's see what else they give bawah here. Okay, got some vector to label here. CB is 6U, so C to B, the arrow have to go to B, and then 6U. 6U. And then CA is 5V. Let's label CA. Okay, but the P kacau, right? So I'll draw extra line. And the arrow going from C to A like that. CA 5V. Okay. Wait, I can actually find AB, right? Because I have the CA and the CB. So I can find AB already. Just go AC plus CB, right? Okay, but let's not find it first. Kalau dia tanya baru saya cari. And then AR is 205 AB. Okay, AR is 205. So it means AR is ratio 2. AB is ratio 5. And then 5 minus 2 is 3. Okay. For this one, you can pindah the 5. When you pindah the 5, become 5AR equals to 2AB. And then you use the rainbow. Rainbow. AR ratio is 2, AB ratio is 5. Dalam baca dengan dalam, luar dengan luar. So AR ratio 2, AB ratio 5. But AB is the whole line. So 5 minus 2 is 3 lah. Or maybe some student, they want to pindah the AB. Yeah, can also lah. If you pindah AB, it becomes AR over AB is 205. It means AR ratio AB is 2 ratio 5 lah. Same thing lah. same thing. Okay, let's do A1 now. Express in terms of UV the vector AB. I mean, I just told you. I just told you how to find AB. Okay, just do AC plus CB. Okay, why you do like that is because you have both the vector AC CB. So vector AC is negative 5V, CB is 6U, right? But we always recommended to write the vector following the alphabet order. So what comes first, U or V? U first, right? In the alphabet order, U comes first. So let's write 6U minus 5V like that. Okay. Okay, so that is the final answer. Now for second question, find vector CR right here. CR. So CR is from here to here. But let's label the first vector we find just now, which is AB. So AB is from here to here, right? So the full vector here 6U minus 5V. It means we can find the vector RB and the vector AR already. Because AR is sebahagian daripada AB. And the portion is 2 over 5. Yeah, because AR is only 2 daripada the full 5 portion. And yeah, and AR is like a part of AB. AR is sebahagian daripada AB. So just take this one times 2 over 5. And for RB also you can find it just times 3 over 5. But now they're asking for CR. So where is C to R? This one, right? So kalau terus pergi dia tak bagi dia punya vector, so you kena guna jalan lain. So you can go CA AR or CB BR. Okay. CA sudah ada, AR you carilah. I told you already, right? You can find it. Okay, let's do CA AR. So vector CA plus AR. Vector CA is 5V, okay. AR, okay. A to R vector, walaupun kita tak tahu dia punya vector, but we have the ratio and we also have the full AB vector, and AR is part of AB. That means even though we don't have the AR vector, but AR is part of AB. Dia adalah sebahagian daripada AB. And we have the portion. So AR berapa portion? Dia adalah 2/5. So AR is 2 over 5 times with the AB vector. It means AR is sebahagian daripada AB. So it's 2 over 5 of AB. So now it becomes 5V plus 2 over 5. And for the AB, you just tiru sini lah. AB sudah cari. 6U minus 5V. Oh, nak tengok diagram pun boleh kan? Okay, so let's do this. I need space. Uh, okay, never mind. I I'll just do it here lah. Okay, so it becomes what 5V plus plus 205 times 6 1205 U, and then positive negative is negative 5 can cut become 2V. So your final answer 12 over 5 U, 5V minus 2V is just 3V. So that's your CR vector, and I will label it here. Okay, but there is a Q kacau, right? So I'll just draw extra line to show that they are the is the full vector 12 over 5U plus 3V. Okay, sudah siap. Now we can do B1. Okay, let's scroll down, scroll down. Okay, I see it. B1, given that the vector U is 5i, vector V is I plus 4j, that means they want you to convert to coordinate vector. When you see ij means they want you to convert to coordinate vector. Okay, and under coordinate vector you learn how to find magnitude, and you also learn how to find unit vector. That one lah. So they want to find magnitude of CR later. Okay, but if you want to find magnitude of CR, the formula for magnitude of CR is square root bracket square plus bracket square, and for the bracket you have to masuk the number before ij for the vector CR. Okay, but your vector CR now is in terms of UV. So that is why they give you the U equals 5i, V equals I plus 4j. That's why they give you these two things. Is for you to convert the CR vector so that dia jadi in terms of ij. Because then only you can find the magnitude. Okay. So my plan now is not to find the magnitude. My plan now should be changing my vector, finding my vector CR in terms of ij. So it will be CR, this is the answer, right? 12 over 5U plus 3V. But then they already said U equals to 5i, so just substitute that inside. V just ganti dengan I plus 4j. Now you get 12i plus 3i plus 12j. So you get 15i plus 12j. But it's not over. They ask for magnitude. So the magnitude of CR, that the formula is square root bracket square plus bracket square. Yeah, it's actually the Pythagoras theorem. And then this will be the horizontal distance, which is the number before I. This is the vertical distance, number before j, 12. And then you press this, you get calculator. So what is 15 square plus 12 square? I'm pressing my calculator. It's 369. Okay. And actually this 369, you can actually simplify it. So why I say the square root 369 can simplify is because 369 can divide by a perfect square. So what is the highest perfect square yang 369 boleh bahagi? 9. Because 9 times what is 369? Let me press. 41. Okay. And why I tukar jadi why I changed the 369 become 9 times 49 is because I know 9 can square root. So when you square root the 9 it becomes 3, and then 41 cannot square root, just right beside like that. So this is the magnitude of the CR. And also we already simplify the cert. Okay. Yeah, square root 369, when you simplify the cert you get 3 square root 41. And let's just write units because it's magnitude, right? Yeah, so just write that. Okay, done. Now it's time to do question 2. Okay, let me just make it smaller so you can see it. Okay, number 2. Hence, find the shortest distance. Okay, whenever you see this word, I want you to think about 90 degree. Okay, shortest distance is always referring to the perpendicular distance. Always. Okay, shortest distance is always the 90 degree. Okay, from where to where? From point A to straight line CR if the area of triangle CPQ is 40 over 3 unit square and CQ ratio QR is 1:2. Okay, let's draw the line which is shortest from A to CR first. So where is A, where is CR? So let's use red color. Okay, this is A, CR is here. So you want it to be shortest from here to CR. So it should be 90 degree with CR. Like that. And this should be 90 degree. Because then only it will be the shortest. If you go like that won't be the shortest. You guna mata tengok pun tahu. You use your eyes. This is clearly longer than this, right? Same if you go like that. This one lagi longer, lagi longer, lagi longer. The only shortest one is the 90 degree one. That is why I said shortest distance always means the perpendicular distance, the 90 degree, okay, from A to CR. Okay, and then they also give us something here. Area of CPQ is 40 over 3. Where's CPQ triangle? This one, right? So I'll write 40 over 3. That is the area of the small triangle. Okay? And then it says CQQR is 1:2. Let's put down the ratio. So CQ ratio is 1, QR ratio is 2. So we can actually find the CQ vector and the QR vector, right? But I don't think it will be useful. The reason is because they are asking for the shortest distance. So finding the vector will not help you to get the distance. But finding the magnitude might help you because you have the magnitude of CR just now, right? You remember the whole magnitude from C to R is 3 square root 41, right? So what we can do with this is we can take the 3 square root 41, divide by 3. Because there is 1 portion, 2 portion, so total 3 portion. So when you divide by 3, you end up getting square root 41. That means the CQ magnitude is square root 41. And then the QR magnitude is 2 square root 41. Because all these lines come from the same line, CR. So that is the CQ magnitude and QR magnitude, right? So how do we find the red color? Because this is what they want, the shortest distance here. So how do we find it? Okay, let's think about this. So obviously this area 40 over 3 is the area of small triangle. So we can say 1 over 2 times base times height. But the base, okay, obviously the base will be, we can take square root 41 and then times with the height which is here. But do we have this? We don't. And what is the ratio for this and this? Will it be okay, okay, I see, I see. Oh, okay, okay. All right. I will actually use mathematic cara to explain this question. Maths. Okay, in maths we learn a chapter called the combined transformation. You remember? And we learn in that chapter we learn about congruent. First we learn about congruency, and then we learn about similarity. So I want you to take note here. This triangle right here. Okay, let me use a highlight. Oh, it's too big already. Can lah, can lah. Okay, this triangle right here and the big triangle right here is actually similar. Okay, when I say similar, I don't mean same. I don't mean same. I mean it in a mathematical sense. Okay, in mathematics, what similar means? It means they are same shape. They are same shape, but not necessarily the same size. Okay, so it's just the same shape, same size, but the ratio. of all corresponding sides equal. Okay, this one we learn in mathematics. This is not maths, this is maths. Okay? You learn in the enlargement punya part. Okay? So what is similar? We say two shapes are similar when they have the same shape, but not necessarily same size, but the ratio of all corresponding sides are equal. Okay, that means, in other words, the big triangle is actually the enlargement image of this triangle. And why I can say they are enlargement image? Okay, I'll tell you now. Look at the small triangle. This CP line, and after you enlarge, do you realize it becomes the CA? And do you realize they are both parallel? Okay, CP and CA, they are both parallel because they are all collinear. They are all segaris. And another one, CQR is also collinear. So before you enlarge is CQ, after you enlarge is CR. Okay, of course C is the center of enlargement lah. This is the center of enlargement. Okay, so you can see before enlarge and after enlarge, you see the two lines are parallel. This one also parallel. And remember they mentioned about AB being parallel to PQ. Yeah, because this one is before enlarge and then this one is after enlarge, right? So what it means is the big triangle is actually the image of enlargement for this. And when you enlarge, the ratio will be the same. It means when you take the length of image bahagi length of object, it will be same with the length of image bahagi length of object, same with the length of image bahagi length of object. So what is the scale factor here? It will be 3, okay, 3 over 1. So understand? So I will write here K. To find the K is scale factor. It will be the image, which is C to R length, divided by C to Q length. Which is, but C to R, the ratio is 3, right? So 3 over 1. Or you can also do 3 square root of 41 divided square root of 41. Can also, you get 3 also. Can also, yeah, you get 3 also, same thing. That means this green color triangle, all the length is exactly 3 times longer than the small triangle. That means if this is H, this should be H over 3. This red color one, the height for the small triangle will be H over 3. And since we know that the area is 40 over 3, we can write 1 over 2 and use the time base times height punya formula. Base will be square root of 41. And then the height will be H over 3 equals to 40 over 3, right? But that's not what we want to find. What we want to find is 1 over 2. Wait. We want to find this height, right? So can we find H from here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can find H from here. Yeah, just pindah-pindah saja lah. So how do we do it? Let's see. Square root 41 times H over 3. Okay, why not we try the pindah the 2? Okay, the 2 duduk bawah. Duduk bawah means divide 2, pindah atas jadi times lah. So it becomes 80 over 3. And then H over 3 equals 80 over 3 divided square root 41. That's just going to be 80 over 3 square root 41. Tulis bawah. And then the 3 hantar. So it becomes H equals. Okay, divide 3 hantar jadi times. So it becomes 3 times 80, which is 240, I guess. Over 3 square root 41. But can cut, right? 240 can divide 3. So you get 80 over square root 41. Okay. But let me press calculator and see what I get. Let's try to write in decimal. 80 divided square root 41. Okay, okay, I don't want to rationalize. I want the decimal. Okay, 12.49. Okay, 12.49. So your H is 12.49. And is there any unit here? Okay, they just write unit, right? They never write cm or anything. So I just write units. Tak ada square lah, because this one is panjang. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's how I would do it. Yeah, this is the answer. Okay. Okay, there's actually another way to do it. Can I show you now? So I will show you now. So your K is 3, meaning what? Meaning the length of image divide the length of object is 3, right? But you can also take the area, okay, 40 over 3 times 9 to get the full area, because you learn in mathematics. You learn in mathematics already. So let me show you another way to do it. Because area of image equals to K square times area of object. You remember you learned this in maths? Yeah. So a lot of students will forget about this. They will always remember K is image bahagi object, but you have to remember clearly it has to be length of image bahagi length of object. It cannot be area of image bahagi area of object. If you want to take area of image bahagi area of object, you have to square root it. That is why the K here is 3 square, and then the object will be 40 over 3, right? That is why to get the area image, you cannot take 40 over 3 times 3. It has to be 40 over 3 times 9. Because that's how the formula works. And you will get here, because 3 squared is 9, right? So what is 9 times 40 over 3? Let me press. I'll get 120. But this 120 is the area of the green color triangle, the big triangle. And then you use the 1 over 2 times base times height formula. The base will be, okay, for the green color one, which is 3 square root 41. That's the full base. And then the height will be the red color line H, which is what I want to find, 120. And believe me, if you do like that, you will get 12.49 also. Yeah, trust me. Okay, it's the same. Okay, let me just press quickly. 120 times 2 is 240, right? So it becomes H. Okay, sorry. So it becomes H equals 120 times 2 is 240 over with the 3 square root 41. And this one can cut, become 80 over square root 41. And yeah lah. This one is also 80. Yeah, so it's the same. Okay. So you want to do it the red color method also can, the black color method also can, up to you. Just choose one. Okay, you get the same answer anyways. So both method is acceptable. Okay. Alright, that's all. Number 5, let's get it. A curve has a gradient function. Okay, I see gradient function. I know it's from 5. Chapter 2, differentiation. Dalam bahasa Melayu, pembezaan. So what is gradient function? Okay, gradient function in short form, GF, it's the dy dx. Okay, so dy dx is 4x minus 6. So this is very important information. I write down 4x minus 6. And then comma, what else? Passes through P1014. So I will just write PT, stands for passes through, point P14. Okay, and then now this says find the equation of curve. Okay, let's talk about the basic. So when we have an equation y equals something, and let's say I give you the x coordinate of a point, let's say 1, but I don't want to give you the y coordinate, I just put a question mark like that. So what happens? You can find the dy dx, right? And when you differentiate this, you get the dy dx, you get something. This one we call it the gf, the gradient function. Sometimes you call it gradient function, sometimes you call it gradient curve, sometimes you call it gradient tangent, but they all mean the same thing. Gradient function, gradient curve, gradient tangent, they are all the same. And after you get your gradient function, you can sub your 1 inside your GF to get the MT, which is gradient tangent. Okay, and if you have your gradient tangent, you can find your gradient normal, because tangent and normal is perpendicular. So you can use the formula m1 times m2 equals -1 to get gradient normal. And sometimes the question might ask for equation. They might ask for equation. So if they ask for equation, then you have to use this formula. Y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. And the gradient, if they want equation tangent, then you masuk gradient tangent dalam sini lah. If they want equation normal, then you masuk gradient normal sini. Then what about the x1, y1? Okay, the x1, y1, you should use this point, x coordinate, y coordinate. Tapi, what if you tak ada y coordinate? Okay, tak ada masalah. Just take the x coordinate 1, masuk dalam sini, and then keluar balik. If they never give lah, if they never give the y coordinate, you just take the one sub inside the original equation, because this one is y, right? So after you sub, you get back the y here. Then after you have this, then you can continue from here to get the equation. Okay, so that's the basic lah. That's the basic, and you have to know this before you face your SPM. Because if you don't know this, how you supposed to do this question? Your A you cannot do, your B also you cannot do. So this is the notes that when I teach my student, this is how I make it simple for them to understand. I just draw that, ask them to salin this in their notes, and yeah. Alright, so with that being said, let's do this question. Find the equation of curve. You don't tell me you take the one sub inside, you just because you thought like, oh sir, just now you say one sub inside, you have to read what the question want. They want the equation. Equation means they want a y. So if you sub the one inside, you will get the what? The gradient tangent. Are they asking you to find gradient tangent now? No. Okay. But sir, just now you say it's like that. Okay. Just now I'm showing you the big picture. I show you the whole thing, right? So I mentioned everything lah. But you have to consider what the question wants also. If you sub the one inside, you are finding gradient tangent, and that's not what we want. Okay. B only you do like that. B baru you buat macam tu. B kalau you buat macam tu, I will clap my hand and say very good. But A don't do like that. A, they're asking for equation. What it means? It means they don't want you to do it like that. They want you to do it in reverse. It means they give you the dy dx. You actually want to go backwards. You want to do it backwards. So in order to go back up, you have to integrate. Because this dy dx 4x minus 6 is already the gf already. Okay. So but this is after differentiate punya answer. You want before differentiate, so you have to integrate. And the way I explain it to my student is you have to cut the d and the dx and pindah sana. Because they're asking for equation means nak cari y, right? So imagine if you want the y to be single here. That means you have to throw away the d and the dx. So this d stands for differentiate. So when you move it over there, it will become the integrate symbol. and then the 4x minus 6 you write it, and then the dx duduk bawah, when you pindah dia akan duduk atas like that. So to get y, you have to integrate 4x minus 6 with respect to x. So when you integrate the 4x, what happens when you integrate? The power plus 1, and then afterwards you divide with the new power. So it becomes 4x power 1 plus 1 power 2 divided by with the new power 2. And then integrate 6 is just 6x, and then the dx you have to write plus c because there's no number here. When there's no number here, it's called indefinite integral. Kameran tak tentu. And kameran tak tentu memang you kena ada plus C dekat belakang. And you can find the C later. Just sub the 1, 4 inside to get the C. Okay, this one can potong jadi 2x square, right? 4 divided 2. So now I will sub the xy inside to find the C. Because they're asking for equation. Equation mesti y in terms of x aja. Okay. Yeah, equation of curve tak boleh ada macam C. You should find out the C. So x is 1, y is 4. Kenapa boleh sub point ini? Sebab dia ada cakap boleh ada passes through. Okay, if never passes through, then cannot use, obviously. So 4 equals to 2x squared minus 6x plus c. So this is 1, 1. So 4 equals, pass this whole thing inside your calculator, you get negative 4 plus c, and then your c will be 4 plus 4, and your c is 8. So after you get your c, remember to rewrite the equation. Tengok baris ni, write the whole thing. 2x squared minus 6x plus c, but the c you already get it is 8. So that's the answer. All right, now move on to the B. Okay, is there any way I can make space here? Okay, never mind. I will just put line to separate this because this one is nota, and then this one I will just separate it like this, and then the B I'll do it here lah. Okay, let's go. The normal to the curve at point P intersects the curve again at point Q. Find the coordinates of Q. I think it's better if I just draw it out. Okay, so, yeah, it's better if I just draw it out. So we have a curve that is 2x squared minus 6x plus 8, right? So it will definitely be a smiley face, like that, like a U shape, right? And you have a point P at 1, 4, but you can put anywhere because this diagram is just to make us imagine the question better. We don't really care about like or whether the P should be at we don't care about the position lah, basically just put anywhere. So that's the P104, and at the same time this is also the tangent point. Wait, is it? Uh, the normal to the curve at P intersect curve again at point Q. So yeah, they want you to draw a normal line at point P. That means the tangent line is also at point P lah. So the tangent line means the line will touch us only at one point, will be at point P also like that, right? So this red color line is the tangent line, and this is the tangent point, okay? And then they say the normal to the curve at point P, right? So normal, I will use what color you want? A green color. So the normal, okay, tangent and normal line always perpendicular to each other, always 90 degree. I explained it here also, right, just now. So you draw a line that is perpendicular to the red color line, and they say intersect the curve again at point Q. So obviously it's talking about this one lah. This point Q right here, right? And they want to find the coordinates of point Q. So we don't have the x coordinate, we don't have the y coordinate here. We don't have, right? But we can actually find it. Yeah, we can actually find it. And let me tell you the method. So you're finding the intersection point of the curve and the green color normal line. The green color is the normal line. So what will you do when you find intersection point? You will do simultaneous equation, right? The substitution method, elimination method, the one. The penggantian penghapusan. So I repeat one more time. You will take the curve equation and the green color line, normal line equation, and do simultaneous, and then find the intersection point, right? And confirm you'll get two answer one, because there's two intersection point. One is at point P, one is at Q, but you want the other one. So later you will reject one of the answer lah when you do simultaneous. But before you do simultaneous, you need to have the green color normal line punya equation dulu. You already have the curve equation. It's this 2x squared minus 6x plus 8. So now my job is to find out the equation of the normal line green color, so that I can take the green color normal line equation and the curve equation and do simultaneous to find the intersection point. So to find intersection point, we always do simultaneous. But we don't have the green color normal line equation. So how to find? You remember I do this? You remember I draw this beside? So how do you find equation of normal? You go here, you go here, you go here, you go here. That's the path you need to take now. So from y, you you differentiate and then sub the x coordinate, get empty. After get empty, don't go down because you don't want equation tangent now. You want equation normal. So you have to go here. Go here. And how you go there is you have to take -1, divide empty basically. Negative 1 divide empty, because they are both perpendicular, and then go here and then use the equation formula, find the equation, right? And then only do simultaneous. All right, so I write here equation of normal. I'll just draw a line like this, and then I'll start my working. So start with the y, which is 2x squared. I forget the equation. Let's tengok balik. 2x squared minus 6x plus 8. Okay, let's go. And then what we do now? We need the point, right? And this point will always be the tangent point, which is P14. Okay, and this point, you realize, not only the curve got passes through this point P, the red color also passes through, green color also passes through. So this point is like all the line also you can, all the important line got passes through this point. Okay, that's why you can use this point for every case. Okay, so now you can do dy dx, and when you do dy dx, you get 4x minus 6. Yeah, same as this lah. Okay? And then you will sub the x1 inside. Now this time you sub, because you're trying to go the path like that. You're trying to go to gradient normal, right? So your mt will be 4. The moment you sub the x inside, you get the mt. So it becomes negative 2 lah. But don't forget, I want the equation normal now. Okay, because I'm trying to find point Q, which is the intersection point of the curve and the normal line. So we don't need the tangent line equation. So we need the gradient normal. So to find the gradient normal, we have to use this formula. Mt times mn equals to negative 1. And then mt is negative 2 times mn equals to negative 1. Mn, sorry. And then your m gradient normal will be negative 1 over 2. That is why here I write negative 1 divide mt. Yeah, negative 1 divide negative 2. So it's positive 1 over 2 lah. Oh, I see lah. This one is positive. Okay, now that you have your gradient normal mn, so you already reached here already. Now just go down, use this formula to find the equation of the normal line. So the equation normal will be y minus y equals gradient x minus x. So y minus something equals gradient x minus something. Okay, for the gradient, you jangan silap masuk. So you want to masuk negative 2 or 1 over 2? 1 over 2 lah, because you want to find gradient equation normal. And for the xy, you have to start with the point yang passes through. The normal line passes through. And I told you already, the only point that's yang semua line passes through is the point P104. Because if you look at the green color line, it actually passes through 1,4. Okay, yeah, there's no other point we can use. That's the only point we have, right? And we can use it. Yeah, we can use it. So y minus y will be y minus 4, x minus x minus 1. The reason why we can use it is because dia ada passes through. Bila dia ada passes through melalui, then can use already, right? Yeah, the normal line got passes through. Okay, now we just write it in linear form, y equal mx plus c. So y minus 4, this one you times, become 1 over 2, x minus 1 over 2. And then negative 4 go there, becomes y equals 1 over 2, x. Negative 1 over 2 plus 4, that's going to be 7 over 2. So now I sudah berjaya get my equation normal. So I know my green color line now. So this equation, this green color line is y equals positive 1 over 2x plus 7 over 2. And then for the black color curve, I also have it. That's the y equals 2x squared minus 6x plus 8. And I'm trying to find point Q, which is one of the intersection point of the black color line and the green color line, right? So we just take this equation and this equation, we do simultaneous equation. Okay, but when we do, we will definitely get two answer one. Why am I so confident? Why I know so fast? It's because there's two intersection point, right? But we will ignore the point P punya lah. So later when I combine, I think I will use substitution method, because it's already single y, so I'll just do y equals y. And then I will find x, and definitely one of the x answer will be 1. It means the x got two answer. Satu jawapan dia is 1, but I will reject that and take the other one. Okay. Alright, so let's do it. So I will bulatkan for you the equation that I will do simultaneous. This one and this one. Okay, I will do it sebelah here. So I will do simultaneous y equals y. Okay, the y left side I will write the 2x squared minus 6x plus 8. And then this one I will do 1 over 2x plus 7 over 2. This is the substitution method lah. I'm doing the penggantian cara. Doing simultaneous. So because I'm trying to find intersection. Okay, now we just susun jadi general form, everything equals 0. Because got square mah. When you see square means have to be everything on one side equals 0. And susun jadi general form lah. Okay, the next thing I'll write x, but sini pun ada x. So 1 over 2 pindah jadi minus 1 over 2. Negative 6 minus 1 over 2. Negative 13 over 2x. 7 over 2 pindah jadi minus 8 minus 7 over 2. 16 minus 7 is positive 9 over 2. And to get rid of the fraction, everything times 2. 4x squared minus 13x plus 9 equals 0. And then factorize tekan kereta. Kosong satu baris. And then write the two answer given. 9 over 4 and 1. So the answer here is 4x minus 9, and then the answer is x minus 1. right? So all this you can use your calculator to help you. Okay, now I will write rejected here. Why I reject the x1 is because I know this is, okay, because this is actually the intersection point punya x coordinate. But I reject the one because I know that's the point P. I want a point Q. So the point Q is what? 9 over 4. So actually this diagram is wrong. Because 9 over 4, if you press calculator, 9 over 4 is like 1 point something, right? So 9 over 4. So it's actually 2.25. So the x coordinate is 2.25. So now you understand why I say this diagram is wrong, right? Because the point Q should be on the right side. Because this one is point P, the x coordinate is 1. So 2.25 obviously is on the right side, somewhere here, right? So the diagram is obviously wrong, but it don't matter. It doesn't matter because nobody look at your diagram. This diagram is just to help us understand better. And also, how am I supposed to know it just now? I haven't do this yet. Betul lah. So I just assume that it's here lah. But it's fine. It doesn't matter. Like this is just a drawing. Okay. Dia tak bagi markah sini pun. Dia bagi markah dekat sini je. Okay. Alright. So you don't have to betulkan you punya drawing lah basically. So just continue from here when x equals 9 over 4. Because I'm trying to find point Q. It means we need the x coordinate and the y coordinate. This is just the x coordinate. Now we find the y coordinate. We can sub inside this equation. Y equals 1 over 2 x plus 7 over 2, and this is 9 over 4. Now we press calculator. 1 over 2 times 9 over 4, and then plus 7 over 2. Okay, my calculator give me 37 over 8. So that is my y. Okay, but don't stop here. They're asking for point Q, so make sure you write nicely. So dot dot dot, your point Q will be 9 over 4, comma 37 over 8. So yeah, this point Q right here, the other intersection point is 9 over 4, 37 over 8. Okay, which is not supposed to be here lah. It's supposed to be like on the right side and then up. Okay, but it's fine. Right, it's fine. I told you, right, this is just a drawing to help us understand the question better. Okay, dia tak ada markah one. Alright, so that's all. How many marks is this? 3, 4, 7 marks. Alright, sudah siap? Okay, let's do number 6. Table 1 shows the categories for body mass index of a group of male workers in a company. The body mass index is normally distributed. Okay, normally. This one is from 5, chapter 5. It's called probability distribution. Okay, yeah, and it's under normal distribution. This question is normal distribution question. So later have to use the Z score table. Because this chapter, the other dual part, first part is binomial, second part is normal. Binomial is you use the 4 formula you learn, and but kalau normal you have to use the Z value table. This one is Z value table lah. And usually they will give you the mean and the standard deviation for you to convert from X to Z. Okay, let's read the question. The body mass index, if your BMI is less than 18.5, you are underweight. If your BMI is between 18.5 and 25, it means when you're higher than 18.5 but lesser than 25, you are considered normal weight. But what if your BMI is more than 25 but less than 30? It means in between, you are overweight. And if your BMI is more than 30, you are considered obese. Alright, so sini semua faham. Given that 44% of the workers are categorized as either underweight or normal weight. Okay, let's stop and think about this. 44%, this is obviously probability. Percentage is always linked to probability one. Okay, so this is definitely talking about probability, but it's probability of what? Not just the underweight, it's the underweight or normal weight. Or means plus. It means this 44% is the underweight and the normal weight probability combined. Yeah, all means plus. So the 44% is actually both these two add together. The underweight probability and the normal weight add together. Okay. Next, 12% were categorized as obese. So it's definitely talking about the obese. So I'll just put here 12% here. Wait, I can find this percent, right? Just take 100 minus, because total probability is 100, right? Or you can say 1 minus 0.44 minus 0.12. And yeah, I'll just do it now. I don't care if the question never asked me. I'll just find it. Okay, I get 0.44. Yeah. So this is 44% also lah. 0.44, right? So also 44% overweight. Okay, what else? It is found that 1 out of 10 workers were in the underweight category. What this means is the probability of underweight is 1 over n. But underweight is this one, right? Okay, now the underweight probability we actually don't know, because this 44% is for underweight plus normal weight. So actually we have a big problem now. So we cannot just take 44% equals to 1 over n. Cannot, because we don't know the underweight probability. The 44% is for underweight and normal weight tambah together. So that's the part that we need to figure out lah. And also they say here 1 out of n, and we don't know what's the n, right? Okay, tak apa. And then here they says find the value of n. Okay, 6 marks for this. All right, big problem. We don't have mean, we don't have standard deviation, and 6 marks. Okay, usually for normal distribution they will give us mean, standard deviation, because we need to use the z table, right? But the problem is we don't have it. So I think you might need to do the simultaneous equation, because later when you convert to z, the formula is z equals x minus mean divided standard deviation. Now imagine if you don't have this, you don't have this. Both mean standard deviation dia tak bagi. That means you will end up getting two unknowns. It means you have to do simultaneous lah. That's the only possibility really to get the mean standard deviation, and you need the mean standard deviation. Otherwise, you can't do it. Because the probability of underweight, the only way to find it is through here, px smaller than 18.5. But if you want to convert to z, it has to be pz smaller than 18.5 minus mean divided standard deviation, and you don't have the mean standard deviation. You don't have it. So my mission now is to find out the mean standard deviation by using other probabilities. Okay, so what I can do, okay, I can see the obese one is 12%. So definitely the one will be easy one. So it will be px more than or equal 30 is 0.12. Yeah, because and the x represents BMI. So the probability for BMI more than 30 is 12%, 0.12. And I can convert to z, but I will not be able to convert it, but it's fine. I will just 30 minus mean over standard deviation. But it's okay because later I will do simultaneous to get it. So now I will let C equals 30 minus mean over standard deviation. This is how I teach my students. Whenever this one tak ada mean or tak ada standard deviation, tak boleh tekan calculator, just let C equals, and then become PZ bigger or equals C equals 0.12. And this type of question is like when you baca the jadual later, when you baca the Z score table, you cannot baca dari luar. You kena baca dari dalam. The way I teach my student is like this. Kalau dia bagi luar, it means kalau dia bagi luar, bagi probability, you kena baca dari dalam. So kalau bagi luar, you baca dari dalam. Tapi kalau bagi dalam, it means dia bagi Z value, then you baca dari luar. Okay. So this type of question, you can see they never give you the Z value, but they give you the probability answer. It means later you have to baca from the inside, you have to baca dari luar. And for this type of question, you must lukis dua kali. You must lukis dua kali because you don't know whether your C is positive or negative. So you lukis dua kali, but only one of this is correct lah. So later you will reject one of it. So for the first one, you will assume C is negative. For the second one, you assume C is positive, and then you have to shade the region. So this one is bigger. So bigger means you load it to the right side. Okay. But I told you right, it can't be both correct. Only one of this is correct. So you will reject one of it. So which one you reject? You look at the probability answer. If the probability answer is more than 0.5, you choose the big one, the big shaded region. If it's less than 0.5, you choose the small shaded region. So now 0.12 less than 0.5, you choose the small shaded region. So this is the correct one. This is the wrong one. Because it doesn't make sense for the probability here to be 0.12 because this is more than half already. It should be more than 0.5, right? So it means your C is positive. So if your C is positive means you can terus baca jadual already. Because it's PZ bigger positive already. Okay. Yeah, the reason why we do this is because we want to know the C is positive or negative, right? And if it's PZ bigger positive, baru kita boleh baca jawapan. So now we can baca already. But we have to baca dari dalam. You don't go and baca like that 0.12. This is wrong. This is wrong. Okay. Because the 0.12 is not the Z value. It's not the Z value. It's the area answer, the probability answer. So you have to go inside and find 0.12 atau lebih sikit. 0.12 atau lebih sikit. So I will go to the table. Oh, I actually don't have. Yeah, this set actually don't have the table, so you have to wait for me. I have to open a file from another trial. Okay, let me open the. Okay, wait trial 2024. Let me just open the Addmaths. Let me just open the Sekolah Agama paper. Okay, hopefully there's the. Okay, there is. Okay, but it's like there's some handwriting here, but it's okay. We can find it. So 0.12 or lebih sikit. So let's try to find it. Where is 0.12 or lebih sikit? So 0.12 or lebih sikit. So you see 0.3, 0.2, 0.8, 0.15, 12. Oh, I see it. 0.1210, right? Okay, but I want 0.12. That means I have to minus 10. So I have to minus 10 lah. And the answer will be on the outside. Yeah, because when you baca from inside, then the answer will reveal on the outside. So this is the answer, 1.1, 7, and then this is 5. So 1.175, and it's positive. And it's positive. So the C is, oops, what happened? Okay, so the C is positive 1.175. Why is it positive? Is because just now you do experiment, remember? You draw 2 times to check whether C is positive or negative, and it's positive, so C is positive. And now that you get your C already, you have to change back the C to 30 minus mean over standard deviation. Because remember just now you let C equals to 30 minus mean over standard deviation. So now you already find C, you have to ganti balik lah. So now you can get 30 minus mean. Okay, I will make the standard deviation single. 1.175 equals standard deviation. It means this one bahagi jadi darab, darab jadi bahagi. Okay. Let me tell you the reason why I'm doing this is because later we will do simultaneous. So I try to make the standard deviation single, and then later I will do one more. I will find one more equation, and same thing lah. I will also make it like this. Standard deviation single. Then I can do standard deviation, and then I will do simultaneous. I will do standard deviation equals standard deviation, and then I can find out the mean and standard deviation lah. Okay, later you will understand lah. If now you don't get it, later you confirm will get it one. Okay, so now I need another equation punya tolong, because this one got 2 equation, so I can't do it. So I need another one, so I will do for another one. So just now I already do for this one. So we can do another one. So can we take this one, 44%? Can. It will be P x in between 25 and 30 equals to 44%, right? Or what if I take the 44% here? Can also. But if you want to take the 44% here, you cannot write this, you cannot write this. You have to write Px lesser than 25 equals to 0.44, because the 44% is the normal weight and the underweight combined. And you can see for underweight is x less than 18.5. Normal weight is x more than 18.5 but less than 25. So if both combine, both probability add together is 44%, it means the BMI is less than 25 lah. Because when it's less than 25, it's considered normal weight and or underweight, like both lah. Yeah, because less 18.5 is also less than 25, right? So, and also this 44% is not for, it's for both, right? It's for both add together. Yeah, it's for both. So for both means the BMI will be less than 25 lah. Because when you're less than 25, you are normal weight. And when you're less than 18.5, is underweight, right? But you just write PX less than 25, it will be for both already. And then it goes to 0.44. Okay. And I think this is better compared to this one. Because if you do this one later, got in between, right? Then you have to use then your working will be much more complicated, much more longer. Because when you have in between two number, you have to convert two values in the you have to convert both value to Z value, and when you tengok jadual, you kena tengok dua kali. So that's why I choose to do it using this. So now change to Z. 35 minus mean divided standard deviation. We also don't have the mean standard deviation, but it's okay. Just write it like that, and then yeah, just do the same step like you did just now, and then let's see, right? Okay, but just now you use C already, so why not you use a different letter now? K lah. Okay, 25 minus mean of standard deviation, right? The reason why I have to use a different letter is because this K and this C value will not be the same value. Yeah lah, definitely lah. How can this and this be the same value? Okay, yeah, it can't be, right? Yeah, later the C and K value will come out different one. That's why we have to use a different alphabet. But the mean and this mean, that one definitely same value. This mean, the mean on here and the mean on here definitely is the same. And the standard deviation is also the same. But the C and K will not be the same. Okay, now it becomes PZ smaller than K equals 0.44. You cannot straight away baca jadual. You must draw. Because bila masa baru boleh baca jadual when your Z is bigger positive. But now is Z smaller and the K you don't know is positive or negative. So that's why you have to draw. Because if you don't draw, then you will not know what is the correct method. Okay. If it's Z smaller negative, then you can change to Z bigger positive. But if it's Z smaller positive, then you might need to take 1 minus. So that's why you must draw lah. Okay, when you draw, you have to draw 2 times. But only one of these is correct. So assuming this one K is negative, assuming this one K positive. Okay, smaller means you load it from this line onwards to the left. This one also from this line onwards to the left. And now we have to see which one is the correct one. We have to check whether K is negative or positive. So how do you check? Same like just now lah. Look at this value. If it's less than, now it's less than 0.5, right? So choose the small punya kawasan. So this is the small one, this is the big one, so this is the wrong one. So your K is negative. So automatic, you straight away go and write K equals negative. You tulis siap-siap. Kalau tak nanti you forget to put the negative, then everything wrong already. So K is negative, huh? But negative berapa? Okay, you know already it's this case. So do we have to take 1 minus? No. No. Okay, the way I teach my student, kalau nak tahu kena ambil 1 minus or not is you tengok dia punya shaded region ada tak dia potong the vertical axis. Kalau dia ada potong, potong means like that, like got crossover, potong the y axis like that, then only you do 1 minus. So if it's this case, I have to 1 minus lah. But for this question, it's this case, so don't need to 1 minus. Then how to do? Okay, z smaller negative, you can change to z bigger positive. Because this bell shape is symmetrical. So smaller negative can straight away flip to bigger positive. Okay, but only smaller negative can change. If bigger negative, that one cannot change to bigger positive. Cannot. Kalau bigger negative, that one have to do 1 minus. Okay? Because kalau bigger negative means here already. And you can see the shaded region potong already, right? That one have to 1 minus. This one, smaller negative, boleh tukar. It means the pz smaller negative k and pz bigger than k is the same. And if it's bigger positive, then I can tengok jadual already. And same thing, we kena tengok dari dalam, bukan tengok dari luar. Because the 0.44 is the area probability answer. So we go 0.44 and let's look for it now. Okay, let's cari 0.44 or lebih sikit. So let's use another color this time, blue color. Okay, 0.44 or lebih sikit. Okay, I see 0.2, 0.3, 0.42, 43, oh, this one. Okay, but this one is 0.4404. I want 0.44 only. So I have to minus 4. So I have to go to the tolak corner and cari 4. And after I cari 4, I will baca, my answer will be on the outside. So baca, baca, baca. So this is the answer. 0.151. But negative. Why this time negative? Because your k is negative lah. Just now you do experiment, you will find out that the k is negative, right? This is wrong one. Okay? So that is why you have to remember to put negative. And student always forget this negative in the exam. Okay. Wait, I feel like I did something wrong here. Betul lah, correct already. Alright, and then remember just now you let k 25 minus mean of standard deviation. So now you define k. So you sub back with this 25 minus mean of standard deviation equals negative 0.151. And now you do the same thing as what you did here, which is you cari the standard deviation single. So your standard deviation pindah jadi darab, and then this one jadi bahagi. So 25 minus mean over negative 0.151. And the reason why you do this is because now the standard deviation is single on both sides already. And also this standard deviation value and this standard deviation value sama tak? Sama lah, same. This standard deviation is the same value. The mean and this mean is also same value. So now we can do simultaneous. So I will write standard deviation equals standard deviation. Because this standard deviation, this deviation is same. And then on the left side, I will just write either one, 30 minus mean 1.175. And then the other one is 25 minus mean over negative 0.151. So it's minus. Okay, now you cross multiply. Because something over something equals something over something, you darab silang macam tu. Okay, let's press negative 0.151 times 30. So you will get negative 4.53. And then negative 0.151 times negative mean is positive 0.151 mean. And then equal 1.175 times 25, 29.375. And then 1.175 times negative mean is negative 1.175 mean. Okay, mean dengan mean boleh buat, number dengan number boleh buat. So I will pindah macam mana? I will pindah like this. Minus 1.175 go here become plus. So 0.151 plus with 1.175 is 1.326 mean. Okay, and then the 4.53 go there become 29.375 plus, because you minus 4.3 become plus. So it become 33.905. And then for the mean, 33.905 divide 1.326, 25.57. Okay. Alright, so that is the mean lah. That is the mean. Okay. Now, to get the standard deviation, we have to sub back. So let's sub into this one. Actually, this one also can, whatever. Okay, let's sub into this one. 30 minus mean. So for the mean, later I ganti what? 25.57 and then divide by 1.175. Okay, now let's tekan this. 30 minus 25.57 divide 1.175. In 4 significant figure, 3.771. Okay, now that we have the mean standard deviation, now finally I can find the probability of underweight already. Don't forget, this is what we want ultimately. Like this is what we want in the end. This is the final answer. They said find value of n, and actually 1 over n is the probability of underweight. So in order to find n, we need to have this value right here, so that we can sub inside and then pindah cari n lah. Okay. So what is the probability of underweight? It's px lesser than 18.5. But why we do all this work is for us to find the mean standard deviation lah. Because without that, without mean and standard deviation, how you supposed to find the px lesser than 18.5? And it's not 44%. 44% I told you already is for the underweight and normal 8 punya probability add together. Okay. Okay, so now we can find the px lesser than 18.5. X represents the BMI lah. And then now for the change to Z. So it becomes 18.5 minus mean 25.57 over 3.771. Alright, PZ smaller than, tekan this, you will get negative 1.875. Okay, and then smaller negative, you don't have to look case. If smaller negative, you see this combination smaller negative, straight away change to bigger positive. And then straight away tengok jadual. But this time, when you tengok jadual, you kena tengok dari luar. Bukan tengok dari dalam, because this is the Z value. So you tengok dari luar, you cari 1.875. Tengok dari luar, because you're trying to find probability answer now. So let's go to the jadual again and tengok dari luar 1.875. So 1.87. Okay, this is the one, 7. And then 5. So 5, this one, 5. So this is the two value I need, 0.0307 and then the 4. But you have to minus with 4, right? But you minus 4 dekat hujung sini, so it becomes 0.0303, because 7 minus 4 is 3. So this is the probability answer, 0.0303. So we can go back to the answer space and write the probability 0.0303. But wait, the soalan asks for n. So 1 over n is the probability of underweight. And I already find out the probability of underweight is 0.0303. That means the underweight probability is 0.0303. In other words, is 3.03% lah. Yeah, 3.03% underweight. So 1 over n is the probability of underweight. So that means 0.0303 is equals to 1 over n. And how to find n? Just tukar tempat lah. And these two can switch place. Bahagi jadi darab, darab jadi bahagi. So just tekan 1 over 0.0303. Okay. Okay, let's tekan 1 divide 1.03. 1 divide 1 divide 0.0303. So let me press. Alright, I tekan already. My calculator give me 33.0033. Okay, just write 4 significant figures. So your n is 33.00. If I write in 4 significant figure, it's 00. But n is actually workers, right? You can see n workers. So n is like bilangan orang. Okay, it's a bilangan. So bilangan cannot have decimal, cannot have fraction, and it's 33.00. Even if you round off also, it's 33.00. So just 33 lah. It means 33 workers lah. That's what it means, right? Okay, sudah siap. Hope you get it. Hope you understand. That's my explanation. That's all. Let's move on. Number 7. Let's read. Diagram 3 shows a symmetrical tube such that points A and B are on the same level. So this is a tube and it's symmetrical. Symmetrical means it's like, I think this is what it means lah. It means this side of the tube and this side of the tube is same size. Okay, symmetrical. A and B are on the same level. Let's see. A is here and B is here at the top. All right. A marble is released from point A. Okay, this marble released from point A and move through the tube towards B until it stops instantaneously for the first time at C. Okay, so they will release the marble from A and it will move, but it will not move until B. It will stop at C because it says here it moved towards B, but it stops instantaneously for the first time at point C. So the first time it stops is actually here at point C, right? And it makes sense because when you release it, the energy actually, the marble will lose some energy, right? So what happens is the distance travel will become lesser and lesser. Okay, so it will not reach B lah, it will reach C. Okay, stops instantaneously for the first time at C. That's what it means, right? So the first time it stops is at C, and then the marble will move back and forth through the tube until it stops completely at point O. So it just keeps on moving. But the longer the marble move, the distance will get shorter lah. Yeah, the distance will get shorter because the marble slowly lose energy over time, and eventually it will just stop at here, right? Okay, what else? The marble stops instantaneously for the second time at D. So this is the first time. So I write here first time it stop, and then it will after it stops here, and then you move here, and then the second time it stops is here, right? And I can guarantee tell you the CD distance will be less than the first AC linear distance. Okay, yeah, because loses energy already, right? So the distance travel will jadi sikit. So this one is the second time dia stop at point D and stops instantaneously for the third time at E. So and then move back and then at E. So this one is the third time. So this one is the third time. Okay, so they say the distance traveled by the marble from A to C, C to D, and subsequent distance are in the same ratio. So definitely this is a progression question from 4 chapter 5. Okay, the progression chapter dalam bahasa Melayu is the janjang. And is it janjang arithmetic or janjang geometric? It's a geometric. Okay, it's a geometric because they already mentioned the word ratio. Okay, so the distance it will just keep on decreasing. So we can form a progression using the distance. So the first distance will be A distance traveled from A to C. That will be the first term, and then second term will be C to D. Okay, and then third term will be D to E, and then it just keep on continuing lah. All right, but we don't know what's the first term. And the ratio also we don't know, but we do know that from here to here times R, here to here also times R, because they already say same ratio, but we don't know what's the value of R lah. But I can guarantee tell you the R will be lesser than 1. The R will be smaller than 1. You know why? Because the distance is becoming shorter over time. So the first distance will be longer, will be very long, and then the second distance will be shorter, third distance will be shorter, and it will just keep on getting shorter, shorter, shorter until it eventually it stops. Okay, until it eventually stops. So the number is getting smaller. So definitely when you times R here, the R will be lesser than 1. Yeah, it will be lesser than 1, confirm. Okay, so now let's read bawah here and see what other information. The total distance traveled by the marble from A to C and then C to D is 62904. What it means? It means the AC distance plus with the CD distance is 62904. That means the sum of first two terms lah. So if you write this in a progression way, it's S2 equals 62904. This is how we write the information. Okay, S2. And then the distance traveled from D to E is 4913 over 80 cm. D to E is the third term, right? So this is the T3. Okay, so it will be 4913 over 80. Okay, and then they say if the marble takes 1 minute to stop completely at O, determine whether the average speed of the marble exceeds 10 cm per second or not. Show your calculation. Okay, they say the marble take 1 minute in total to completely stop at O, and then they say determine whether the average speed exceeds 10. So I think I have to find the average speed myself. Yeah, this 10 we cannot use this as information. We have to find our average speed myself and then check whether my speed answer is more than 10 or less than 10. Okay, but before we find the speed, we need the distance. Do you agree? We already have the time. Okay, and we all know the distance for speed is distance over time. Okay, so we have to find our speed myself, and we need the distance and time. Time is already know is 1 minute, but we have to convert to second later because we have to compare our speed answer with this answer right here, which is in cm per second. So the distance has to make sure in cm, time has to be in second. So later the 1 minute I have to convert jadi 60 second lah. So I'll just write here 60 second for now. Okay, and then the distance, I need the distance in cm, and let me tell you the distance will be the sum to infinity. Yeah, because the 1 minute 60 second is the time taken for the marble to stop completely at point O, right? And the distance, total distance traveled by the marble will be the sum to infinity. Okay, will be the sum to infinity. Because your R is lesser than 1, so you actually will not reach 0 here. Because the number is getting smaller, and smaller. So the total distance traveled will be the AC distance plus with the CD distance plus with the DE plus with, yeah, it keeps going plus until infinity. Alright? Yeah, the reason you do S infinity is because your R is lesser than 1. It's getting shorter. Okay, so yeah, but before you find S infinity, you need the A and R, of course. And what you have to do, use these two information, do simultaneous. Okay, yeah, use the SN formula here, TN formula, and then do simultaneous. Simultaneous means you do the penggantian penghapusan lah. Alright, let's use the SN formula here. Okay, the SN formula is A bracket 1 minus R power N over 1 minus R equals to 629 over 4. Or you can also say A R power N minus 1 over R minus 1, depending on whether your R is bigger than 1 or smaller than 1 lah. But we don't have the R, and we also don't have the A. So I will not use this method to do it. Can also, but I don't think there's an easier way to do it. Yeah, there's an easier way to do it, which is instead of using S2, you do T1 plus T2. You do T1 plus T2. Okay? Because S2 is the sum of first two terms, so it's the same as T1 plus T2. Yeah, it's the same meaning. And then what is T1? It will be A. T2 will be A times R power 1 equals to 629 over 4, like that. Okay? The formula for Tn is AR power n minus 1. So the T1 will be A, T2 will be AR power 2 minus 1, which is AR power 1 here. Okay? And then for the other one, you do the same. T3, it will be AR power 3 minus 1, which is AR power 2 equals 4913 over 80. Okay, we don't have the A and R. Okay, now how do you find? Okay, you can see that this one, you can do simultaneous, right? But if you take this equation, divide this equation, you cannot hapus the A. If you divide now lah, if you take this one, divide this one, you will not hapus A. Because you can see this one on the left side, the other dual term, this one the other satu term. And then this one in the middle got plus. And if the middle got plus like that, you cannot cut. You cannot potong the A. So what you should do, you should factorize out the A. Because these two terms, both these two terms can divide by A, so kita boleh faktorkan A. So A divide A is 1, AR divide A is R equals to 629 over 4. And kenapa saya buat macam tu? So that now I can take this equation and this one equation 2, and then I take equation 2 divide equation 1. Because now when you divide, the A and A can cut, can hapuskan the A. And when you hapus the A, then you can find R lah. Then after you find R, can ganti balik cari A already. Okay, that is why I factorize out the A. Because when I factorize out, the hubungan become times already. So when it's something times something over something, then confirm can cut. Okay, I'll continue here. So I will do equation 2 divide by equation 1. Okay, cannot minus. For geometric progression, when you do simultaneous, you always bahagi. You always divide. If minus tak jadi one. If you minus, you cannot hapus the A, you cannot hapus the R. Right? It has to be divide. So it will be AR power 2 divide with A bracket 1 plus R. Because I'm taking 2 bahagi 1. So the right side also I will take 4913 over 80 divided by 629 over 4. But I will write the divide like this. Okay, 629 over 4. Okay, alright. After I reach here, now the A can cut. You see, because the hubungan sini darab, this one also darab. So when it's something darab something over something darab something, then can cut. Okay, but if it's like this, then cannot cut. If it's like two terms plus, then cannot. Right. So that's why we factorize. So that the relationship become times. Okay, now you left with R square over 1 plus R equals, okay, this one I can use the bank calculator. 4913 over 80 divide 629 over 4 means times 4 over 629. Alright, my calculator give me 289 over 740. But it looks a bit weird. Okay, I think correct already lah. 289 over 740. Okay, and then now how to find R? You can darab silang. Yeah, because something over something equals something over something, and you want to find R, and R duduk bawah, right? So when you darab silang, everything no fraction already. So 740 times R square, 70 R square. Ini darab 289. 289 times R is 289 R. Okay, when you nampak ada square means this is a quadratic equation, means you have to pindah everything on one side equals 0. And then solve using the calculator. Okay, 740 R square kena tulis dulu. Next you have to tulis R. So yang ni pindah dulu jadi minus 289 R. And then plus 289 pindah jadi minus 289. Alright, now it's already in general form. Now you can press calculator and get the two answers, right? But before you press calculator, check whether you can kecilkan or not. 740289 boleh all these numbers boleh tak dia bahagi dengan satu nombor yang sama? The answer is no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. So if tak boleh kecilkan, then you can factorize already. Oh, one more thing to check is like make sure the here A tak ada negative. Kalau sini negative, semua kena tukar tanda lah. Okay, so now everything looks good already. Now I can press calculator. A is 740. B is negative 289, C is negative 289. Press that in your calculator. The calculator will give you two answers. First answer is 17 over 20, and then the other one is negative 17 over 37. Then now you write the bracket. Okay, the first bracket will be 20. Okay, bahagi 20 hantar jadi times 20 plus 70 pindah balik jadi minus 17. This one also same. Divide 37, move back jadi 37R minus 17, move there become plus 17. And now you have to reject the positive answer. Wait, why I reject the positive? Wrong. You should reject the negative answer. Silap. Reject the negative answer. Okay, let me tell you why. You remember just now in the beginning I told you, right? The terms will get smaller. It will start to slowly. It will get smaller and smaller and smaller because the distance travel decreases over time. Okay, and I told you just now, right? The r will be bigger than one or smaller than one. It will be smaller than one because when your term decreases over time, that means your r is lesser than one. Okay, that is why you have to choose this one, 17 or 20. Okay, why you cannot take the negative answer is because if the r is negative, that means your second term will be negative already. And the term represents distance travel. So how can your r be negative? It doesn't make sense, right? And also, if your r is negative, your term will be satu positive, satu negative, satu positive, satu negative, satu positive, satu negative. Because every time you times a negative number, the sign change, right? So imagine if you start with a positive term here, you times negative number, you get negative here. It means the distance of CD is negative. Tak logic. How can the distance CD be negative? Distance mana ada negative. And then you times negative again become positive. And then you times negative again become negative. So it become positive, negative, positive, negative. So it doesn't make any sense because distance tak boleh ada negative. That is why we reject the negative answer. Okay. And the R is 17 and 20. Ini baru jawapan yang make sense. And also 17 or 20 is less than 1. Yeah, so it makes sense lah because keeps on getting smaller, the distance. The distance keep on getting smaller. Okay, now you have your R. Now it's time to find the A. You can sub back into equation 1 or 2 to find it. Okay, so I'll write here when R is 17 or 20. Okay, okay, I'll just write it here lah. When R equals 17 or 20. Okay, I can sub into equation 1 also can, 2 also can, but I sub into equation 2, so it becomes A bracket square equals 4913 over 80. Okay, it's from here. So the R is 17 or 20. Okay, I'll press 17 or 20 square equal in my calculator, and then 4913 over 80 divide answer. So my calculator give me 85, right? Meaning the first term is actually 85. The AC distance is 85. So I can use red color. This one is actually 85 cm. And then the next one will be 85 times 17 or 20. So let's press and see what I get. 72.25 cm. That's the distance of CD. And then for DE, it will be 70.25. I mean the 72.25 times with 17 or 20 again. So I get 61.4125. Okay. So now you already know your first three terms. Okay, the first three distance. So now we can find the total distance travel, and you have to find S infinity, because your R is lesser than 1. So you cannot, so when your R is lesser than 1, and you want to find until it stops, you're actually finding the S infinity. Okay, it will not reach 0, by the way. It will just keep on getting smaller, but it will not reach 0. Okay, it will just approach 0, but it will not reach 0. That is why you have to find the S infinity to get the total distance travel. So I'll write here S infinity, and the formula is A over 1 minus R. So 85 over 1 minus 17 over 20, and that gives you 85 over 3 over 20, and that is 85 times 20 over 3, and that gives you 1700 over 3. Okay, you can use your calculator to help you. Okay, and guess what? This is the S infinity answer, but at the same time, it's also the total distance traveled by the ball until it stops. Okay, not ball but marble. Okay, same thing lah. All right. So I'll just write here total. So I will draw a line here. Continue here. So now we have our total distance, and we also have the total time, right? So now we just have to find out the speed and see whether my speed exceed 10 cm per second or not. So I'll just write here average speed. Okay, of the marble. Average speed of the marble. Okay, the formula is with total distance traveled divide total time. But make sure the total distance traveled is in cm. So yeah, the 1700 over 3 is already in cm. Yeah, because all these terms is in cm. So automatic when you calculate this, yeah, all this is in cm already. Okay, but for the time, it say 1 minute is taken. is the time taken for the ball to travel until it stops. So I have to convert to second, so it becomes 60 second. Okay, so now the unit will come out cm per second already. So now I press this. Okay, cut. So 170 divide 3 divide 6. Okay, 85/9, but in decimal is 9.44. Okay, I'll write four significant figure. So I'll just write 9.444. Okay. Okay. So now they says determine whether the average speed of the marble exceeds 10 or not. Show your calculation. So I already show the calculation. So now I can write down no lah. It doesn't exceed 10. So I'll just write here uh uh 9 point since 9.444 cm per second is less than 10 cm per second, comma, therefore what the average speed of marble does not exceed 10 cm per second. Yeah, because it's only 9.444. So it's less than 10. So we say the average speed does not exceed 10. Okay. All right. This is how I would write it. Hope you understand. Let's move on. Okay, now we do bahagian B. So bahagian B, they say bahagian ini mengandungi 4 soalan, jawab 3 soalan. So it's worth 30 marks. Okay, because bahagian B, all the 4 questions is worth 10 marks, right? And if you only choose 3, it's worth 30 marks lah. Okay, but in this video, I will jawab all the 4 questions in the section B. Okay, so I'm doing this because this is for you to study, right? So I will do all the questions. Okay, let's do A1. Okay, I need space, so I will just make some space here. All right, I will do the A1 here. So number 8A, first of all, is from 5 chapter 6. Yeah, it's trigonometry because got sin cos tan. Okay, number 1, prove that cos 2 theta equals cos square minus sin square. So let's write down the soalan here. Cos square theta minus sin square theta. Okay, this formula is the formula for double angle. Okay, cos square minus sin square theta. So this formula right here is one of the formula that you learn in this chapter. It's under double angle. The sin 2 theta, cos 2 theta, and cos 2 theta can change to three things. Cos square minus sin square, 2 cos square minus 1, 1 minus 2 sin square. These are all formulas that is given in the exam, and is all the formula that you learn, right? But they're asking you to proof, right? So let me just write down the formula that you learn here. So first you learn about basic identities, and you are asked to memorize sine square plus cos square equals 1, and then 1 plus tangent square equals sec square, and then 1 plus cot square equals cosec square. And then for double angle, it will be sine 2 theta equals to 2 sine theta cos theta. And then cos 2 theta equals to cos square theta minus sine square theta, or 2 cos square theta minus 1, or 1 minus 2 sine square. Okay. All these formulas is given in the exam, by the way. Yeah. But I always ask my student to memorize it. Yeah, you need to memorize. Okay. Okay, so all these formulas is important, but there's one more, the addition angle. Okay, addition angle. And then this one, okay, actually this one double angle got one more, which is the tangent 2 theta. But I don't think I'll be needing that for this question. That's why I didn't write it. Okay, for addition angle, sine A plus minus B will be sine A cos B plus minus cos A sine B. And then for cos A plus minus B, it will be cos A cos B minus plus sine A sine B. There's another one for tangent, but I will not write that, because I will not use that for this question. And all these formulas is given in the exam, is given in the formula. So now we want to prove this one. Cos 2 theta equals cos square minus sine square, right? So when we're trying to prove this, we will not use formula from double angle to prove, okay? Because this is one of the double angle formula. If you use back the double angle to prove, then you can straight away just write proven already. You understand what I mean, right? Because this is already proven in the double angle formula. So don't use double angle to prove this formula. We use other formula to prove. Okay, and which formula you will use? The addition angle. Okay, the addition angle. Okay, the addition angle. Okay, some of you might say, sir, why not I use basic identity? Can also, because the cos square theta minus sine square, and then the sine square can jadi 1 minus cos square, right? But look at what it becomes. It becomes cos square theta minus 1 plus cos square theta, which is 2 cos square theta minus 1. And you can see 2 cos square theta minus 1 is here, and then equals to cos 2 theta, right? But I told you already, try not to use double angle to prove. Okay, to prove this, because this formula is already double angle. So if you're using double angle to prove, then it's not that good, right? It's not that good, because if you want to use double angle proof, you can straight away just write proven already. Okay, because this is already the double angle formula. So what we'll do is try not to use basic identity or double angle. If you use basic identity, it will end up coming back to the double angle, the other two double angle here. So that is why I use addition angle. And how to do that? Okay, we can start from, this is the left hand side, this is the right hand side. We will start from the left hand side. And then how you make it into addition angle is for the 2 theta, you become theta plus theta like that. Okay, actually I should write 2 theta first, like that, and then only I write cos theta plus theta. And then you understand, right? Because theta plus theta is 2 theta. And why I do like that? Kenapa saya buat macam tu? Because I want to use this addition angle formula to help me prove that it's equals to cos square minus sine square. So now it becomes cos A plus minus B, and then I use this formula lah. So it will be cos A cos B, but your A is theta and your B is also theta, and then minus plus. Okay, minus plus means you don't follow this sign. So if this is plus, you go minus. That's what it means. And then sine A sine B will be sine theta sine theta. Okay, because your A is theta and then your B is also theta. Okay, after you reach here, you can see already how to become right hand side. Cos theta times cos theta is cos theta square. But the square, we don't write it here. That's not the correct way. The square, we always write it here. Okay, and then sine theta times sine theta is sine theta square also. But the square don't write here, is wrong. We usually write the square here. Okay, and as you can see, this is the same as the right hand side. So now I can write here right hand side, and then I can just write the word proven. It means I already successfully changed the left hand side to the right hand side. Okay, so that's the answer. That's how you prove. All right, that's all. Okay, let's do A2. Okay, A2, I will do it up here. Okay, let's read. Hence, solve the equation 3 cos square theta equals 2 plus 3 sin square theta for theta in between 180 and 360. Okay, solve means find out the unknowns. So if you look at this equation, what is the unknowns? Theta. So you want to find theta, right? But this equation is not good now because it has cos, it has sine. Okay, why I say it's not good is because if it has cos and sine, it's very hard to solve. Okay, if you want the equation to be easy to solve, you should try to make it the equation ada sine sahaja ataupun ada cos sahaja ataupun tangent sahaja. It means if it's sine, then it's like sine all the way. If it's cos, then cos all the way. Okay, and we can change it supaya dia ada satu trigo sahaja. Yeah, it's possible. Because when you see square, you can use the basic identities. So what I will do, I will not change both. I will not change both. I will change the cos square to 1 minus sine square. Because if you look at the basic identity, sine square plus cos square equals 1. So if I want the cos square to be single, it will be 1 minus sine square, right? And kenapa saya buat macam tu? Because sini ada sine square. So it becomes equals to 2 plus 3. You don't tell me the sine square, you're going to change to 1 minus cos square. No, 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 no. You tukar satu saja. Okay, because you want it to have sine square, all the sine like that, right? If this one you change to 1 minus cos square, then your equation it's still hard to solve because your equation have sine and cos. Okay, and we don't want that. We want our equation to have sine only or cos only. Okay, as you can see now, your equation only have sine, so you can expand this, become 3 minus 3 sine square theta equals to 2 plus 3 sine square theta. And you can see this one is sine square, this one is sine square. So this is actually a quadratic equation involving sine. Okay, it's a quadratic equation involving sine. But I don't think you have to use the calculator method, the ABC one, because it will not get two terms. Yeah, because you will only like get two terms. The method that you use in the calculator yang you tekan ABC, that one is only when there's 3 terms, right? Okay, let's try to solve this. So this sine square can pindah sana jadi plus 3. So 3 plus 3 is 6 sine square theta. And then this one plus 2 pindah jadi minus 2. 6, 3 minus 2 is 1. And then 1 over 6 equals sine square theta. And how do you find sine theta? You can pindah the square, becomes square root. But when you square root, there's two answers, plus minus. So sine theta equals to plus minus square root 1 over 6. So now I'll write sine theta equals, and then I'll write plus minus, and then I'll tekan square root 1 over 6. So if I press my calculator, okay, wait for me, I press my calculator. Okay, I get plus minus, okay, my calculator give, oh, what happened? Why syntax error? Okay, I silap tekan, I think. Okay, yeah, I get it. 0.4082. Just write in four significant figure lah. Alright, 0.4082 is the value I write here. 4082. Now we have to find out the theta. Okay, but before you find theta, you have to check the quadrant. Okay, because when you tekan calculator shift sign 0.4082, the calculator will only give you the reference angle. Okay, so later my working here, I have to write RA, which stands for reference angle, and then the next baris baru I convert to the quadrant. Okay, but if your okay, so check quadrant, add sugar to coffee, right? So sign is positive, but it can be negative also. That means the quadrant you have to take four answer lah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, quadrant 1, 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4. So it means later there will be four answers in theta here. But do you remember the soalan says they want the answer in between 180 and 360? So they only accept answer between 180 and 360. That means they only want the answer in quadrant 3 and 4. Okay, because more than 180 means cannot be quadrant 1, 2 lah. So it's quadrant 3 and quadrant 4. But it's okay. We can find out all the four answers first. Nanti baru saya reject. So now I will tekan shift sign. Don't tekan the plus minus. Just tekan shift sign 0.4082. Because I'm trying to get the quadrant 1 reference angle. So the calculator give 24 degrees 6 minutes. So that is the reference angle, sudut rujukan ataupun sudut dalam quadrant 1 lah. But now we have to convert, change to quadrant 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to find out the corresponding in quadrant 1. Okay, quadrant 1 it will be the reference angle lah. The corresponding angle in quadrant 2 is 180 minus. So you get 155 degree, 54 minutes. And then quadrant 3, how you find it is 180 plus. Okay, so you get 204 degrees 6 minutes. And then the last one, quadrant 4, you have to tekan 360 minus 24 degrees 6 minute. So it's 335 degree 54 minute. Okay, let me just write the notes for you. So when you have the quadrant 1 reference angle, how you convert quadrant 2? 180 minus. And then if we want quadrant 3, 180 plus. And then you want quadrant 4, 360 minus. That's how I end up with these answers. Okay, the 155, this answer come from 180 minus 24 degrees 6. This one come from 180 plus 24 degrees 6. This one come from 360 minus. Okay, because that's the quadrant 2, 3. That's how you convert from quadrant 1 to quadrant 2, 3, 4. Okay, now it's time to reject this answer and this answer because they said they want the final answer theta to be in between 180 360. So this is the only two answer yang boleh accept lah. But personally, I will not correction tape these two. I will show my teacher that I already did this. I will just cut it like this. Okay, to let the teacher see that I already did it, but I rejected it. So I'll just cut it like this, right? Okay, that's how you do A. Sudah siap? Okay, let's do B. This one is a sketch question. Alright, sketch the graph of y equals to negative modulus cos square minus sine square plus 4 over 5 for 0 until 2 pi. Alright, we were trying to sketch this y equals negative modulus, but hold on. This one very familiar. Why very familiar? Because last question I did it, you see? Cos square minus sine square. This one also cos square minus sine square. So actually we can use this question to help me. So they say cos theta, we just now when we do the A1, we prove cos 2 theta equals to cos square minus sine square. That means this cos square minus sine square, we can write it as cos 2 theta. So just write it as cos 2 theta and then plus 4 over 5. Okay. And also they already mentioned they want you to sketch from 0 to 2 pi. That means they want you to draw the whole thing lah. Because 2 pi means draw until 360 degree. That means you don't have to erase anything afterwards. Okay, just draw the whole thing. Okay, now it's time to sketch. All right, the method I always teach my students is I always tell them, first you draw a testing punya first. Okay, testing punya means like you draw like a conteng dulu sebelah, but this is not the real one. This is just like I main I testing dulu. Okay. And then after I draw this, baru I cari the exact coordinates. And then after I find the exact coordinates, then only I draw the real one. Okay. Alright, this graph is actually quite difficult to draw because you have modulus and then you have negative, which means you have to terbalikkan, and then you have plus 4 or 5 means you have to move the graph upwards. Okay, so it's quite tough. Okay, so I will do it slowly. So first step, we will look at the cos 2 theta first. Okay, kita kena tengok cos 2 theta first. So what's the meaning of cos 2 theta? It means dalam 360 degree kena draw two cos graph, and the cos graph is the underwear shape. So I'll just draw like a cos graph, underwear, and another underwear like that, right? And remember, the underwear always start from 1, and here is 0, and then go down again -1, right? And it will end at 2 pi. So what is the meaning of cos 2 theta? It means dalam 2 pi, kena lukis dua cos graph. Okay. Okay, the next thing you kena tengok is the modulus. After modulus, baru negative, and then after negative, baru 4 or 5. It has to be in this specific order. Alright, so now look at the modulus. Okay, what happens to the modulus? Your graph will kena diataskan. Kena diataskan. What's the meaning of diataskan? Means all the graph that is below the x-axis will get kena reflect ke atas. So which part of the graph is below the x-axis? This part and this part. So these two parts of the graph will kena reflect atas using the x-axis. So what happens when you reflect this? It will be like that, right? And of course, the distance here and the distance here will be same lah, which is 1 unit. Okay. Alright. So what happens now? This one reflect atas, ini pun reflect ke atas like that. And I think I can erase this down one already because this is the old one, right? So let me just erase it. Okay. Okay. Now what? After looking at the modulus, the next thing kita kena tengok is negative. Negative means everything diterbalikkan. Okay. Just now modulus is like only the bawah punya yang kena reflect atas, right? But negative is like semua kena reflect. Yang atas pun kena reflect bawah, yang bawah pun kena reflect atas. Okay. Yeah, it means everything flip, everything terbalikkan. So I will use black color. So everything kena reflect. But you can see now your graph, everything is duduk atas x-axis now. So if everything flip means later everything will be down here already. So when you reflect this line, what happens? You will get like this, right? When you reflect this line, you will get like this, like this, like this, like this. Basically, the whole graph reflect using the x-axis. Okay, and this one all gone already now. So let's erase it. Okay, let's erase it. Okay, now after you are done, you can do the plus 4 or 5. Okay, the way I teach student is kalau dia ada plus 4 or 5 means the whole graph have to move up 4 or 5 unit. Okay, but the way I teach is like I always tell my student just go to the y-axis here, go to the maximum value of the graph plus 4 or 5, and go to the minimum value plus 4 or 5. Okay, yang satu ni tak payah because there's no points here, there's no graph here. So just take the 0 plus 4 or 5, you end up with 4 or 5, and then -1 plus 4 or 5, you use your calculator, you get -1 or 5. Okay, and that's how you get the new maximum value and new minimum value, right? Okay, after you're done with this, you should also find out the new position of the x-axis. So when the whole graph move up 4 or 5 unit, what happens to your x-axis? The x-axis will change position and it will go down. Okay, but you don't go and draw down until here. No. Okay, it's here. Okay, if you want to know where is the new x-axis, just look at where's 0. So this is 4 or 5. This is -1 or 5. So your 0 should be in between, somewhere in between 4 or 5, -1 or 5, and it should be down more. Yeah, it should be closer to the -1 or 5. Because this is -1 or 5, this is 0, and then 1 or 5, 2 or 5, 3 or 5, 4 or 5. So it should be something like that. Right? Yeah, so this is how it looks like. And this x-axis has to erase already. Yeah, this is the old x-axis. Okay, so this is roughly how it looks like. Now we can start to do the working. Okay, the way I teach is like I will teach my students to bulatkan this one and then sub with 0, 1, -1. Okay, and the reason we are doing this is because we want to find the exact coordinate of all these points, right? Okay, I know some students they will straight away draw the real one. They will not do the working. Okay, can also, but I strongly recommend students to do this for the very complicated punya soalan, because like this one is considered complicated, especially when the soalan ada plus something minus something. You can see all the points they all uh the 90 degree 180 all change place already. Okay, like imagine if you put here 90, then it's wrong already. Okay, so That's why I always teach students to do the working here, because this working will give you the exact coordinate of where are all the points. Okay, so it's like much more safer lah if you do this part. Okay, so we will ganti this whole thing jadi kosong dulu. Modulus 0 will be 0, and then negative 0 is 0 also. 0 plus 4 or 5 is 4 or 5, right? So now if y equals to 4 or 5, it means the whole thing equals to 4 or 5. So negative modulus cos 2 theta plus 4 or 5 equals to 4 or 5. Okay, pindah the 4 or 5 jadi minus 4 or 5 minus 4 or 5 is 0. So here left with negative modulus cos 2 theta. And then pindah negative. So, but negative 0 is 0 also. Okay, and then pindah modulus. Okay, when you pindah modulus, there's two answers, satu plus, satu minus. Tapi 0 tak ada plus minus. So just ignore the plus minus, just write 0. And then now you can find out the answer for 2 theta. Okay, this is a special case. Okay, when your sin cos answer equals to 0, 1 or negative 1, ataupun your tangent equals 0, it's called special case. Special case means what? It means your answer will not belong to any quadrant. Your answer will be like 0, 90, 180, 270, 360, and all these angles are considered special angle because these angles does not belong to any quadrant. Like 90 degree is not quadrant 1, is not quadrant 2, right? And for special case, you cannot use your calculator to solve it. You have to hafal, right? So for cos 0, the answer is 90, 270. Okay, yeah, this one I have to memorize. Okay, have to memorize. Okay, and ada tujuh special case yang kena memorize. This is one of it lah, cos 0. Okay, but if it's a 2 theta, you have to take all your answer tambah 360 because 2 theta means you have to find out the answer at the second pusingan. Kalau 2 theta 2 pusingan. So take all your answer tambah 360. 90 plus 360 450, 270 plus 360 630, right? And then baru bahagi 2. So you get 45 135 225 315. So these are all the x coordinates when y equals to 4 or 5. Okay. All right. Now the next step is to ganti satu. So when I ganti this whole thing equals to 1, what is modulus 1? 1 also. But there's a negative outside, so it becomes negative 1 plus 4 or 5, which is negative 1 over 5. Okay. Now you take the whole thing equals to negative 1 over 5. So negative, the whole thing here, negative modulus cos 2 theta plus 4 over 5 equals to negative 1 over 5. Oh, and also later you don't have to sub with negative 1 really. Because if you sub negative 1, you will get the same result here. Because if you try sub negative 1, what is modulus negative 1? Positive 1. And then there's a negative outside, so negative 1 plus 4 or 5. You end up getting same, right? That is why just now when you conteng, you realize or not, there's only how to say? Two y coordinate that you used. 4 or 5 and negative 1 over 5, which is this and this one, right? Okay, now let's find out the theta. So negative modulus cos 2 theta, tutup modulus. Okay, this thing have to go. So plus 4 or 5 become minus 4 or 5. Negative 1 or 5 minus 4 or 5 is negative 1. Okay, and then pindah negative. Okay, when you pindah negative, kena tukar tanda jadi this negative 1 jadi positive 1 lah. Now pindah modulus. Okay, when you pindah modulus, ada dua jawapan, satu plus, satu minus. So cos 2 theta equals 1. And then the other one is cos 2 theta equals negative 1. So this is also one of the special case that you kena hafal. So cos, if your cos angle equals to 1, the angle you have kena hafal, it will be 0 and 360, right? So these are the two answers. But kalau dia 2 theta, apa you kena buat? Take all your answer tambah 360 satu kali. Okay, so, because 2 theta means 2 pusingan. Okay, so you have to find out the angle in the second pusingan. So 0 plus 360 is 360, so it's already here. And then 360 plus 360 is 720. Now bahagi 2, 0, 180, 360. Okay, now what about this? 2 theta. Okay, cos answer is negative 1. The angle, there's only one answer for this. 180. Okay, this one also kena guna cara hafal. Alright, after you reach here, what you do? Before you divide 2, you have to plus 360. You have to take all your answer plus 360 because it's 2 theta. Okay, okay, you get 540 and then divide by 2, 90, 270. Right? If this one is 3 theta, then you have to take all your answer, tambah 360 dua kali already. If it's 3 theta lah, okay, and you might end up with more answers lah. Okay, if it's 3 theta, okay. If it's 2 theta, just take all your answer, tambah 360 one time, satu kali. Okay, I'm done with all the working. I already tell you why just now no need to ganti negative 1, right? Because you ganti negative 1, you will get the same result as this, right? So now it's time to draw the graph already. Okay, so I will always draw the y-axis first. And after I draw the y-axis, I will have to decide where to draw the x-axis. And it's very easy to decide. Just look at your y here and your y here. So this is 4 or 5, negative 1 or 5. Or you want to look at the conteng here part also can. So you can see the graph, maximum value is 4 or 5, minimum is negative 1 or 5. That means you want to make sure the highest here is until 405, and then the lowest is negative 105. So we can decide the scale. So I think I will do like that, 405, and then this one I'll just go 305, 205, 105, 0, negative 105. This is what I would do. All right, and then for the 0, that's the x-axis lah. So this is how it looks like. Okay, this, and then this is x, this is y. Okay. Okay, this one if you want to write the 105, 205, 305, you want to write can also. Okay, but personally I won't write it. I don't like my graph to be like a lot of numbers, very messy one. But if you want to write, you can write 105, 205, 305. Okay. Okay, now for the x-axis, it has to be 4 potongan, and it will be 90, 180, 270, 360. But you have to write in radian because this one is Addmaths. Yeah. In Addmaths, when they ask you to sketch the trigo, they always ask in radian. You see, 0 to 2 pi. Okay, now it's time to plot all the points. So when y equals 4 or 5, your x is 45, 135, 225, 315. When y equals 4 or 5. So when y equals 4 or 5, x is 45, 135, 225, 315. Okay, all these points are in the middle here. Okay, and then when y equals negative 1 over 5, your x is 0, 180, 360. This one, 0, 180, 360. So negative 1 over 5, what, x is 0, 180 is pi, 360 is 2 pi, like that, right? Then what about the 90, 270? Is also when y equals negative 1 over 5. Because this 2 is the result from this. Okay? So actually there's 2 more points here. When y equals negative 1 over 5, 90 and 270. So this is negative 1 over 5, 90 is pi over 2, 3 pi over 2 is 270. Okay? Alright, why is it important to do this working? To get the exact coordinate lah, right? Because you already know how the shape looks like, right? You already know how the shape of the graph looks like. Then why still need to do this is to find out where's the exact coordinate. Okay, because some of you might go and put 90 here, or maybe put 45 here, but wrong already. Yeah, wrong already. If you find out the coordinate, you will find out this coordinate, you will realize that the 45 is not even here. It's actually when x is 45, that's the 45 is actually here. Yeah, as you can see, the coordinate here says 45, 4 or 5. That's why it's important to find the coordinates. Okay, but of course, if you can know all these points without doing this working, then you don't want to do this working can also lah. Alright. But usually for questions yang ada plus something, minus something, modulus, negative macam ni, I always recommend students to do this. Okay, so that you don't plot the wrong points and draw at the wrong place. Okay. Alright. Now it's time to join, but you have to make sure the shape look exactly like this. So it has to go like that. Okay, it's like go from the inside one, right? And then it will just be like a U like that. So it's like that. Okay, and then repeat the same process one more time, and then one more time. Okay, if it's tak cantik, then padam and do again lah. Okay, and then the last one goes like that, right? Look exactly like this one lah. Betul lah. Like that, like that, like that, like that, and then like that. Yeah. So that is the answer. So now we can write the equation y equals what is it? Negative modulus cos 2 theta plus 4 over 5. Okay, this is how you do the B1 question. Now let's do the B2. So B2 are right here. Okay, let's read. There are 8 solutions when y equals h such that h is a constant. State the range of values of h. Okay, usually after they ask us to sketch graph, they will always like to ask us to draw a straight line and then find out the number of solution. Okay, that's what they like to ask in the SPM format. If they follow the format, they will. That's what they ask. But for this paper, they didn't ask that. They actually give you the number of solution already, which is 8. It means there will be 8 intersection point later between the straight line and this curve, right? And they got give us a clue here. They say y is equals to h is the equation, and then they say find h, right? All right. I mean find the range of h. Okay. So I want you to know that there is 2 information here. The first information is NOS is 8. That's the first information. It means the line will be drawn where there is 8 intersection point. Okay. And the other clue you have is this: y equals to h. Do you realize your equation actually don't have x? It's just y equals number, and they already say h is a constant. It means h is a constant number. It's a fixed value. So h, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5, it could be 9. I don't know, right? But it's just a number. Okay, so definitely this is a sengit line or tak ada sengit punya line. This is a tak ada sengit punya line and it's a horizontal line. Okay, yeah, this line yang macam ni, yang the equation y equals to number will be a horizontal line. Okay, if it's a sengit line, you will see y and x in your equation because it will be like y equal mx plus c, right? The reason why you don't see the x is because your m is 0. The m is 0. That's why it's a horizontal line lah. When it's horizontal, you don't have any gradient. That's why the equation look like this. Okay. Instead of y equal mx plus c, it's just y equals c only because the mx, the m is 0. Okay. That's why horizontal line don't have gradient lah. So it will just be a horizontal line that will passes through y-axis at h. Or you can say the horizontal line will cut the y-axis at h. But you cannot draw it here. Let me tell you why you cannot draw it at the 4 or 5 here. Because if you draw it here, how many number of solution you get? 4. You get 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And you also cannot draw it here. Because if the horizontal line is really here, then you will just get 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 solution. They already say got 8 solutions. So where do you think you have to draw it? If you want banyak solution, you have to draw where? Somewhere in between here. Am I right? Because then only you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Or maybe a bit up also can. Here also you get 8 solution, right? Yeah, as long as it's a horizontal line, somewhere between here and here, you will have 8 solution. That means your H should be always in between what? 405 and negative 105. But the small number have to write here, the big number and have to write here. And wait, I made a mistake. You can't actually put the line. Yeah, you can't actually put the line. You know why? Because if you put the line means 405 also will give you 8 solution, but it's wrong. If you draw at 405, you won't get 8 solutions. That is why you cannot put the line, alright? So ini baru jawapan yang betul. Okay, so anywhere between 405 and negative 105, if you draw a horizontal line, you will get 8 solution, right? Now let me ask you this. What if I draw a line that is like that? You get 8 solution also, right? But why is this not possible? Because I told you already, this line will not be a sengit line. It will be a horizontal line. Okay, it will be a horizontal line because it says y equals h. And this equation tak ada x. So if it's y equals h means y equals number. So it will just be a horizontal line. Okay. So the h will either be lesser than 405 or bigger than negative 105, somewhere here. Right? It can be here also. Here also you get 8 solution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Yeah. So anywhere between negative 105 and 405. So that is the answer. Alright, that's all. Okay, number 9. This is very clear. Which chapter? From 4, chapter 6. The linear law. And it's a graph question. So I'm sure later I'll be using a graph paper. Alright, let's read. Diagram 2. Table 2.1 shows the values of two variables x and y. Okay, I see it. From an experiment, okay, x and y are related by the equation y equals a over b minus x such that a and b are constant. Okay, everything here is not important. The only thing important is this. And you will change this equation to linear form now. Okay, now. Okay, change it now. Okay, so y, let's write down number 9. Y equals a over b minus x. Why have to change it now? Because if you don't change it now, you cannot do part C later. Let me show you the part C. Okay, see, in the exam they will always ask this part, ask to find a and b, right? And you can see here also they already say already reduce y equals to linear form, reduce the equation to linear form. Yeah, because if you don't do this, how you want to find the ab later, right? And all linear question will ask you to find. Okay, it's not always AB lah. Sometimes it's PQ or HK or MN. Okay, my point is you should always change to linear form even if the question never asks you to change, right? But this one question actually asks you to change to linear form lah. But most of the question will not ask you to do this. Yeah, most question they will not say like that, right? You have to do it anyway. Okay, because without that you can't find your AB later. So since this question got asked, so I'm already doing the C2 working here already. So like I'm just do the C2 working now. Okay. So okay, why not I leave some space for the A? Okay, A says fill in the table, so I don't need any space. B also I don't need any space. I just need space for C1, right? So for the C1, I will just use a bit space here. And then for C2, that one I change to linear form lah. Okay. All right. But if you regularly watch my videos, you realize that every time I do linear law, I will always do this before the part A. The changing to linear form one. It doesn't matter it's a paper 1 linear law question or paper 2 linear law question or paper 2 linear law question. You should always change to linear form first. Okay. Yeah. Even if you don't change it now, later you also need to change it, right? All right. How do you change to linear form? Okay, if you want to change to linear form, means you want the equation to be like this: y equals mx plus c, right? It means you want your equation to be same with the y-axis. Ya, the equation punya y-axis kena sama dengan y-axis dekat graph. Tapi y-axis dekat graph tu apa? Okay, you can tiru your part B, because they usually will tell you plot siapa against siapa. So they will say plot 1 y against x. So that's how you know the y-axis and the x-axis. So now you know the y-axis is 1 over y, the x-axis is x. But if you look at your equation punya y-axis, tak sama dengan graph punya y-axis. Ini 1 over y, ini y. So samakan dia lah. How you samakan? Okay, y, if there's nothing bawah, is y over 1. So if you want to jadikan 1 over y, you just flip this upside down. So if you flip the left hand side upside down, the right side also upside down. But you have to make sure the other side, the right side, which is the other side, has to be a single fraction also lah. If it's like not a single fraction, then you cannot terbalik already. Okay, so you can see this is a single fraction, so terbalik also b minus x over a. So now your equation punya y-axis already match with the graph punya y-axis. Now you just have to make sure you arrange it in this way, write it in this format, mx plus c. So y equals mx plus c, so this is the y-axis. For the mx plus c, okay, you can see the right side is like, now is everything jumbled up together. But we don't like that. We want our mx to be separated so that we can butcher my gradient clearly and my y-intercept clearly. Now is like everything in single fraction, so we don't want that. So what we can do is we can pecahkan this fraction. How you pecahkan? Okay, when atas ada dua term, bawah ada satu term, you can actually pecahkan like this, right? But you can only do this step when bawah ada satu term. So this one bawah ada satu term, so you can do that. So b over a minus x over a. Now we just rewrite this a little bit different. So it becomes 1 over y equals, okay, you will write this first, because you want it to be mx baru c, right? So this one have x, so this one have to write first. But I will not write x over a. I'll write negative 1 over a x. Okay? Actually, it means the same thing, but why you want to write like this? Because I told you, you want your m and x to be separated. You punya m dengan x kena diasingkan, supaya you boleh nampak clear apa you punya gradient. You don't want your m and x to be like mixed up together. You want it to be separated. Dia kena asing lah, and then plus with then only I write the b over a. Okay, now you can write y equals to mx plus c, and as you can see, the y-axis is 1 over y, which is matched with the graph punya y-axis, and then your equation punya x-axis is x, which also match with the graph punya x-axis. That means your gradient and y-intercept will also match with the graph gradient already. So what is your equation punya gradient? Negative 1 over a. So negative 1 over a will be the equation punya gradient, and this will match with the graph gradient also. So later, how do you find the AB? Is you find the gradient from the graph and then you sub here, and then for the next part, b over a equals to the y-intercept, and the y you have to use huruf besar. Okay, huruf besar, and then b over a equals to the y-intercept, and this y-intercept you have to get it from the graph later. Okay, okay, but for now I don't know what is my two values here, so I will just leave it here for now. Okay, now I have to do the table. Okay, yeah, so, and it's obvious why we need to do a new table, right? Because this table is for y against x. I want to plot 1 over y against x, so we cannot use the old table to draw. If you use this table to draw the graph, you will not get straight line. Yeah, you will get some curve. Okay, the reason is because to get the straight line, it's 1 over y against x lah. Okay? All right, so what we do now, draw a table. Okay, they already draw for us. We just have to calculate all these values. So how to get this? Just tekan 1 over y lah. So 1 over 0.28, 3.57, right in two decimal place. Okay, next one, 0.32 is 3.125. But when you're doing graph question, always write two decimal place. Only in graph lah. If it's not a graph question, then I will recommend writing 4 significant figures, right? But if it's a graph where you have to plot the coordinate, always write two decimal place. So 3.125, I will write it as 3.13. Okay, next one, 1 divided 0.39 is 2.56. Next, 1 divided 0.49 is 2.04. Okay, and then the next one, 1 divided 0.61, 1.64. And then for the last one, 1 divided 1, that will just be 1. Okay, so this one you can just use your calculator lah. Nothing much for me to teach here. All right, so now this is part A, only worth 1 mark. Now for part B, this one is plot 1 over y against x using the scale 2 cm 0.5, 1 over y axis 2 cm to 1 on the x axis. Hence draw the line of best fit. Alright, so part B is the drawing graph part. But before I go to the graph paper, let's discuss where to put the origin 0, 0, and also discuss about the scala first. So whenever I teach my students, I will always teach them before drawing the graph, check where to put the 0, 0 first. And the way to check is to look at your table and check whether there's any negative value. So let's have a look at the table now. X everything positive, the 1 or Y also everything positive. So if everything positive, your 0, 0, you will put it at the bawah sebelah kiri, the bottom left corner, right? So later this is your graph paper, you put it at the bottom left. Because everything positive, it means everything is on the first quadrant lah. And then you start labeling the x-axis. So it will be x is 2 cm to 1 unit on the x-axis. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4 until 6, right? For the 1 over y, it will be 0.5, but you go until where? So you can see the highest value is 3.57. So you can move until 4.0 or maybe 4.5 also can. Okay, a little bit more is better because the line is, it will be like that later. How I know is because you can see the number is getting smaller, right? So later your y-intercept will definitely be more than 3.57, confirm. Because your first point is like that at 3.57. So if you extend the line, it will actually go over the 3.57. That is why it's recommended to start from bawah kiri. Okay, so that you have a bit more space. So make sure it's like when you reach 4.0 here, there's still a little bit more space up. Kalau tak nanti you tak boleh baca you punya pintasan Y. Then you cannot do your part C2 already. Later C number 2, you need the y-intercept. Alright, for now we understand this part already. So now we can go to the graph paper and start labeling. So 0, 0 letak bawah kiri. So this is the 0, 0. And then here go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is the X. And then for here is 0.5, right? And I naik sampai 4.0. So 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, excuse me, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0, 3.5, no, here 3.5, and then 4.0. Okay, my highest value later will be 3.57. So yeah, you can see there's plenty space here. So it's good. Later your y-axis will be somewhere here, right? So yeah, there's plenty space. Just make sure there's like a few more kotak here supaya you boleh baca you punya pindasan y lah. So this is my 1 over y. And my tajuk I will write now, graph of 1 over y against x. Okay. Actually this tajuk you want to write last kali nak tulis pun boleh. But if I write now, then later I don't need to write already lah. Okay. And the way I teach my own student also, I always teach them to write it now. Write it now. Okay. Okay, now I'm done with the axis and all the scale 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah. So now we can plot the point lah. Okay, let's start with the first point. 1, 3.57. Let's go. 1. Okay, I need to make this smaller. A bit more smaller. Okay, like that. So 1, 3.57. Okay, 1 is here. Alright, 3.5 is here. Can you tell me this 3.5 if I naik satu kotak berapa? 3.55. Because from here to here, the difference is 0.5. But there is 10 kotak in between. So to get 1 kotak, you have to take 0.5 divided by 10. So it means 1 kotak will give you 0.05. Okay, because 0.5 divided by 10. Okay. Then what about 2 kotak? If 1 kotak, if naik satu kotak is tambah 0.05, what is 2 kotak? It will be 0.05 plus 0.05 lah, which is 0.1. Or you can also say 0.05 times 2, which is 0.1. Maksudnya, every time you naik 2 kotak, you tambah 0.1. But every time you turun 2 kotak, you minus 0.1. So now you want 3.57. So 3.5 is here. If you naik 2 kotak, it will be 3.6 already. Then what if you turun satu? 3.55. So 3.57 will be in between 3.6 and 3.55. Because you want 3.57, right? So just go here somewhere in between, plot a point, right? So let me plot nicely again. So 3.5 naik 2 kotak is 3.6, and then like turun like turun half like that lah. Because if you turun half, it will be 3.75. Because this one is 3.55. This one is 3.6. So the middle will be 3. Wait, let me see. 3.55 plus 3.6 divided by 2. So yeah, it will be 3.575. The middle will be 3.575. So you can go middle down a bit, okay? Or in other words, 3.5, naik satu kotak, which is 3.55, and then naik sikit. Yeah, because 3.5 naik satu kotak is 3.55, and then naik sikit 3.57 lah. Done. Okay, I'll do faster lah. I'm going too slow already. Okay, 2 3.13. Let's go, let's go. Let's speed up. 2 3.13. Okay, 2 is here, 3.13, 3.0 is here. Naik 2 kotak plus 0.1, so 3.1. If you 3.1 naik lagi satu is 3.15 already. So 3.13 is where? 3.15 turun sikit. Sikit. So I repeat one more time. 3.0 naik 2 kotak is 3.1. And if you naik lagi satu kotak is 3.15. But I want 3.13, right? So 3.15 turun sikit is 3.13 lah. Done. Let's go 3, 2.56. So go down. 3 is here. 2.56 ah. Okay, you go until 2.5. If I go naik 2 kotak, it will be 2.6. Right? But what if I don't want, I tak mau naik 2 kotak, I naik satu je. So kalau naik satu 2.55 lah. But I want 2.56 and 2.56 and 2.5 is very close. Just naik sikit. So 2.5 naik satu kotak is 2.55 and then naik lagi sikit. Sikit je. 2.56. Okay, sikit lah. Okay, so for 2.04, let's go. 4 is where? Is here. 2.04, it will be just 2.0. Okay, 2.0 if I naik 2 kotak is 2.1. That's too much already. Why not I naik satu je? So 2.0 naik satu will be 2.05 lah. Because I show you already, right? Satu kotak 0.05. So 2.0 naik satu kotak is 2.05, but I want 2.04. So naik satu kotak and then turun sikit. Yeah, 2.05 turun sikit is 2.04. So it's around here. Okay, it's around here. Okay, done. Now for the next point, 5 1.64 and then 6 1. Okay, 5 1.64. All right, 5 is here, 1.64 ah. Okay, you go until 1.5 first. If you naik dua kotak, it will be 1.6. And then 1.6 if I naik dua 1.7. So too much already. So 1.6 naik satu je. 1.6 naik satu is 1.65. But I want 1.64, so 1.64 turun sikit. So it's like around here. Okay, and then for the last one is 6 1. So that's the point. Okay, I'm done with all the points. Now it's time to join the points and draw the line of best fit. Okay, when you draw line of best fit, you want your line to touch most of the points. Okay, you will always choose the line yang sentuh paling banyak point. Okay, and then for those yang tak sentuh, yang tak point yang tak langgar tu, we try to balance, try to make it balance lah. Okay, all right. Let's see which one is the line of best fit. So the way I always teach is I always tell my students, you can try joining your ruler, joining the first and the second point first, like this, and see what you get. All right. As you can see, when I join the first and the second point, my straight line actually miss all the rest of the points. It means my straight line only touch 2 point only. Dia langgar 2 points saja, and all the rest of the points semua duduk bawah. Right? So this is the result if you join it like this. Now we adjust our ruler so that it join the first point and the third point, and see whether this is is this better or worse. Okay, and then we just keep going until just keep trying lah. 1 2 1 3 1 4 1 5 1 6 and choose the best one. Okay, when I choose the point, like when I draw the line like this, what happens is you can see that the straight line only touch 2 points. Okay, the first point and the third point, but this is better than the last one because you have 2 point duduk atas, 2 point duduk bawah. So it's like better than just now. Because just now when you join 1 2 is like only touch 2 point and then semua 4 point dekat bawah. Tapi yang ini you sentuh 2 point juga, tapi dia more balanced than tadi lah because 2 point duduk atas, 2 point duduk bawah. Okay, so far this is my best one, but we still haven't finished trying. Let's try the first point and the fourth point pula. So this is the fourth point, this is the first point. So as you can see, if I join 1 and 4, okay, let me join nicely. So 1 and 4. Okay, 4, 1. All right, as you can see, your line actually touches 2 points. Yeah, so it touches 1 and touches 4 points, right? This point duduk atas, satu duduk atas, dua duduk atas, tiga duduk atas, and then this one is like okay lah. It's like touch, right? So your straight line actually touch 3 points lah. Yeah, it actually touch 3 points, but the rest of the point all duduk atas. Yeah. So walaupun dia sentuh 3 point, which is the good part. The good part is dia sentuh 3 point, but the bad part is all the rest of the point duduk atas, right? And this point is quite far away actually. Yeah. And there is no point dekat bawah yang boleh cancel out the distance here because the other 2 points is also atas, right? So yeah, this is not as good as the last one. So let's try with 1 5 pula. Let's try with 1 5 pula. So I'll adjust my ruler. So 1 5. Okay, this one cannot lah. This one. Also sentuh 2 points and then 1 point duduk atas and then 3 point duduk bawah. Yeah, and the distance is like wow, this one quite far away. Okay, and the point yang duduk atas, the distance is not enough to cancel out here. And let's try 1 6 and see what happens. Okay, 1 6 is just same with 1 1 and 4 lah, right? Yeah, it's the same result. So I think I know which is my best fit now. It will be 1 and 3. Okay. Yeah, it's 1 and 3 because dia sentuh 2 point and you can see all the points are somewhat close to each other, right? This point is kind of close, this point is kind of near, this is the kind of near, this kind of near. So you can see dua atas, dua bawah, and the distance can actually cancel out. So the distance here will get cancelled by the distance here, and then the distance yang that I miss here will get distance cancelled by here. Okay. It means the distance between point yang duduk atas with the point yang duduk bawah will cancel. They can cancel out. Right? So this is my line. But make sure we draw the line using the pembaris panjang and try to make sure you draw until the y-axis. Okay. So let me make it look nice. Uh, it's 1 and 3, right? 1 and 3. Okay, this one. Okay, 3 is this one. 3 is this one. And then 1 is this one. So it has to be like that. Okay, I think this is how it should look like. So as you can see, dia langgar point ni, dia langgar point ni. Satu duduk atas, dua duduk atas. And then this one, okay, kind of near lah, but okay lah, duduk bawah, ini duduk bawah. Okay, so this is my graph. This is my line of best fit. Okay, I'm done. Now we can uh, continue, right? Okay, wait let me check something. Uh, okay, so yeah, it's like that. Yeah. So 2 points and then dua atas, dua bawah. Okay lah, can. Okay. Actually, this one can count as langgar already because it's like very near, right? So you can actually count it as sentuh 3 points already. Okay. Okay, but it doesn't matter lah. Yang paling penting is this is the best fit. Okay. Yeah, this is the best fit. Alright. So now we are done. So now we can do the C1. Okay. And we also write the tajuk already, right? Yeah, we already read the tajuk just now. Okay, so done already. Now do the C1. Find the value of y when x is 4.5. Okay, just now I already write it here already. C1. Okay. So I will just continue from here. When x equals 4.5, find the y, right? But you cannot find the y straight away. Because if you look at your graph, yeah, the graph is 1 over y against x. So it's okay. We go to x, cari 4.5 dulu, and then draw a dotted line. And the moment you touch the line, which is here, then you have to tarik to the y-axis, right? But when you tarik, you use ruler lah, draw nicely. Okay. Okay, my one is kind of messy. Okay, but okay lah, let me cantikkan. So it will be like that, like that. Alright, so as you can see, this is the 1 over y answer. Okay, so it's 2.0, turun 2 kotak is 1.9, turun lagi 2 is 1.8. So that is the answer, 1.8. But this is not the y, this is 1 over y. So I'll write 1 over y equals to, berapa tadi? Sudah lupa. 0.8, 1.8. Yeah, 2.0 turun 4 kotak is 1.8. So just write that 1.8. And how do you get y? Okay, if 1 over y is 1.8, then y will be 1 over 1.8 lah. Because this one you can flip upside down. 1 over y, if you want to jadi y over 1, means you can flip upside down. So the 1.8 over 1 flip also 1 over 1.8. So now your y will be, this one tekan calculator. Alright, my calculator give me 0.5555555555555. So I can write 0 point. Okay, I'll write four significant figure for this. So be 5556. Okay, 5556. Okay. If you want to write 0.56 also can. But I always prefer four significant figures. Okay. Unless it's a unless you have to plot the point lah, then only I write two decimal place. All right, let's continue. Negative. This is now the C2. They want you to reduce to linear form, find A and B. But I already reduced already. Yeah, because I like to do this even before drawing the graph. I will always change the equation to linear form even before I draw the graph. Okay, doesn't matter it's paper 1 or paper 2. That's what you should do. Okay, in linear law. Kalau dia bagi equation, terus tukar linear form. Alright, now I just have to find the gradient and the y-intercept from the graph. Okay, okay, let's find gradient. Okay, when you find gradient, you need 2 points. Alright, the formula for gradient is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Right, but there's a tips. Yeah, there's method to find the gradient. So I actually teach my student using this method. Okay, y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1, right? You can try to make your difference in x supaya the difference x here later becomes 2, 5 or 10. Kenapa? Sebab 2, 5 and 10, these are numbers that are easy to divide. And when you divide by 2, divide by 5, divide by 10, you will usually end up with a good looking answer. Okay, yeah, you will end up with an answer yang tak ada banyak-banyak decimal place lah, right? So what you can do is you can look at your x-axis now and choose 2 points that will make the difference 2, 5 atau 10. So if you go here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what is a good x axis to x value to take? You can take 0 to 5, right? Because if you take 0 to 5, the difference will be 5, right? Or you want to take 1 to 6 also can, right? Okay, actually you can choose any 2 points you want. Alright, it's just that the way I teach my student is always choose the point yang supaya nanti I try to prevent the I try to look ahead and try to make my answer good looking by choosing the difference in x to be 5 or 2 or 10. Okay, so I will choose 0 to 5. Okay, or you want to choose 1 to 6 also can. Okay, can also. Okay, all right, I'll take 0 to 5. So when x is 0, this is the point. Okay, it's like at a very awkward position. So, but it's okay. It's here, right? It's like somewhere here, right? But you can see this is actually much more nearer to this line compared to this line, right? This the y-intercept is actually nearer to here. So what you can do is you can use a dot to cover up the empty space and baca this. This is how I teach my student. Always put dot, because when you put dot, no one will notice that. Yeah, no one will notice. So it becomes 0, 4.1. Done already. And then for the other one is at 5. So for 5, it's here. And then put a dot here. Put a dot here. And then write the coordinate of this point. Because this is the point that I will use to find gradient later. So it will be 5. And then the y coordinate will be baca here, which is 1.5. Naik satu kotak. So it's 1.55 lah. Okay. Alright, now this I already decide the 2 points I will use to find the gradient. Now we have to join these 2 points so that it forms a right angle triangle. So let me just draw it quickly now. Okay. And then here will be form a 90-degree and then it will go up, right? But you don't have to draw here lah, because this is the y-axis. So even if you draw the dotted line here also, you can't see the dotted line, right? Yeah, so that's all. Now we can find the gradient. Y2 minus y1. So 1.55 minus 4.1. 1.55 minus 4.1 over the x minus x, which is 5 minus 0. And believe me, your answer will come out very nice one. Dia takkan bagi banyak-banyak decimal place, because when you divide by 5, you will end up with a good looking answer. Okay, let's press 1.55 minus 4.1 equal dulu baru bahagi 5. So as you can see, the answer come out so nice. Negative 0.51. So your negative 1 over a is negative 1 over 0.51. But I'm trying to find the a. I'm trying to find the a. So let me make space here. Oh, wait. What should I do? Okay. Okay. So how do you find the a? Is you pindah the negative first. So pindah negative, dia akan tukar tanda jadi positive 1 over 0.57 and then cross multiply. So a times 1 is a, and then this is 0.57. Okay, sudah siap. Itulah jawapan dia. Alright, now Wait, I feel like I did something wrong. I feel like I did something wrong. Negative 1 over A is uh oh my god, why? Okay, sorry, yeah, I messed it up. Wrong, 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 wrong. Okay, the gradient is negative 0.51, right? So kenapa saya tulis 1 over? It's just negative 0.51 lah. Yeah, I made a careless mistake. I go and write 1 over 0.51. Okay, ini so I silap. So it should be 1 over A equals to pindah negative, tukar tanda jadi positive 0.51. And how you find A? Okay, 1 over A you can flip upside down, it becomes A over 1. And then the 0.51 also you flip, so it becomes 1 over 0.51 like that. Okay. Or you can also say the A and 0.51 tukar tepat lah. Bahagi jadi darab, darab jadi bagi. So just tekan this. 1 divide 0.51. Okay, you should get positive 1. Okay, write 4 significant figure. So 1.961. 1.961. Okay, this is how I would do it. Alright, now for the y-intercept. So B over A is y-intercept. So later I will tengok y-intercept from the graph and then ganti dalam sini. But this one is B over A, right? But the A you already have it is 1.961. So later you take your y-intercept, darab dengan 1.961, then can read. Alright, what's the y-intercept? 4.1. So let's write it. 4.1, 4.1, and then times with, I will just use the answer button times 4.1. So I'll just tekan answer times 4.1. Okay, it will be more accurate if I use the answer button. Okay, 8.039. Right, in 4 significant figure also. Alright, so this is how I would do it. Okay, that's all. This is how I would do this linear log question. Sudah siap? So the full mark is 10 marks also. Alright, let's continue. Okay, let's do number 10. This is also a 10 mark question because it's section B. So what chapter is this? Yeah, just look at the diagram. I know this is Form 5 chapter 3. Integration. Okay. All right, let's go. Diagram 4 shows the curve y equals px power 3. First thing is label. All right, they already labeled for me, but they never give the p. So maybe later they'll ask us to find, I don't know. Such that p is a constant. Okay, ini tak penting. It's trying to tell you p is a constant means p is a number lah. Okay, it's a fixed value, it's a fixed number. Okay, the tangent to the curve at point A. All right, this is tangent point. Tangent point. So the tangent to the curve at point A intersect the y-axis at b0 negative 4. Oh, so this line is a tangent line. It's a tangent line because this line touches the curve at only one point, which is point A, and point A is the tangent point. Right, this is the tangent line, and this line intersects point B at 0 negative 4, and the 0 negative 4 they actually never label it for me, so I label it myself 0 negative 4. It means this point right here is negative 4 lah. Okay, all right, so far everything makes sense. Now let's baca A. Okay, A terus tiba-tiba cari value of P. It means tak ada information dah. Inilah segala-galanya. Now we have to apa do it ourselves already. So how to find P? Okay, I think they are referring to this P and this P, right? And we can all assume that this P and this P would be the same value, right? Yeah, because they put P here, here also they put P, right? Small p, small p. So definitely these two is the same value, right? Okay, how do you find P? Let me think. So I see the word tangent already, right? I see the word tangent. Okay. So tangent is definitely what? And you know it's belong to chapter 3, right? Actually, it's chapter 2 also. Yeah, chapter 2 and chapter 3 mixed together in this question. So what you should do is you find the dy dx lah. Yeah, you find the dy dx and then you find the gradient tangent. Okay. But when you find the gradient tangent from the graph, it will be in terms of p. And then you use the gradient formula y minus y over x minus x, and then yeah, and then equal. Okay, so that's the plan now. So y equals px power 3. So what you should do now is do the dy dx. Kenapa saya cari dy dx? Because I'm trying to find the MT, the gradient tangent. Okay. So when you find differentiation, you take power darab depan. So you can 3p power minus 1, 3px power 2. Right. And what you should do now is you sub the x coordinate with the tangent point. Right. Ataupun you can say the contact point where the tangent line touches the curve, which is 1p. And it's okay if you don't have the y coordinate, you just need the x coordinate. So when you sub inside, it becomes 3p x squared 1 squared like that. And the moment you sub inside, we don't call it dy dx already, we call it mt. So your gradient tangent is actually 3p times 1 squared, which is 3p. But sir, how to find p? Alright, it's okay. This tangent line punya gradient is 3p, right? But did you realize they could give us 2 points on this line? Okay, this 2 point is actually on this line, on this straight line. So we can find the MT using another way also, which is the gradient formula y2 minus y1 or x2 minus x1. So it will be p minus negative 4, which is p plus 4, over 1 minus 0 like that, right? And then it become p plus 4 over 1, tapi over 1, tapi tulis, and then just take these two equal lah. Because this one is gradient tangent, this one also gradient tangent. It means both this thing is the same. So 3p is equals to p plus 4. Yeah, because they are both gradient tangent, they are both the same thing. So 3p minus 2p minus p is 2p equals 4. So p is 2. And now you have p, now you have your curve equation already, 2x power 3. This is a cubic curve. And then you also know your point A, 1, 2. Okay, so yeah, that's the answer for A, 4 marks. Okay, done. Soalan B, area of shaded region. Ah, come already. 来了. So area means use the integration lah. Yeah, you find area by using by apa? By using the integration. You use integration to find area. Okay, the shaded region is here. Here. And I think I will find the area separately. This one I will find separately. This one I will find separately. Let me tell you why. Because my equation is all y equals. The curve equation is y equals. So if it's y equals, I will integrate using x-axis dx. And if I integrate using x-axis, the part, if the shaded region atas x-axis, it will be positive. The bawah one will be negative. That's why I will find it separately. Okay. So I will find these two regions separately. Yang ni I cari separately, yang ni I cari separately, and then both plus together at the end. Faham kan? But I actually need this value. Yeah, I need this value. Without this value, I cannot do anything. I need this value. So how do you find this value? You have to find out the x-intercept, because this point is the x-intercept of the tangent line. Betul? So what I will do now is I will find out the equation of tangent, because I need this point. So how to find equation of tangent? So I'll just write here EQ of tangent. So when you find equation, what you do? You will use the formula y minus y equals gradient x minus x. That's how you find equation of straight line. And then for the gradient, you masuk gradient tangent, which is not 2, it's 2 plus 4. Or 2 times 3. Same lah, 2 plus 4, 6. 2 times 3, 6 also. So 6. And then for the x1, y1 here, you have to masuk with a point yang passes through lah. So it can be 0, negative 4, it can be 1, 2, right? But if you realize 0, negative 4 is already the y-intercept, right? So it can just be y minus negative 4, y plus 4, and this one minus 0. So you become y equals 6x. Okay, 6 times 0 is 0, so that one just ignore. And then plus 4 move there, become minus 4. So the equation of this straight line is y equals 6x minus 4. Yeah, it makes sense because the gradient of this line is 6 and then the y-intercept is negative 4. And with this, now we can find this point. Just sub y equals 0 because you're trying to find the x-intercept. So 0 equals 6x minus 4, x equals 2 over 3. So this point is 2 over 3, right? And there's one more point that will help us to find area later. This point is important also. So this one tarik bawah is 1, and then this one tarik is 2. Okay. Okay, with all these points, now I can find the area of shaded region. Okay, I told you right, later I will integrate towards x-axis or y-axis? Towards x. And let me tell you why I decide to use x. It's because the equation is y equals. Okay, that's how I teach my student also. If you want to know integrate dx or dy, just look at the equation. If it's y equals, then because the formula is like that. The formula to find area is like that. So to find area, it's either integrate x dy or integrate y dx. Okay, so if your equation semua y equals, then yeah, you will be using this, right? Dx. So now you know it's using dx. That means you have to be careful lah, because if the shaded region is atas x-axis, it will be positive, bawah will be negative, right? That's why you have to find it separately lah. Yeah. Okay, so now what I do, I will find the area yang bawah dulu. Okay, find it separately and then plus. So I will find the area for this. So I will write here area of shaded region equals, okay, I will find out this triangle area first, and you can use the 102 times base times height formula. Okay, of course you can use the integration method to find this area also, can also, but you have to letak modulus lah, but let's just do the simple way lah, so 102 times base times height, so base is 2 over 3, and then the height of the triangle will be here, so it's negative 4, right? So it'll be 4 unit. Okay. Please don't put a negative. Distance tak ada negative. We just want the distance. So 102 times base times height. Okay, this is the area of this triangle, right? But you have to put a big bracket and then plus with this one. Okay, this one, how to find this one? So let me highlight for you. So we are trying to find this area. So how do you find this area? Okay, this one you cannot integrate satu kali dapat. You cannot integrate satu kali dapat areas ini. You cannot integrate dua kali. It means you have to take something minus something. Let me tell you why. Because this shaded region is in between a curve and a sengit line and x-axis. If you look at the shaded region, it's actually in between curve and x-axis and another line, and this line is sengit. That's why you cannot integrate satu kali dapat. If the shaded region is in between a curve and x-axis and a straight line, a vertical line, then you can integrate satu kali dapat. If it's a sengit line, you cannot. So this one you have to take something minus something. So it's either curve minus straight line or straight line minus curve. Okay, actually there's three possibilities: curve minus straight line, ataupun straight line minus curve, ataupun plus. Right? But this one I'll tell you straight away, it will be curve minus straight line because the area between curve and the x-axis is bigger, and then you minus with this triangle to get the shaded region. Okay, so let me draw it out for you in case you don't get it. So I will draw it up here lah. So it's actually like this, like this, like this, and then the line is like this, right? So we actually find out the whole thing like that, and then minus with, and then this one again is like that, like that, like that, minus with this one. Okay, understand? So it's like you find out that this one is like we don't care, we just find it the whole area like that. Okay, and then we minus with this triangle right here, this triangle, and then after you minus you get the balance here lah. All right, so now it's time to write the working. So this integrate. Okay, I'll need this number to this number, which is 0 to 1. Okay, from 0 to 1, and it will be dx because you are integrate towards x-axis, right? And then this is the curve equation y, which is 2x power 3. Okay, minus with this triangle. Okay, you can use integration method also, but I will just do the simple way, 1 over 2 times base times height. So the base will be the panjang here, the height will be here. So base will be here, which is 1 minus 2 over 3, 1 over 3 lah. And then the height is 2 units. Yeah, the y coordinate is 2. Right here. Okay, now we just solve this, then you will get the answer later. Okay, 2, 2 can cut, 4 over 3. Okay, 4 over 3 is the area of the bawah punya triangle. And I'm sure the 4 over 3 now useless already. You will only look at the 4 over 3 after you minus here. Okay, so now we just have to focus on this side. So integrate 0, 1. Okay, the y will be the curve equation, 2x power 3 dx. Okay, and then still have to minus something, right? Okay, but let's ignore that first. Let's do this one. So how do you integrate 2x power 3? Power plus 1 become 2x power 4 over 4, and then top bracket 1, 0. Okay, the 2 and 4 can simplify, cut. So 2 divided 2 is 1, 4 divided 2 is 2. And then now you sub 1 inside, and then you sub 0 inside, and then tengah-tengah minus lah. Okay, when you sub 1 inside, you get 1 power 4 over 2, which is 1 over 2, and then sub 0 is 0. And then you will get 4 over 3 plus, okay, 1 over 2 minus 0 is just 1 over 2 lah. Okay, but you still have to minus with this. So this one I haven't do yet. Okay, the 2 can cut, so you left with minus 1 over 3, and then tutup bracket. And this one also minus 1 over 3, like that. And then this one is also minus 1 over 3, like that. So it's 1 over 2 minus 1 over 3. Okay, makes sense. So now it becomes 4 over 3. Okay, kena tolak dulu. Kena tolak dulu baru tambah. Okay, so I'm gonna press 1 over 2 minus 1 over 3. Okay, my calculator give me 1 over 6. Okay, and then answer plus 4 over 3 lah. 1 over 6 plus 4 over 3. Okay, my calculator give me 3 over 2. So that should be the final answer for the area of shaded region. Okay, you write unit square because it's an area. Okay, that's all for B. Now let's do C. All right, C, they says find volume. Okay, the volume formula, I'll tell you now. It's integrate. Okay, if it's dy, then it's pi x square. But if it's dx, then it's pi y square. Okay, and which one you use depends on which axis you revolve. Okay, so the question will tell you whether they want you to revolve using x-axis or y-axis. If they say x-axis, you must use this one. If they say y-axis, you must use this one. But you also have to check whether the region you have to integrate satu kali or dua kali. Sometimes you have to integrate dua kali. Like the last question, remember this region? Yeah, I have to integrate dua kali. Okay, this one let's read. Find volume generated in terms of pi when the region bounded by curve and the straight line x equals 1 is revolved through 90 degree about the x-axis. So let me ask you something. Can I find the volume of the shaded region revolve x-axis? The answer is no, because this question never said shaded region. The question want the other region. They want region bounded by curve and straight line x equals 1. So we have to find out which region they are talking about. It's not the shaded region. Okay, the shaded region is only for B. For C, you don't use this shaded region. You have to find out the new region. So where's the new region? They already say bounded. The new region is bounded by curve and x equals 1. Bounded means like in between lah. It's in between. So it's in between curve and the straight line x equals 1. Where is it in between curve? Okay, let me highlight the curve. Right? So let me use a highlight, and then I go for the curve. And then another line is x equals 1, which is a vertical line going down, and it will cut x-axis at 1. So as you can see, the region between the curve and the x-axis is here. Is talking about this region. Okay, including the triangle here also. So it's actually like this. Yeah, so this is the region I'm talking about. So now I want to ask you one thing. Kena integrate satu kali or integrate dua kali? Satu kali cukup dah. Integrate one time, you can find the region here already. You know why? Because this region is already in between curve and the x-axis and the vertical line. Okay, it's not a sengit line like tadi, right? Tadi kena integrate dua kali is because it's this region. Just now the B question, because the B question is like in between curve, x-axis and a sengit line. This one is in between curve, x-axis and a vertical line, x equals 1. So this one integrate sekali saja. And they already say revolve where? X-axis. So definitely we will use this formula. So it becomes V equals to integrate pi y square dx. And the number here will just be the x from 0 to 1 lah. Yeah, from 0 to 1. Okay. And this number will be on x-axis because you're revolving x-axis, right? But wait, they say region bounded by curve and x equals 1 is revolved through 90 degree about x-axis. Wait, what is the meaning of 90 degree? Okay, whenever you find the volume, whenever you use this formula, you are finding for 360 degree. You are actually finding for the volume when the region rotates ataupun revolve 360 degree about the x-axis. But if they want you to rotate 90, it means you have to times 1/4. Because this, if you don't put the 1/4, this is the answer for 360. So if you only want to rotate 90 degree, the volume will be less. Less by how much? Divided by 4 lah. Because 90 over 360 is 1/4. And if it's 180, then it will be 180 over 360, which is 1/2. Okay. This one is 1/4 lah. Okay. Okay, so what you can do now, the pi boleh letak depan because dia darab. Kalau hubungan darab, you can put outside the integration like that. And then 0, 1 dx. Okay, ini kena masuk y square. And you have to look at the curve equation, of course, because it's the curve, the region is like between the curve and the x-axis and the vertical line. So of course you use the curve line. So the curve line equation is y equals 2x power 3, but they want y square. So imagine if y equals 2x power 3, what is y square? All right, you just write down y, the square you put it outside. For the y, you just sub 2x power 3 lah. But you have to square afterwards. So don't integrate first, you square first. So the integration symbol still have to write. The dx also have to write because I haven't integrate yet. And then this one I will just squarekan dia. Okay, siapa yang kena square? 2 yang kena square or x power 3 yang kena square? Actually dua-dua pun kena square. So 2 square is 4. X power 3 pun kena square. But x power 3 square is not x power 5. Come on, it's x power 6. When you have power side by side, you have to multiply the two numbers. Okay, bukan tambah, kena darab. So now you end up with 1/4 pi. Now only you integrate. So when you integrate, you will not write this symbol anymore. You will open a big bracket and then integrate means power plus 1. So it becomes 7 and then divide with the new power and then close 1, 0. Okay, this one cannot simplify already. So I will sub the 1 inside the x and then sub the 0 inside the x and then I get something here and then tengah-tengah minus. Okay, sub 1 first. 1 power 7 is 1. 1 times 4 over 7, 4 over 7. Sub 0 now. 0 power 7, 0. 0 times 4, 0. 0 divided 7, 0. So you get 1 over 4 pi times with 4 over 7 minus 0 is 4 over 7 lah. Okay. And then now atas darab atas, bawah darab bawah. Okay, this pi is actually atas punya. Sebab dia tulis tengah kan. So it's like 1 times 4 is 4. 4 times 7 is 28 pi. But you can potong jadi 1 over 7 pi. So that's the answer. Okay, you can simplify. Okay, write units cube because it's volume. Right. Okay, that's all. Sudah siap. Alright, number 11. Solution by scale drawing and or vector are not accepted. So diagram 5 shows triangle PQR on a Cartesian plan. Okay. So point P is 1, 1, point Q negative 1, 4, R tak bagi. Okay. And then they say it is given that the gradient of straight line PQ, QR, PR is negative 3M, M 3M. So I think I will label this. Okay, before that, let's talk about what chapter first. Coordinate geometry, chapter 6. Let me check. Yeah, move, locus, area. Yeah, definitely coordinate geometry. And also you see a Cartesian plane already, and you'll see like there's some coordinates here. So definitely it's a form 4 chapter 6. Okay, the gradient of PQ is negative 3M. Let's label. Go to PQ and then write M equals negative 3M. M stands for gradient. And then it says here negative 3M. Okay, next one. Gradient QR is M. So gradient QR is this line right here. So the gradient of this line is M. Okay. And kebetulan the M is also the symbol for gradients. That's why I write M equals M lah. Alright, and then the PR gradient is 3M. So go to PR and then label this line. The gradient M is actually 3 times M. Okay. Okay, now let's see what else. Such that M is a constant. Okay. And then A says show that the small m is 1 over 2. Okay, this is kind of confusing because if I write like this, it means that this m and this m and this m is the same already, but they are not the same gradient. So let me change the way I write. I use the big M instead. Then it's not confusing already. So the big M is the gradient, and then the small m will be the value lah. The small m is the value. Alright, they say show that small m is 1 over 2. So how do we show that? Okay, they actually never give me the gradient. They just give the gradient in terms of m, right? But you can see there is give us some points here, right? So maybe that's maybe we have to find it using these points, right? And actually I see it already. Yeah, it's quite easy actually. So just use these 2 points that they give, find the gradient of PQ, and then take your gradient of PQ equals negative 3m. And then pindah cari m lah. Alright, let's go. The gradient of PQ is what? Negative 3m, right? But the negative 3m is also equals to y minus y over x minus x. So 4 minus 1, y minus y over x minus x, negative 1 minus 1. Okay? Yeah. So now you get 3 over negative 2 equals negative 3m. So m equals to 1 over 2. Okay? So m is 1 over 2 shown. Yeah, this one is quite easy. Okay? So just use the gradient here equals to negative, find the gradient using the gradient formula equals negative 3m and then find m. Okay, B, find the coordinates of R. Okay, let's see. Where is R? So Damengr R. So R is this point. So I don't have the x coordinate of point R and I also don't have the y coordinate. So how do we find it? Okay, we already know the small m is 1 over 2. So definitely we can sub this, become the gradient is negative 3 over 2. And we also know this gradient is 1 over 2. And then 1 over 2 times 3, this one is 3 over 2. Okay, so we have gradient of all 3 lines. But how do we find the coordinate, the point R? Okay, I think I know. You have to find the equation of QR and equation of PR and then do it simultaneous. Okay, because when you're trying to find R, you realize or not, this point R is actually an intersection point of the QR line and the PR line. So you can just find, and how do you find intersection point? If you have the equation of the 2 lines, how do you find the intersection point? You just do simultaneous lah, right? Simultaneous means you do the penggantian or the penghapusan, substitution method or elimination method. But before we do any of that, we have to find out the equation of QR and PR first. That is the first step. So let's go with equation of QR. So in Addmaths, how do you find equation of straight line? Y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. So for the QR gradient is 1 over 2. For the x1, y1, you sub with a point that passes through this line. So it's negative 1, 4. So y minus y minus 4, x minus x minus negative 1, x plus 1. So you get y equals 1 over 2x. And then plus 1 times 1 over 2 is plus 1 over 2. And then minus 4 jadi plus 4. So what is 1 over 2 plus 4? 9 over 2. Okay. All right. This is your equation 1. Okay. You can use your calculator to help you. All right. Let's continue with our equation of a PR. Okay. PR. Okay. All right. So same formula. Y minus y equals gradient x minus x. And you already have enough information because you have the gradient and you also have a point that you can sub inside, which is 1, 1. Right? You cannot sub negative 1, 4. You are finding PR equation, so you should sub with a point that the P. You have to make sure the point kena passes through the line PR baru boleh guna. So the point I use is minus 1 1. So y minus 1 x minus 1. So it becomes y equals 302 times x is 302x. 302 times negative 1 is negative 302. But this one go there become plus 1, right? So just tekan negative 302 plus 1. It would be negative 1 over 2. So this is my equation 2. Okay, now you can take equation 1, equation 2. You do simultaneous because point R is actually the intersection point of these two lines. So you can just take these two lines, punya equation, and do simultaneous. And I will use the substitution method, which means I will just do sub 1 into 2. Okay. In other words, it's just y equals y lah. Like it will just y equals y. Okay. Because this one y surah single, right? So you just write this whole thing, this y just straight away sub inside here. Okay, let me just make it simple. No need to write so many working. Just straight away write 3 over 2x minus 1 over 2 terus equal dengan 1 over 2x plus 9 over 2. Like that. Or you want to write this one equal this also can. Same thing lah. Same thing. Alright, now how to find x? X dengan x boleh buat, number dengan number boleh buat. But the x, you have to make it pindah jadi same side dulu lah. Okay, plus 1 over 2 pindah jadi minus 1 over 2. So 3 over 2x minus 1 over 2x is 2 over 2x, which is 1x, because 2 over 2 is 1. And then minus 1 over 2 pindah sana jadi plus 1 over 2, 9 over 2 plus 1 over 2, 10 over 2, which is 5. So now you have your x coordinate 5. But dia suruh cari point R. So point R, coordinate R means dia kena ada x and y. So how do you find y? Take the x5, ganti masuk dalam equation 1 or equation 2 to find y. Okay, let's ganti equation 1. So y equals 1 over 2x plus 9 over 2. But the x, you already have it, is 5. So your y will be 5 over 2 plus 9 over 2 is 7. Yeah, because 5 over 2 plus 9 over 2 is 14 over 2. 14 divided 2 is 7. So this one is 7. Okay, but don't stop here. Make sure you write one more baris and write down the final answer nicely like that. Point R, and when you write coordinate, kena ada bracket, and then write 5, 7. Okay, and you should be able to get full mark if you write like this. Okay, that's all. Sudah siap. Soalan B, nak cari point R, dan A pun sudah siap. Now for the C1, find the area of triangle PQR. Okay, I'll do it here. C1. Okay, for area of triangle, you will use what formula? Okay, when you're doing coordinate geometry question, you will use this formula 1 over 2 modulus, and then you put in all the coordinate of the vertices inside. Okay, but it has to be PQR punya coordinate lah, because that's the vertex, that's the bucu of the triangle. Yeah, bucu means the vertices. So do you have the PQR coordinate? Yes. So no problem, just masuk. So I can start with any point I want. So okay, let's start with P lah. 1 1, and then go to Q, negative 1 4, and then R is 5 7. And before you close the modulus, repeat the first one 1 1 like that. Okay, now you have to darab silang. So when you darab silang, always start dari atas and then go darab sengit macam tu. So become 1 times 4 4 plus negative 1 times 7 negative 7 plus 5 times 1 5 minus. Okay, why minus is because you have to if because you darab macam ni, now you don't have already, you have to go back here and then change the direction. So when you change direction, then you have to minus. Okay, 1 times negative 1 is negative 1, so you can write bracket negative 1 minus again 4 times 5 20 minus 7 times 1 7. Okay, that's all. Now you calculate for this lah. Okay, I'll write here. So it become equal 1 over 2 modulus. Okay, press all this in your calculator. 4 minus 7, negative 3 plus 5, 2 plus 1, 3 minus 20, negative 17 minus 7, negative 24. Modulus negative 24 is positive 24. So 1 over 2 times with 24, positive 24, and then divide by 2 is 12 units square. Okay, that's it. That's your answer for C1. Alright, now let's do the last part, C2. Point U move. Okay, when you see the word move, it's definitely a locus question, and the first step is to let the moving point jadi xy dulu. So U is the moving point, so U is the xy. Okay. Whenever do locus, I will always do this step. Okay, let the moving point become xy. So U is the xy. That is why you don't see the U in the diagram. Yeah, because u is not a fixed point, it's a moving point. So let's see what condition they want to move. They will always give you the condition. So it moves such that the distance from r is always 5 over 2 times the distance from q. Find the equation of locus u. So this is the condition lah, or the syarat. Okay, the syarat. So apa syarat dia? Okay, the point u can move, but it has to move according to this condition. All right. So the condition is what? The distance from r. Okay, I think it's referring to ur. Okay, ur, distance of ur is always 5 over 2 times. Okay, 5 over 2 times its distance from q. Okay, the it here is talking about u. So 5 over 2 times uq. So find the equation of locus u. So you will be using the distance formula later. All right. But you will use it 2 times. One time to find distance ur, one time to find uq, and then get your equation locus lah. Right. Okay, before you continue, I will pindah the 2 here first. So it becomes 2 times distance ur equals to 5 times uq. Okay. The reason why I do this is because I want to get rid of the fraction. So when you pindah the 2, it becomes 2 like that. Then only I will find out the distance ur here. Okay, the formula for distance is square root bracket square plus bracket square. The first bracket is x minus x, and then the next bracket is y minus y. Okay, but of course you need the point u and point r and point q for this. Okay, all right, so let me make some space here. Okay, let's write down my point r. So what is my r? Damenger. So 5 7. So this one is point r, and then my point q, I forgot my point q is 1 negative 1 4, and also my point u is xy. All right, so now with that we can find our ur. So u is this one, r is this one. So the formula is x minus x bracket square, and then y minus y bracket square. So x minus x, x minus 5, and then y minus y, y minus 7 equals to 5 times square root. Okay, distance of uq. Okay, so bracket square plus bracket square also. Okay, for the uq, I have to look at the point u and the point q. So x minus x will be x minus negative 1, because this is negative 1, so x plus 1, and then y minus y, y minus 4. Okay, now you can continue. So what you should do now is you should get rid of the square root on both sides. And the way to do that is you square both sides. Yeah, you square both sides. So this side, everything square. This side also everything square, including the 5 and the 2. Because some student, they do it like that. They will just cut the square root, but the 2 and 5, they just write the 2, 5 like that. Okay, that is wrong. That's why I never teach using the cut punya cara. Because if I teach like that, then it's wrong lah. It's wrong. Sebenarnya you don't cut it actually. You square both sides. You square both sides to get rid of the square root. That that means the 2 will have to square also become 4. And then the square root hilang already lah. Because when you square root, square root and square, they can cancel out. So you just left with 4 bracket and then expand this, right? What about the other side? Okay, the other side, same thing lah. 5 square become 25, and then the square root get rid already because you already square, so they can cancel out. And then bracket, this one expand, and then right inside. Okay, let's expand now. X minus 5 square. How do you expand? First, you take x square, and then you take x times negative 5 times 2. So you get negative 10x, and then negative 5 square positive 25. Do it one more time. Y square, and then y times negative 7 times 2. So negative 7 times 2 is negative 14y, and then negative 7 square is plus 49. Okay. All right, close bracket equals, okay, and then 25 bracket, okay, 25 bracket, okay, x plus 1 square, the square root ada already, square root, because square already, so hilang already, okay, how to expand? X square, and then x times 1 times 2, which is 2x, and then 1 square is 1 plus y square. Okay, y times negative 4, negative 4y times 2, negative 8y, negative 4 square plus 16. Okay, now take the 4 darat masuk and take the 25 darat masuk. So 4x square minus 40x plus 4 times 25, 100. Y square times 4 is 4y square. 14 times 4, 50, negative 56y. 49 times 4, you can use calculator. 19196. Okay, so far okay. Now 25 times x squared, 25x squared. 25 times 2, 50x. 25 times positive 1 is plus 25. Y squared times 25, 25y squared. Okay, negative 8y times 25 is negative. Okay, what is 8 times 25? 200. And then 16 times 25, this is the last one. It's 400. Okay, now you have to pindah everything on one side equals 0. And you have to susun nicely. You have to write the x square, followed by y square, followed by x, followed by y, followed by number. The order has to be like that. All right. I think I will susun everything to the right side, because if I pindah everything on the left side, then my my first number will be negative, because 4 minus 25, right? Yeah. So if it's negative, then I have to tambah lagi satu baris, tukar tanda for everyone. Can also lah, but I'm too lazy to tambah satu baris, so I'll just pindah everything to the right side. So my 0 is on the left side, so everything move to the right. So first thing, 4x square, pindah sana jadi minus 4, 25 minus 4, 23x square. Okay, I will put a mark like that to show that I sudah buat lah. Okay, next one I tengok yang y square pula. So ini y square, okay, kawan dia dekat mana? Ini, this one, dia punya kawan. Okay, plus 4 go there, become minus 4, 25 minus 4, 21, y square. Wait, this one is 21 also. Why I write 23? Oh my god. Careless mistake, sorry. Okay, now next thing. Okay, after you write x square, y square, the next one, you have to write x. So let's cari x. Okay, 50x. Ada tak kawan? Yes, here. Minus 40, hantar jadi plus 40. 50 plus 40 plus 90x. Next one, you have to write y. So negative 200y. Okay, sini pun ada y. Negative 56. Tapi you jangan cakap negative 200 pindah sini. No, 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 no. I already choose to pindah everything to the right side. So negative 56 yang kena pergi sana. So negative 200 plus 56, it will be negative 144. Okay. Now the last thing is the number. So 400 plus 25, which is 425, minus 196 minus 100. Because this one plus plus pindah sana jadi minus. So let's tekan 425 minus 100 minus 196. My calculator give me positive 129. So yeah, there you have it. That's the answer. And I think this one cannot kecilkan really, right? Okay, can I simplify this? 21, 21, 90. Okay, can lah. Can divide by 3, right? Yeah, let's do everything divide by 3. And also at the same time, try to write the 0 back to the right side. Okay, so let's do that. Divide by 3. Yeah, all these number can divide by 3. So 7x square, divide 3, 7y square, divide 3, 30x. Okay, 144 divide 3. 3 times 4 is 12. And then 24, 8, yeah, 48. And then this one also can divide by 3. 3 times 4, 43. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, and at the same time also the 0 I will write back to the right hand side. Okay, so there you have it. That's the answer for the locus. That's the equation of locus answer. Okay, sudah siap. This is worth 10 marks. That's all. Okay, kita sudah masuk bahagian C sekarang. So bahagian C ada 4 soalan, jawab 2 soalan, and it's also the 2 soalan will be worth 10 marks. Okay, but in this video I will, since I'm doing this video to help you study, I will do 3 of the soalan. I will do 3 questions. I will not do the kinematics. Yeah. So later I'll skip the kinematic question, right? But the other 3 questions I will do it. Okay. Okay, let's go with number 12. This is obviously the solution of triangle 1. So from 4, chapter 10. Okay. Chapter 9, sorry. Chapter 10 is index. Chapter 9. This one is the segi tiga one. Okay, let's go. Diagram 6.1 shows the triangle cardboard MFH. Okay, this is a triangle and they already say it's a cardboard. Okay, A, based on diagram 6.1, derive the cosine rule formula for side MH. Where is MH? So it's this side. Okay. So let's write down the cosine rule formula first. So the cosine rule formula is like this. Wait, I shouldn't write here. Okay, I need space. Okay, I write up here. The cosine rule formula is A square equals B square plus C square minus 2BC cos big A. Okay. And the A square is the side. This one is the side, and then it will always be opposite the angle. Okay. Yeah. So they want to find for side MH, right? So instead of A square, it will be F square already. Because it's because the A they use F, right? And instead of B square plus C square, it will be M square plus H square. Okay. And then minus 2BC will be minus 2MH. And then cos A will not be cos A already, it will be cos F already. Yeah, cos angle F, right? So I'll just write here cos angle F, right? So this is the formula we are trying to derive, right? But we can't just write this and then stop there, cannot, because they said derive. Derive means they want you to prove the formula or like show them how you get this formula. Okay, you have to derive. Okay, Let's talk about how to derive the cosine rule formula. Okay, this cosine rule formula actually come from Pythagoras theorem. Do you realize this part of the formula looks very similar to the Pythagoras theorem? A square plus B square equals C square, something like that, or A square equals B square, like that. It's like, but the Pythagoras theorem also is like that, right? But we all know the Pythagoras theorem can only used when it's a right angle triangle. When it's a right angle triangle, right? Right angle triangle means other 90 degree. You tell me this triangle other 90 degree, tak ada, betul? So this formula actually, this cosine rule actually come from Pythagoras theorem, and we will use Pythagoras theorem to prove this formula later. So, but Pythagoras theorem can only work in the right angle triangle, but this is not a right angle. Dia tak ada 90 degree. So macam mana nak jadikan dia ada 90 degree? I will cut this triangle. I will cut it here, and I will cut it vertical down like that. Okay, I will draw a line like that, and this line will be the shortest distance from M to HF. In other words, this is the perpendicular distance from M to this line, and it will be 90 degree here. Okay, yeah, because I want it to be 90 degree, that's why I have to go straight like that. So now you can see this M is no longer M already, because it's already cut in two portion, from here to here and from here to here. Okay, so the whole line is M. The whole line is M. But if I cut it here, then it separates into two portions. And since I don't know the length here, I'll just call it X for now. Okay, I'll just call it X for now. Okay. So what happens to this side of the line? Okay, the X is from here to here, right? But what happens to from here to here? It's no longer M already. It's M minus X. It's M minus X. Because the whole line is M. So M minus X to get here, M minus X, right? And now you can see there's two right angle triangle, and I will do Pythagoras theorem for both triangle. Okay, so let me tell you what is the hard part of derive punya soalan. So for this type of question, yang dia suruh derive proof, the difficult part is the first few steps. Okay, because you have to remember the first few steps. That's the hard part about proving, about deriving. Yeah. Then what's the easy part? The easy part is you already know the answer will be this. Okay. Yeah, for proving question, derive question, you already know the answer already, even before you do it. You already know this is your answer, right? The hard part is like how to get started. So what you have to remember, guys, is you have to memorize lah. Memorize the first few steps. Okay. Yeah, because that's the hard part, is to remember how to start. Yeah, how to start. You actually know how it will end already. It will end at it will end like that. Okay, you already know it will end like that. Okay, is the hard part is like students don't know how to start, right? So so you remember, for cosine rule, it starts from Pythagoras theorem, and you have to cut the triangle into two right angle and do Pythagoras. Okay, the first triangle is this one. So the Pythagoras theorem says what? The longest side square is the other two side square add together. So F square is equals to this side. Okay, but this side you can call it T for now lah. Usually I will call it H because it's the height of the triangle, but there's already a H here, so I don't want to use H. So let's use another alphabet T. For T for thingy lah. So the longer side F square will be T square plus with the side here, which is M minus X square. And you can expand this thing, right? So it becomes F square equals T square plus, when you expand this, you will get M square minus 2mx plus X square. Because M square is M square, and then M times negative X times 2 is negative 2mx, and then plus X square, right? But don't forget, this X is not inside the formula. Okay? Yeah, it's not inside the formula. The formula we want to prove only have FMH only. We only have FMH, right? Don't have T, don't have X, but it's okay. So we stop here first, right? Stop here and then do Pythagoras theorem for the other triangle. For the other triangle. So the other triangle is this one. Same also, use Pythagoras theorem. The longest side H square equals to T square plus X square, right? And as you can see, we can actually sub, because this one is X square, this one is plus T square, right? So you can actually find out T square here and then sub inside. Or you want to find X square, sub inside also can, right? Okay. But I will find out T square. Okay, I'll find T square. Okay? And this is good actually, because when I find T square from here, it will be H square minus X square. And if I sub this one inside, do you realize your equation don't have T already. Okay. And memang you punya formula tak ada T. You punya formula ada F, M, H saja. So you want it to have F, M, and H, right? So when you sub like that, you actually your formula have H already. But sir, what about the X? That one later. That one later. Okay. That one later we think about it. So now it become F square equals, okay, the T go in. So H square minus X square bracket, and then plus M square minus 2mx plus X square. Okay, the bracket actually you can just erase it. Yeah, it's not that important because before the bracket dia tak ada plus minus. Kalau dia ada minus, then you have to be careful. Tapi kalau nothing here, then you can just erase it. And then after you erase it, you realize this one and this one can cut. Negative x square plus x square is 0. Okay. And then now it will be h square plus m square, but I will write it m square plus h square. But it's the same lah. Okay, it's the same, right? And you can see it's like almost similar with the cosine rule formula here already. Okay, and then h square plus m square, and then minus what? 2mx, right? Okay, we're almost there already, right? We're almost there already, but it's still not the same. It's still not the same. Oops, what happened? Okay, so this one is f square equals m square plus h square. This one also same, but this one is minus 2mx, but this one is minus 2m h cos angle f. That means this x, we have to get rid of the x. We have to get rid of the x. So how do you get rid of the x? Is you have to try to find find out find another equation involving x in terms of f, m, or h. Understand? So I repeat one more time. You don't want the x, right? So you want to find another equation which is x in terms of h or m or f, right? So that later the x can sub inside lah. And how you do that? All right, let's go and find x. So if you look at this, which one is x? This one, right? This is x, right? So definitely you'll be using this triangle, right? And if you look at the formula, you know already, you want it to have cos, right? So definitely you will go cos f, which is this angle, and use the cos f formula lah. The reason I know this is because I know the answer already. I just have to look at the answer because the answer will actually give me some clue and it will help me and tell me what I need to do. So obviously you want it to have cos f, so obviously you'll do cos f using this triangle. So it'll be adjacent of hypotenuse because cos so ka to. So ka toa. So cos is ka. So the adjacent will be x. The hypotenuse will be small h. And the angle f is first quadrant, so it will be positive. Because first quadrant, everything positive. So x over h, right? But don't forget, we want it the x to be single. We want to find x in terms of f and h. So what you can do, pindah. So it becomes h times cos f. And there you have it. This is the equation I'm looking for to sub inside. So f square equals m square plus h square minus 2m. For the x, it will be h cos f, h cos angle f. And if it's a bracket, means if it's a times relation lah, and you can just remove the bracket. And as you can see, this is exactly same with the cosine rule. Okay, so if it's already the same, then it's already that means I'm done lah. So I can write the word derived. Okay, so for derive or proving punya question, you all need to make sure you remember the first step. Okay, that's the hard part. The difficult part is how to start, right? The easy part is how to end because you already know the answer already. For derive proving, you usually know the answer one, right? So you just have to remember how to start. Like the first few steps, you have to memorize, remember it, because if you can remember that, then the rest you can do already. Okay, that's all. Soalan B. Okay, this is a 3D question. Yeah, it's a solution of triangle, but it's a 3D question. Okay, let's go. The cardboard is placed into a cuboid as shown in diagram 6.2. So I think they are referring to this triangle. Yeah, this is the cardboard, I think. And then cuboid is the whole 3D shape lah. Okay, they got give us some panjang here, 5, and then 9, 12. So we have the length, panjang, and the width, lebar, and the 5 tinggi, height. Okay, given that M is the midpoint of side AB, immediately go here, put 2 lines like that. Because midpoint means sama panjang. So this is 12, this is 12, so this is 6, 6. Okay. Okay, soalan number 1, cari angle MFH. Where is it? MFH. Okay, so it's talking about this angle right here. Okay, let me draw out the triangle. Actually, no need to draw out lah. I'll just use this one. Okay, so how do you find this angle? All right, let's see what information I have on this triangle. Do I have any information I have? This side tak ada, this side tak ada, this side tak ada, this sudut tak ada, this sudut tak ada. Okay, nothing I have. Okay, I don't have any information on this triangle. None of the angle I have, none of the side I have. So this is a big problem, because if I don't have anything, I cannot use sine rule, I cannot use cosine rule to find this sudut, right? So I think my job now is to try to fill up this triangle with information. Okay, that's my job now, is try to fill up this triangle with information. So let's think harder, how can I find uh information for this triangle? So as you can see, they got given some lines, right? This one 12, 9, 5, 6, but this is not the side of triangle. This is like the side of the cuboid, right? But you can see, even though this is 12, this is 9, you can see you can find the HF using these two sides. Because if this is a cuboid, all the corner would be 90 degree. So even though this doesn't look like 90 degree, even though this doesn't look like 90 degree, but it's 90 degree. The reason why it doesn't look like 90 is because it's a 3D shape lah. Yeah, and you are looking at it from a how to say, from a side view. That's why it doesn't look like 90, but it's a 90 degree. So you can use Pythagoras theorem to find HF. So HF is square root 12 square plus 9 square. Okay. Why plus is because you are finding the longest side, which is the side that is opposite the 90 degree. The part 90 degree, that's the longest side. So you get 15 cm here. So I can label here 15. And also this side also we can find it, because this will be 90 degree also, because this is the corner of the rectangle. So this one also, MF square root 5 square plus 6 square. That gives you 7.810. Yeah, 7.810. Yeah, I'll usually write in four significant figures. So 7.810. And I will also label it here in the diagram. Okay. And one more side is the MH, but is there any way for me to find it? Yes. So after finding all three sides, then I will use cosine rule to find this angle. Yeah, it's the only way actually. Because we can't find this angle. Yeah, the angle memang tak ada cara untuk cari. Yeah, but we can find all three sides. So we will use cosine rule lah. When you have all three sides, you want to find the angle, you can use cosine rule. Okay, but let's find the MH side first. Okay, let me tell you how to find MH. You will use Pythagoras theorem also, but the way you cut it is like this. I will draw a line like that, and then like that, and this would be 90. Excuse me, it will be 90. Yeah, it will be 90, definitely one. Because from H to A is on the same plane, is on the same rectangle. So when you tarik like that, tarik like that, tarik like that, this will be 90. Okay, and you can see this is 6, and this line right here is, wait, hold on a minute. What is this line? Actually, we don't know, right? But it's okay. This line will be same with this line. Betul lah? Because it's like here and here, right? It means this is 9, 5. This one is also 9, 5. So to get this line, I will do Pythagoras theorem, 9 square plus 5 square. And then square root like that. And let's see what I get here. 10.295. So four significant figure is 10.30. So this one, but this is not the one I want. I want the HM line. So for the HM will be square root 10.30 square, which is this one, plus with 6 square to get this, right? Yeah, that's what I will do. Okay, so now let's press this. I will use the answer button. For more accurate answer, I will use the answer button. Okay, my calculator give me 11.916, so 11.92 lah. Okay, now all three sides of the triangle. Now let's try to find sudut angle MFH. So MFH is referring to this. Okay, let me tell you, you should use cosine rule formula. Yeah, because for sine rule, you need to have the opposite of what you want and a complete pair. Yeah, and there's no complete pair here. This one tak ada pair, this one tak ada pair, and you only have the opposite of what you want. So it's not enough information to use sine rule. But you can use cosine rule. Because when you have all three sides, you want to find any angle inside, you can find cosine rule. So the cosine rule formula is a square equals b square plus c square minus 2bc cos a. Okay. And the small a represent the side. Okay. But which side? There's three sides. Okay. Look at the one, the pan angle. Okay. the side you have to write here has to be always depan angle, depan sudut. So depan sudut, which sudut you want to find? This one, right? Depan sudut, so 11.92 square. And then this one will be the other two side. 15 square plus 7.810 square minus 2 BC, so 15, 7.810. And then cos big A will be the cos F, right? Yeah, this one nothing to explain, just masuk formula saja. Okay, okay, let's not write MFH lah. Because the soalan tanya macam ni, right? So I'll just follow how the Christian write it. Okay, now, how do you find it? Okay, I will cut it here. This one pindah sini, this one pindah sini, like that, right? So I will tekan 11.92 square minus 15 square minus 7.810 square. So it will be negative 143.9097. Okay. And then left with negative 2 times 15 times 7.810 on this side. So this one you press lah. 2 times 15 times 7.81. Negative 234.3. And then cos MFH. Okay. And then now, if you want to find cos MFH, you will take this one, divide this one. Okay, negative divide negative is positive. And then the value is 0.6142. Positive, positive 0.6142. Now you shift cos, then you will get the MFH angle. So it will be 52 degree 6 minutes. That's the answer. Okay, just want to mention one thing. When you tekan shift sine, shift cos, shift tangent, there's actually two answers. Okay, this one is shift cos positive. So add sugar to coffee. Cos positive is quadrant 1 and quadrant 4. So there's actually another answer at quadrant 4. And to get that answer, you have to take 360 minus this one. But it's not possible for this angle to be quadrant 4 because quadrant 4 means your angle is more than 270 already. But the inside a triangle tiga sudut ni tambah kena dapat 180. So it's not logic if you say this angle is 200 lebih, betul? So that is why we reject the fourth quadrant answer. Okay, I won't even write it. Okay, yeah, that's why. But it's still important to know this because in trigonometry, yeah, in trigonometry chapter, you will actually write the other answer if they want 0 until 2 pi. Okay. But in solution of triangle, if the angle is inside the triangle, then yeah, we will not take quadrant 4 punya lah. Okay, that's all. Now we do second question. It is given that triangle M prime F prime H prime has a different shape from triangle MFH. So this is definitely ambiguous case. Yeah, confirm. So I will look at the MFH here, and they say there's a new triangle M prime F prime H prime. It has a different shape, and such that M prime F prime and MF kena sama panjang, M prime H prime and MH equal, and then angle M prime H prime F prime equals to angle MHF, and then sketch the new triangle M prime F prime H prime. Okay, I'll tell you right straight away. This is ambiguous case. So they want the M prime F prime panjang to be maintained. So this panjang have to maintain. So let's use a highlight to remember that. And then MH panjang also have to be maintained, right? And then the sudut at H also cannot change. So the sudut here has to be fixed, right? So if the sudut here has to be fixed, it means you can't move these two lines lah. Because if you move these two lines, the angle here will change. So you actually have to move this line, right? And you have to move it like this. Yeah, you have to move it to here so that the F prime is here. Okay. Uh, Wait, let me think. Yeah, because this angle is acute angle, and then these two line cannot move. This line have to move. So the point F move to here. F prime like that. So this is your new triangle. Yeah, that's the only way. Okay. Okay, so now that you know the new one, now we can sketch. Alright, I'll sketch here. Second question A. So let's draw the original triangle first. The original triangle is like this. And then this one very short one, and then this one very long. Okay, like that. And then what happens? This line actually go until here, right? But they already say this length have to be maintained, right? The MF line panjang kena sama. That is why we cannot panjangkan the line or pendekkan the line. That's why you have to make sure it's same sama panjang and then move until here. Okay. And now this one becomes shorter already, and that is the answer. M prime, F prime, H prime. And this angle is more than 90. Yeah, it's an obtuse angle. Okay, it's an obtuse angle. Okay, that's how you sketch. Now, what about next question? Hence, calculate the area of M prime, F prime, H prime. Means they want to find the area of this triangle. So let's put in some information, because if you want to find area, you need two sides and one included angle. Because the formula for area is 1 over 2 AB sine C. So let's see whether if I have any panjang here. So most of the time when you're doing ambiguous case, you can transfer the information from the original triangle, because this two side is sama panjang. So this will be isosceles, and you will always, if you have these two angles, you can find the other angle here, right? So do you have that? Yes, because MFH is 52 degrees 6 minutes. So if this is 52 degree, this is also 52 degrees 6 minutes. And the other side will be 180 minus. So what is 180 minus 127 degree 54 minutes? Okay. Wait, actually the question got uh yeah, actually they got asked to find also. I tak baca sini. Find F prime, M prime, H prime. So I should write down angle F prime, M prime, H prime. So F prime, M prime, H prime, where is that? Oh, up here. Okay, so I actually don't have that angle. So how do you find that? Okay, I have some panjang here. The 7.81, right? 7.810 is here. This one is also 7.81. And then what other information I have? This line I also have 11.92. And then the 15, okay, 15 is the whole panjang. And then what about here? Do I have this? No, I don't have. And what is the sudut they want me to find? Yang atas ini, right? So how do you find that? Okay, I think you have to find out this angle first. You cannot find this angle straight away. Even though this is the final answer, this is what they want us to find, but I cannot find this. You know why? Because I don't have the opposite. Yeah, I don't have the opposite. But it's possible to find this first. Because I have the opposite, which is 7.81, and I also have one complete pair. So this is a perfect time to use sine rule. Okay, so this one I'll leave it first. I will find out this. So I will use sine rule formula actually. Sine which angle? M prime, H prime, F prime. So M prime, H prime, F prime over, okay, what's the opposite side? 7.810 equals to the complete pair, which is sine 127 degree 54 minutes over 11.92. So now I press sine angle M prime, H prime, F prime equals, okay, now take this one, bahagi this one, darab this one. Okay, you wait for me. I press calculator. Okay, divide 11.92 times 7.81. Okay, my calculator give me 0.5170. So that is the answer here. Now shift sign answer. After shift sign answer, baru 180 minus. Okay, shift sign answer. 31 degree 7 minutes, but you have to plus 1 because belakang sudah more than 30. So 31 degree 8 minutes. Okay, now this angle MH prime, this one is 31 degree 8 minutes. But the question asks for the angle atas. So I have to take 180 minus. So angle what? H prime, M prime, F prime equals 180 minus this. Wait, I forget to mention something. I forget to mention something. Whenever you tekan shift sign here, there's two answers. One at quadrant 1, one at quadrant 2. Because add sugar to coffee, and this one is shift sign positive number, so quadrant 1, quadrant 2. But why I never write the quadrant 2 answer is because if you look at this angle, you know that it's clearly quadrant 1 angle. If this is quadrant 2, then tak logic already. Because this angle is already quadrant 2. So the other two angles should be in quadrant 1. That is why I never take the quadrant 2 answer. But it's still important to know this because sometimes they want the quadrant 2 answer. So remember, after you can shift sign, always double check and see the angle inside the triangle whether it's a quadrant 1 or quadrant 2. Okay, you have to check this. Ada soalan yang dia akan ask, they want the quadrant 2 answer. Okay, now I press this minus this one to get the angle atas sini lah. Okay, I got uh 20 degree, 58 minutes. Okay, wait, let me check one more time. Yeah, 20 degree, 58 minutes. So that is the answer, 20 degree, 58 minutes. And let's double check what they asked for. F prime, M prime, H prime. Yeah lah, correct lah. Same thing lah, H prime, this one is the same. F prime, M prime, H prime is the same as H prime, M prime, F prime. It means the pseudo is at M prime. So yeah, correct. Okay, that's the first part. Second part is area of the M prime, F prime, H prime. Means the area of this triangle. Okay, if you want to find the area of this triangle, you have to use the formula 1/2 AB sine C. The AB will be any two sides, and then C has to be the included angle, right? So I will continue from here. Area of segitiga triangle. Okay, how they call it? M prime. Okay, so M prime, F prime, H prime equals 1/2 AB sine C. Okay, the AB I can use these two sides. 11.92, 7.810, and then the included angle just use the 20 degree 58 lah. Okay, 11.92, and then this one is 7.810, and then the sine is 20 degree 58 minute. Okay, and then equal, now press calculator. Okay, 0.5, which is 1/2 times 11.92 times 7.81. Okay, I'm pressing, and then times sine 20 degree 58 minute, close bracket. Okay, my calculator give me 16.655. If you write in 4 cm figure, it's 16.66. Okay, remember to write cm square because this is area. Okay, sudah siap. Itulah jawapan dia. Okay, this is how you get 10 marks for this question. So that's all. Let's continue. Okay, number 13. Okay, this one is from 5 chapter 7. Okay, it's called linear programming and it's worth 10 marks. And this is a graph question, so I'll be using a graph paper later. Okay, let's start. Moose wants to sell two types of his crepe. Table 3 shows information relating to the two types of crisp. So you have type P, type Q. XY represents the number of packet. One packet costs 4 ringgit. One packet Y, packet Q costs Y, 2 ringgit 50 cent, and this is the selling price. Okay, usually when I teach this question, the linear programming, I will always tell students to write down the arrow. But actually, this one no need already because they already write for me already. So this P will be arrow X, Y will be arrow, and they also put the tajuk for me already. Okay, but usually I will do this myself because not all questions give you this table. Okay, but this one they give me, so it's like easy for me. Okay, so one X is the number of packet of P, but the one packet cost price is 4. Okay, what is cost? Cost is the buying price. Do you know what is buying price? It means this guy named Moose, he want to sell. He want to sell, but first, if you want to sell, you need to buy it somewhere first, right? So that's, and when he buy it, this is the buying price lah, 4 ringgit. So what is cost? Buying price. Okay, buying price. So the buying price for one packet is 4 ringgit. But since he buy X amount of packet, then it will the total buying price will be 4x. And then the total buying price for this will be 2.5 times Y like that, right? But what about this? Okay, this one is selling price, and you can see this guy he buy for 4 ringgit, but he sell 10 ringgit one packet. Yeah, because he want to earn money Takkan he buy 4 ringgit, but he sell 4 ringgit also. If he sell like that, then no profit already. Okay? So he sell for 10 ringgit to earn some profit. So the total profit will be 10x. 10 is just for one packet. Okay, so you have to times x to get the total profit, and then 7 also times y. Okay, so this one is the selling price. Okay, now for A, Moose has 125 ringgit to buy the two types of crisps. So 125 is like the budget lah. It's like the amount yang dia nak spend untuk beli. So write an inequality to represent this constraint. So 125 is the total buying price lah. Okay, because you will only spend this amount to buy. Okay, so what is the total buying price? 4x plus 2.5y. But they already say it's an inequality. Inequality means ke tak samaan. So it's either bigger or smaller. So this one I'll tell you is a smaller or equals 125. Why? Because 125 ringgit is the amount that he is only willing to spend. He's not willing to spend more than this. So it's only willing to spend 125 or maybe less than 125. So it's like this is the budget. That's why it's smaller equals. right? It means this is the maximum amount that he's willing to spend lah. Okay, that's all. 1 mark. Got it. B, the shaded region on the graph on page 150 represents the second constraint. Write an inequality to represent the constraint. Okay, let's look at the shaded region in page 150. So this is page 150. Oh, they already draw one inequality for me and they even shade the region. So they want me to write the inequality, right? But do you know if you want to write the inequality, you have to find out the equation of the line first, right? But we already know it will be bigger later because the shaded region is atas garisan or bawah garisan? Atas, right? So later confirm you write bigger and it will be bigger equals because this is not a dash line, it's a solid line. So it will be bigger equals. But let's find out the equation now. It's quite easy. Find the gradient. Okay, the gradient I can use the other gradient formula, the second gradient formula, negative y-intercept over x-intercept. So it will be negative 20 over 20, which is negative 1. So definitely the gradient will be negative 1. So y equals mx plus c, so negative 1x plus c will be plus 20 lah, because the y-intercept is 20. So this is the equation. But if we want to convert to inequality, we have to write bigger or equals, because the shaded region is atas garisan ni, right? So y bigger equals negative x plus 20 is the answer. And why you have to put the line is because they draw using solid line, right? But let me tell you something. This B question, they only ask to write inequality, right? But there is one type of question yang lagi susah punya. Dia akan suruh cari, buat apa tahu? Dia akan suruh convert this into a sentence. It means they want you to write in this form, like that. Write in like this. But for B lah, it means they already shade the region nicely for you. And then you have to convert the region, write it in a they won't ask you to write inequality. They will ask you to write a sentence or write a story. Okay, for that type of question, then you have to pindah, maybe you have to pindah the negative x to here, become x plus y bigger 20, and then you have to write total number of packets of P and Q have to be at least 20. Something like, you faham maksud saya kan? It means if they ask for you to write in mathematical sentence lah. Write a sentence to describe. If they ask to write a sentence to describe the inequality, then you have to do that. But this question no need. They only ask for inequality, so that's the answer. Okay. If they ask to write a sentence, then maybe I will pindah jadi positive and then convert the x y jadi balik type P type Q, and then the bigger equals maybe I will write at least or minimum or something like that. Okay. And then x plus y I have to write the word sum, the total, something like that. Okay. Okay, but this one no need. Okay, but I just mentioning it because pernah ada soalan macam ni dekat trial. Okay, soalan C. Number of packet of P sold is less than 3 over 2 number of packet Q sold. So I can write the inequality from here. So let's write it now. What is it? Number of P, number of packet of P. So number of packet of P is X lah. So X less than means the symbol is like that. Less than 3 over 2. Okay, 3 over 2 times with number of packet of Q sold. Number of packet of Q sold is Y. So this is the third inequality. And for the third inequality, tak ada line bawah. Because they say less than, right? So we will not put the line bawah. And if the other line bawah means it will not be a solid line. It will be a dash line later. Dash line means the garisan will kena putus. Okay, on page 150, construct and label the region R which satisfy all the constraint and x bigger 0, y bigger 0. Okay, I already look at the graph just now and I already know they already draw one line for me. So I just draw another two lines, right? But before drawing line, we first need to find the coordinate first. Without coordinate, how you supposed to draw the line if you don't have the coordinate? So the first line we need to draw 4x plus 2.5y equals 125. For now, I will not look at the smaller bigger first. Okay, because now I'm trying to draw the line. Nanti bila saya nak lorek, when I want to shade the region, then only I look at the smaller bigger sign. Okay, now I'll find some coordinates here. You want to draw a table also can, but usually I'll just put bracket like that and then ganti x0 y0 lah. Alright, when I sub x0, my y will be 125 divide 2.5. So you press this, what you're gonna get? T. Okay, now let's try to sub y0. Okay, if y is 0, 0 times 2.5 is 0, so my x will be 125 divided 4. But if you press this, you will get decimal 31.25. And it's not a very good point because 31.25, yeah, it's like quite hard to find it. So let's try to choose another point. Okay, so how do you find another point? All right, let's not use this point because you end up with a decimal, right? And also You want your graph later to be, you want it to be very accurate, because later when you do part D, you will use the shaded region to do the part D. So if your line is not accurate or is like a bit different with the schema, then it will affect your answer. Okay, so I will recommend choose another point. So what you do is you can try to jadikan X single or Y single first. So let's jadikan X single. So X single means what? 125. Okay, plus 2.5 pindah jadi minus 2.5y, and then times 4 jadi divide 4. And then for this bracket, you just figure out what to put for the y. And if you look at your y-axis, actually there's a lot of number you can put. 50, 40, 45. But we already know the first point is 0, 50. Right? We already know the first one is 0, 50. So I will not put y50 already, because I already know what will happen if I put y50. It will get x0, right? So let's try to find some, put somewhere down here, maybe 5, 10, or 15, and see what happens. And you can try with 10. You can try with 10. And as you can see, if you try with 10, 2.5 times 10, 25. 125 minus 25 is 100. 100 divided 4, 25. So you actually end up with a decent point. Okay, but it's not 10, 25. It's 25, 10. Tengok betul-betul. 10 is the y. Ini baru x. Okay, if you write 10, 25 is wrong. Okay, it's 25, 10. So now you have the 2 points already, 0, 50, 25, 10. So you can draw this line. So 0, where is it? 0, 50 here, okay. And then the other one is 25, 10. So 25, 10 duduk mana? Duduk sini, 25, 10. So this is the point. But I will not stop here. I will kasih panjangkan. Okay. So just make sure the other passes through 25, 10, which is here. Right? And also write the equation. So what is the equation of this line? 4x plus 2.5y equals 125. Okay, that is the line. And we use solid line because dia ada garis bawah macam tu. Okay, there's a line down here, means you have to use solid line. Okay, now for the second inequality. Okay, this one no need to draw already. They already draw for me, right? Yeah, they already draw it on the graph. So this is the only one left. X equals 3 over 2y. Okay. Okay, now you have to find points. Same thing, find 2 points. Because this is a second line. Kalau the other y, other x means it's a second line. So you can ganti x0 first. Okay, when x is 0, your y will be 0 divided 3 over 2, which is 0. So your first point will just be 0, 0. But the other point, takkanlah you ganti y0. You will get x0 also. So you will ganti another point lah. So use the same method I show you. Jadikan x or y single. Okay, tak payah you punya x sudah single. So you just think about what you want to put at the y lah. Okay, let's plot the first point first. 0, 0. So 0, 0 is here. Okay. But for the other point, I need to ganti y dalam equation, right? So you can maybe choose somewhere up here. Maybe 50 or 45 or 40. Anything. Anything. So let's try 50. Okay. So if you ganti 50, let's see what happens. 50 times 3, 150, divide 2, 75. So it means your x get 75. So your point was 75, 50 or 50, 75? 75, 50. And let's check whether you can plot this or not. 75, 50. Not possible. Not possible, because 75, your x until 35 only, right? So change another point lah. Change another point lah. Okay, so since this is too big already, if you ganti y 75 is too big, I mean when you ganti y 30, 50, y 50 is too big, then I go small a bit. Maybe I go 20 or 30 also can. Okay, let's try 30. Y 30. Okay. Okay, let's see 30. Okay, 30 times 3 is 90. 90 divided 2 is 45. Yeah, boleh. So x is 45. So 45, 30 lah. Not 30, 45. 45, 30. X is 45. Y baru 30. So let's go to 0, 0, 45, 30 and join. 45 also cannot. Oh my god, too big already. Because your x until 35 only. Okay, kurangkan lagi. So 30 tak boleh lah. So 30 kurang lagi sikit apa? 20 lah. Okay, 20. And also 20 can divide 2. 20 divided 2 is 10. 10 times 3 is 30. Okay, this one can already. 30, 10. So 0, 0, 30, 10. Ini okay, ini okay. 30, 10 dekat sini. Okay, now join. But this time you have to use dotted line. Dash line. Dotted line ataupun dash line. Okay, let me just draw using solid line first. And then now I will use dash line. Black color. Okay, let's go. So like that. Dash line. Dash line. Dash line. Dash line. dash line. Okay, this will take some time, so you bear with me, wait for me. So dash line, 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 dash line. Okay, done. This red color line needs to go. Bye bye. Okay, bye bye. Okay. And the equation for this, x equals 3 over 2y. Okay, now we are done with all the three lines. Now it's time to shade the region. Okay, but they actually never say shade the region. They just say construct and label the region R. So I don't think I have to shade. I'll just write the R at the region. So so the R could be here. It could be here also. It could be here also. It could be here. It could be here. It could be here. Only one of these is correct. So if you want to know which one is the R, you have to look at the symbol lah, bigger or smaller. Okay, we know it's not these two. We know it's not these two. Confirm. You know why? Because you remember they already shade the second inequality for me. It's here, right? So you know it's not these two already, right? Yeah, because they already shade atas here for me. So it's definitely won't be here. So it's either one of these. So let's look at the first inequality again and see bigger or smaller. Okay, before you tengok bigger smaller, you have to make sure the y is positive dulu. After you tengok y positive, baru tengok daripada y. So the y is positive now, and if tengok dari y is smaller. That means you have to ambil bawah garisan ini. Okay, but bawah garisan yang ni lah, 4x 2.5y. So let's go to the 4x 2.5y and then ambil bawah garisan ni. So 4x 2.5y is this garisan. So if I ambil bawah, which r I have to erase? This one and this one. Because you have to ambil bawah the red color line. So it has to be R here or here lah. This, okay. And let me tell you, you don't have to look at the second inequality. Because the second inequality is bigger, right? Y positive bigger. And now you understand, right? Why I said because Y bigger, Y negative x plus 20 is this line. So now you understand why I erased the R, these two R, right? Yeah, because it has to be atas garisan ni. Okay, so it's either this or this. So I will go to the third one. X smaller than 3 over 2y. Okay, walaupun dia smaller, tapi you kena ambil bigger punya kawasan. You kena ambil atas garisan. Because you have to check, tengok dari y positive. So your y is already positive, so you have to tengok from this side. In other words, if you flip this, it become 3 over 2y bigger than x. Right? If your y is on the left hand side positive, it will be bigger. Okay? But that's why you have to ambil atas garisan. Okay? Just remember, always make sure y is positive and then tengok dari y. If your y negative, then you pindah to the other side. And then tengok from the other side. Okay, this one is y here. So tengok dari sini. If your eyes put here, this symbol actually become bigger. Right? So that's why kena ambil atas garisan x equals 3 over 2y. So garisan x equals 3 over 2y is the dotted line, is the dash line. So ambil atas, right? So now I know which one is my R lah. So this one erase. Okay, this one is my R. So that's your answer. Okay, I sudah siap C. Now it's time to do D. Let's go. Use the graph constructed in C to answer the following question. Yeah, actually, more specific is they want the shaded region. You should use the shaded region. Yeah, they will always ask like that one. After they ask you to shade the region, then the next part is use the shaded region to find minimum or maximum profit, whatever. Okay, number one, state the maximum number of packet P. Okay, I still remember P is X. So if they say maximum of P means find X maximum lah. But if they want to find X, they need to give me Y. So let's see. If 12 packets of Q were sold, so this 12 is the Y. So when Y goes to 12, find the X maximum. Okay, use the shaded region from the graph. So Y equals 12, right? So pergi Y axis cari 12. Okay, dekat mana? Okay, let's use red color. Okay, 12. Uh, 10 is here. Plus 2 kotak is 11. Plus 2 kotak is 12. So this is 12. And then draw a dotted line until you reach the maximum. Okay, if you reach here, this is the minimum. Okay, they want the X maximum. So you have to tarik until the last contact point with the shaded region. So remember, this is your shaded region. This one, this one, this one, this one. So your maximum is like tarik, kena tarik lagi lah. Okay, so let's continue going until you reach here. Oh, it's actually, oh my God, it's at the awkward position. Okay, it's okay. Don't panic, don't panic. So let's look at this more clearly. So this one, right, is in the middle. Okay, tak apa, tak apa, tak apa, tak apa. Let's see berapa dia bagi dulu. So it's here. Okay, so huh, interesting. Y equals to 12. Y equals to 12. Wait, did I draw the wrong line? What happens here? Hmm. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Junhao, wake up. This is 3010. No, right? Oh my God. What are you doing, Junhao? Okay, this one I ganti Y20, right? So 20 times 3 over 2 is 30. So X is 30 lah. But the Y coordinate, why I write 10? I mistake lah because I thought this one cut become 10. But no, this is 20. Because originally I sub 20. So this should be 10, 20. So sorry. So that means I have to erase which part? The dotted line. Okay. So this one I have to erase also. Okay. Okay, but it's okay. I betulkan this line first. So this will be 30, 20. I plot at 30, 10. So it should be here baru betul. Okay. So the line should be like this. Okay. Yeah, this black color line is wrong. Okay, it's okay. Let me just betulkan myself. Okay. This is how it is. Okay, use dotted line because dia tak ada garis bawah kan. Okay, ini baru betul. And this equation is x equals 3 over 2y. And of course, I have to erase the wrong one. This is the wrong one. This is the wrong point. And all this line also, I have to remove it. So, bye-bye. Go away. Okay, this will take some time. So, you wait for me. Okay. I don't know how long I've been doing this already. I feel like this video will be like 4.5 hours or something. Yeah, it takes time. The paper two videos, it takes a lot of time. But it's okay. Let's finish it. It's almost done already. Okay, the red color line also needs to go. Okay, this line. Okay, finally. So come again. Where is the maximum? So oh, by the way, the shaded region is still here. Yeah, even though I draw the wrong line, but it's still this inequality is still ambil atas. So the shaded region is still R. Okay, the only thing wrong is the line punya I look at the line at the wrong place. But the shaded region is correctly. So where do you think is the maximum X? So remember I tarik from here, right? 12. So I tarik from here. Okay, this is when it first touches the shaded region. Okay, but I want maximum. So you have to go until the last time dear sentuh shaded region, which is here. Yeah, this is where dear sentuh. And if you tarik bawah, you will get 18. Yeah, so if you tarik until here, you will get 18, right? But you can't take this point. You know why? Because this is a dashed line. And if it's a dashed line, that means what? It means the symbol is either smaller or bigger. It's not bigger sama dengan or smaller sama dengan. It means it has to be like you cannot take the points on the dash line. So you have to take the point before here, right? So what you have to do is you have to not take this. Okay. So because it's a dash line. Okay, so you can't take point yang dekat dash line. So you have to take this one before lah. So what is before 18? 17.5, but you can't take 17.5, right? So if you take from here, it'll be 18, right? But what if you take from here? It'll be 17.5. But wait, this one is number of packet of potato crisps. So how can the packet of potato chip will be 17.5? So it has to be whole number. Cannot have it has to be integer. So we have to take 17 actually. So this is the point that we must take, right? So actually this is the answer, which is 17. Okay. So remember, you cannot take the point that is on the how to say on the dotted line, the dash line. Okay. So okay, this one is my mistake earlier. So let me just erase it quickly. Yeah, this is the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, this is how it looks like. Okay. Okay, actually this one you should use dotted line. Okay, but I'll just use dash line to make the process faster. So I repeat one more time. When y equals 12, if you tarik until here, baru tarik, you get 18. But it's a dash line. If it's a dash line, you cannot take the point on the dash line. Okay, yeah, because the dash line means what? The dash line means bigger or smaller, right? Okay, in this case, it's bigger lah. So you have to take you still have to take x12, but you have to take before here. But before here is 17.5, but bilangan tak boleh ada point, right? Bilangan packet, so you take 17. Okay, so go to your answer and write x maximum 17. Okay, now we continue with C2. C2 says, most plans to save 50% of the total sales profit. He also needs to pay a wage of 40 ringgit to a worker from the remainder. So I think they are just telling you the expenses he wants to spend. He wants to spend 50% for savings, and then he wants to spend 40 ringgit for the worker. And then by drawing the objective function line to find the profit obtained, determine whether or not the selling price are suitable, give your justification. You may assume that he sells all of the crisp that he buys. Okay, I think I need to find out the total profit. Yeah, I need to find out the total profit, the maximum total profit, and then see whether the profit is enough to pay 50% for savings and minus 14 ringgit. If it's enough, then we say yes, it's enough lah. If no, we say no, it's not enough, right? But in order to find profit, we need to find out the profit first. So the profit formula is selling price minus the buying price. So the selling price is 10 ringgit minus the buying price is 4, so you get 6x. And then 7 minus 2.5, that would be 4.5. And then it would be y. Okay? And this one is the profit. So the total profit will be 6x plus 4.5y. And this one later you have to slide until the maximum point. Yeah. Okay. This one you have to draw the dotted line one. Okay, let's write the total profit first. 6x plus 4.5y. And then you want to get the objective function line, it will be 6x plus 4.5y equals, and then you have to choose a number here. And the number here, I usually tell students choose the LCM. Okay, it can be any value, but it would be easier if you choose the LCM. What is LCM? The lowest common multiple, ataupun dalam bahasa Melayu, gandaan sepunya terkecil. So what is the lowest common multiple for 6 and 4.5? Okay, 6 times 2 is 12, but 12 cannot, 12 divided 4.5, dapat decimal, so tak boleh. 6 times 3, 18. 18 divided 4.5, oh, can. So the lowest common multiple here is 18 lah. And now you get the LCM, now you can find points. So ganti x kosong, y kosong, and then later you draw this line. And this line is the objective function line lah. Okay. Alright, so what happens when you sub x0? Y will be 18 divided 4.5. You press calculator, you get 4. And then when y0, 18 divided 6 is 3. So 0, 4, 3, 0. Let's go. 0, 4 is here. 5 turun 2 kotak. Turun 2 kotak. Because satu kotak is 0.5. So turun 2 kotak is 4. And then 3, 0, right? So 3, 0 would be... Okay, 5 tolak 2 kotak is 4. 4 tolak 2 kotak is 3. Tolak lagi 2 kotak is here. Wait. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This one lah. This one. Yeah, silap. Yeah, because 5 is here mah. Minus 2 kotak is 4. Minus lagi 2 kotak is 3. Okay. So 0, 4 and 3, 0, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, now you join using dotted line. So like that. Okay, this is the objective function line. Okay. Okay, let me draw nicely. So it's like that, but using dotted line lah. Okay. Okay lah, I'll just use solid line lah. Okay. I want to make the process faster. Okay, but just make sure you use dash line in the exam for this. And the equation is 4x plus 6x plus 4.5y equals 18. Write that also. 6x plus 4.5y equals 18. Okay, and you have to find the maximum profit, even though they never mentioned maximum here, right? Never mentioned, but it should be maximum because you are trying to find whether it's enough or not to pay for this. So of course you want to find the maximum. All right, so how do you find the maximum is you have to slide this line until you reach the maximum corner, the maximum point, right? Okay, um, the answer will always be at the corner of the shaded region. corner means the buchu. So if you look at the shaded region, is this is the one of the corner, this is the corner, this is the corner, this is the corner. And we have to, if you want to find the maximum profit, we have to slide this line until the last buchu yang dia sentuh, right? So what you will do is you will take this line and then you will start to slide, right? And if you realize, you actually when you slide until here, you will meet the first buchu here. Okay, let me draw a longer line so you can see it. Okay, so when you start until here, you meet the first buchu, right? But you want maximum, so you will keep going until you reach the last one. Okay, this is when you reach the second buchu, but it's still not the last one. Okay, when you reach here, you realize this is when you touch the third buchu here, right? But if you keep going, the last buchu is here. All right. So let me reverse back. So what you have to do, you have to, okay, let me copy this line, duplicate. Okay, so you duplicate a line and then you keep sliding until you reach the last buchu, right? But of course, the reason why you slide is because you want the line has to be parallel lah. So after you reach this buchu, you draw a parallel line here, okay? And this line and this line will be parallel to each other, okay? All right, so this is the maximum point, 0.50. Okay, and this one you have to use dotted line also. So this is the point that we will use to find the maximum profit, 0.50. So we just sub inside here, then we can get our maximum profit. So the formula is 6x plus 4.5y. X is 0, y is 50. So you press this, you will get the answer. So it's RM225. Okay, but the question asks for something different. They ask whether or not the selling price is suitable. So what we do is we take the profit earned. Okay, so this is the amount he earned after he sell all the crisp, right? So after he sell all the crisp, let's see whether it's enough to save. So you want to save 50%. So let's deduct 50%, which is the same as dividing by 2. So you get 112.5. And then also you want to spend another 40 for what? For the worker. So the balance will be 112.5 minus 40, which gives you RM 72 ringgit 50 cents, right? So determine whether or not the selling price are suitable. So is it enough? The answer is yes, because after spending 50% for savings and 14 ringgit for the worker, you still have an extra of 72 ringgit 50 cents. So we say yes lah. So for the last part, we will just write a sentence. So determine whether or not the selling price are suitable. So I write yes, because he has enough for savings and uh and he has enough to for the savings, enough for savings and the 40 ringgit, right? And 40 ringgit is for the workers wage, and workers wage, and then dot, he still has a balance, or you can write extra also can. He still has an extra of RM 72 ringgit 50 cents after spending for savings and the workers' wage. So if you write that, it's good enough already, right? Okay, this is how I would do it. So that's the answer. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, number 14 I'll skip lah. It's kinematics. Okay, let's do number 15. This one is the index. Okay, table 4, from 4 chapter 10. Let's write the chapter first. Okay, table 4 shows the information for 4 ingredients used to produce a type of biscuit. So you use 4 ingredients, you make biscuit. Okay, let's look at the information here. What is all of this? It's the price in year 2022. So this is P for 22. This is also price, but it's for 23. Then what is all this? Ini bukan price, ini price index. So this is the price index, and the symbol we used to write price index is the I. In the year 2023, with 2022 as the base year. So this is the price index for 2023 based on 2022. And then the weightage, that is the W. So these are all the weightage. Okay, we will use the weightage when we are finding composite index. Okay. All right, soalan A, find the value of X, Y, Z. Okay, I'll do it up here. So A, how do you find X? Well, just use the first formula for price index, P1 over P0 times 100, where P1 will be the price in a more recent year, and then P0 will be the price for the less recent year or the older year lah. Okay, so let's go for X. So you can use this formula. This one is 100, right? Okay, so let's try to find X first. So X is the price in year 2022, right? So use this formula, but the I we already have is 130. So equals P1 over P0. So the price 23 have to write atas, 22 have to write bawah, which is X, and then times 100. Okay, and then how to find X? 2.1 over X. 130 divided 100 is 1.3, and then find X. This one 2 can tukar tempat. Bahagi jadi darab, darab jadi bagi. So 2.1 divided 1.3 RM 1.62. Next, write RM because it's price, right? Okay, for the next one, how to find Y? Okay, Y is the I, so the I'll letak Y, and then price over price times 100, but it has to be 2.4 atas because this the 2023 has to letak atas because 2023 is the more latest year. Okay, the more recent year you kena tulis atas, and then the other one tulis bawah times 100. Okay, tekan this, you get 120. And since this is a price index, you don't have to write unit. And also, I will make sure I write it beside here also, because you might use this in your next question. Yeah, the price maybe you won't use it for the next question, but the price index usually most of the time you will use it later. So it's better to write it here also. Okay, what about Z? Okay, 150 is the I, so start with that. Equals to P over P times 100. Okay, atas punya P has to be Z 2023. Okay, and then the 2022 bawah 1.2. Okay, how to find Z? 150 divide 100 times 1.2. So you have to write RM lah, this one. Okay, 1.80. Have to write RM because this one is price. Okay, now I'm done with the XYZ. Okay, let's write one more baris. RM 1.80. Okay, now let's do B. The composite index for the production cost of biscuit in the year 2023-22 as the base year is 135. So B gives you the composite index. So later I will use the composite index formula. So composite index for 23 over 22 is 135. And then soalan 1, find the ratio of ingredient A to ingredient B used. It means they want to find ratio for N, ratio M plus N. Because A to B, right? Yeah. So I think I need to find the value of N and M lah in order to find this, right? But how do you find that? Using the composite index formula. Alright, so I will draw a very panjang punya garisan and then equals 135, right? But I feel like I need a lot of space for this. So, okay, it's okay. If it's not enough, I'll write down there later. Okay, I'll just draw a panjang garisan and then equals 135. Okay, equals 135. Okay, let's start with the first one. So you can see this one is composite index for 23-22. This one is price index for 23-22. So we can use this I times with the W, because the formula for composite index is I times W, I times W, I times W, and then tambah semua, and then bahagi dengan total W. And the year is already matched with this. That's why we can straight away take like that. So 130 times N plus 120 times M plus N, but I'm going to do it fast and expand straight away. 120 M plus 120 N. And then 160 times M over 3, that's going to be 160 M over 3. And then plus 150 times 2N, that's going to be 300 N over. And then the total weightage will be N plus M plus N, N plus M plus N, and then plus M over 3, and then plus with the 2N. Okay, now we can continue here. Okay, don't forget what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find the ratio for N, ratio M plus N. So I'll try my best to find M and N from here. Okay. Okay. Actually, when you're trying to find M ratio N, you're actually trying to find M over N. Yeah. So we will work towards this. Okay. Or you can say N over M also can lah. Okay. If you find N over M, you get N ratio M lah. If you get M over N, yeah, same also. Okay. Yeah. So later your equation walaupun ada dua unknown, but you can still find out the M over N punya ratio from here. Okay, it's possible. So I will continue from here and I will show you how to get it. So I will draw the line. Okay, this time not so long already. Yeah, this one enough already. Okay, equals 135. Okay, bawah dulu. M dengan M boleh buat, N dengan N boleh buat. Okay, what is M plus M over 3? Okay, the coefficient here is 1. The coefficient here is 1 over 3. 1 plus 1 over 3 is 4 over 3M. And then 1N plus 1N plus 2N, that's going to be 4N. And then atas pula, M dengan M boleh buat. So 120M plus 160M over 3. Okay, I can press calculator. 120 plus 160 over 3. Okay, what I get? 520 over 3. And don't forget to write M, 520 over 3M. And then 130N plus 120N, it's 250N plus 300. 350, 450, 550N. 550N. Okay. Okay, sampai sini. How to find MN? Okay. I will get rid of the this one, get rid of the denominator, just pindah here. So become 520 over 3M plus 550N equals 135 times 4 over 3. Tekan calculator. 180. Don't forget to write M. 135 times 4. Tekan calculator. 540N. And now I'm trying to find. Don't forget this one I'm trying to find. Where is it? I erased already. This one. Okay. But this one is equivalent to this. Okay. Or you can find this one also can. If you can find this one, you get N over M. Both also can. Okay. Let's see how. Okay. M dengan M boleh buat. So I think I can pindah this here, right? But if I pindah, I feel like I'll get negative. Let's try. Yeah, I'll get negative. So I don't want to do that. No, no, no. I don't like. So instead, I pindah this there. So it become what? 180 minus 520 over 3. So I will get 20 over 3. Now positive already. And then this 540 go there, becomes 550 minus 540 is 10n. Okay. Okay, you want to find n over m can also, m over n can also. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's try to find n over m lah. It means the 10 have to go there. So the m pindah here jadi bahagi, and then the 10 move there become bahagi. So it becomes 20 divide 3 divide 10. And if you press calculator, you will get 2 over 3. Yeah, if you tekan 20 divide 3 divide 10, it's 2 over 3. That means your n ratio m is equivalent to 2 ratio 3. But this is not the answer. The answer asks for ratio for ingredient A to ingredient B used. So what is ingredient A? N. Ingredient B, n plus n. So they are asking for n ratio n m plus n. So it will be n, which is 2. Ratio m plus n will be the total ratio here, 5. So the A ratio B is 2 ratio 5 lah. That's the answer. Okay. Okay, sudah siap. That's the answer. Okay, for the last part, I think I have enough space here. Let's do it here. Okay, let's finish this. Finally, we are at the last question. Okay, the production cost of 200 biscuits in the year 2022 is 25. This one is talking about RM cost. So I will use P, and it's the year 2022 is RM 25. But it's for 200 biscuits. So let's take note. So it's for 200 biscuits. And then the price of each ingredient is expected to increase by 20.25% from the year 2023 to the year 2025. Okay, when they give us the price increase punya percentage, means we can write down the index. Okay, so let's write down the index. Increase by 20.25 means the index will be 100 plus with 20.25, so 120.25. And the year is 2023 to 2025, so the index will be 25 or 23. And since they never mention any ingredient, they say each ingredient means every ingredient, right? That means we can write composite index. Because if every ingredient increased by 20.25%, it means the average, the composite index will also be 120.25. And the year is 2023, 2025. Okay, so far so good. In the year 2025, the box used to feed 40 biscuits is expected to cost 1 ringgit 50 cents per unit. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you remember just now this price is for 200 biscuits. And now they say in year 2025, the box actually costs 1 ringgit 50 cents per unit, and the box can only fit 40 biscuits. But if you want to fit 200 biscuits, you have to times how many? You have to times 5, right? Because you will tekan 200 divide 40. That means you need 5 box. You need 5 boxes. Okay. But one box costs 1 ringgit 50 cent. So 5 box costs 5 times 1 ringgit 50 cent. right? But let's not do that first. Let's see what they want here. In the year 2025, okay, same year with this, if 45 ringgit is allocated, okay, allocated means the budget, the maximum. Allocated means the budget ataupun the maximum. So 45 ringgit is the maximum to produce 200 biscuits including the purchase of the box. Determine whether the allocation is enough. Okay, saya rasa I think this 45 ringgit you cannot use it as information. You have to find the allocated. You have to find out the total price yourself. You have to find out the total price yourself and see whether your total price is more than 45 or less than 45. If it's more than 45, you say not enough. If it's less than 45, then you say it's enough, right? So now what I have to find is the total amount used to produce the 200 biscuits, including the purchase of the box. Basically, what I'm trying to find is the total price lah in 2025. In 2025. Okay, so let's start to do now how to find the total price in 2025. First of all, you have the price in 2022, which is 25 ringgit, but you cannot sub this inside here because this year is 25, 23. So I need help from, because this 25 ringgit is also for the biscuit punya price. So I need to use composite index also. And we have a composite index from B just now. It's the 23, 23, 22. So let's write that. I'll write it down. So 23 over 22 is 135, right? So we can actually use this to find the price in year 2023. Okay. And after I have the 2023 price, then baru I use this one to find 2025. And after I have the 2025 price for biscuits, then I can plus with the 5 box. Then I will know lah whether it's more than 45 or less than 45. So that's the plan now. So again, what is the plan? Use this to find 2023 punya price. And which formula I'll use? The price index formula. Price over price times 100 equals to 135. Okay. And the atas have to be priced for 2023. Bawah have to be priced in 2022. But they already give it to me. It's 25 ringgit. Okay. Uh, and let me repeat one more time why you have to use the composite index here. It's because this one is price of biscuit. It's not price of ingredient A, B, C, or D. If it's A, B, C, D, then I can use, if it's A, then I can use 130, B, I can use 120. But this one is not talking about the ingredient. It's talking about the biscuits. So you have to take the average. Okay, you have to take the average. That's why here you use the composite index value. But here you use the price index formula. Okay, now how to find price 2023? 135 divide 100 times 25. That's gonna give you 33.75. But write RM because it's a price. Now use this and masuk dalam ni to find price 2025, right? Because that's what we are finding. We're actually trying to find the price in 2025. Okay? So I will place here equals to 120.25, and then for here will be something over something times 100. But atas this time will be price 2025 lah. And then bawah will be price 2023. And 2023, I get it here, 33.75. Just put it in. And then now to find price 2025, just tekan this one, divide 100 times 33.75. Okay, I actually got RM 40.58. Okay, that's the price to for 200 biscuits. Yeah, this is the cost for 200 biscuits in 2025. Okay, this is the production cost for 200 biscuits in 2025. But in year 2025, the box use is like 1 ringgit 50 cents per unit, and we already know it's like 5 box needed. So to find the total price, we still have to plus with something. 40.58 still have to plus with 1 ringgit 50 cents is for 1 box, but there's 5 box. Yeah, because 1 box can only fit 40, but you have 200 biscuit so time you need 5 box. So tambah ini, so what you get? 48.08. Okay, let me double check. 40.58 plus 1.5 times 5. Yeah. 48.08. So as you can see, it's not enough lah because only 45 ringgit is the budget, is allocated. So determine whether or not the allocation is enough, we can say it's not enough. But how to write the last baris? Okay, I'll write here. Okay, let's separate this. So I'll write here dot dot dot. Uh, we can write here first. 48.08 is clearly less than 45. And then here we will write since 48.08 is less than 45 ringgit, Therefore, the allocated money, which is 45, is not enough because they say determine whether or not the allocation is enough, right? So it's not enough lah. Okay. Okay. So actually, I'll erase this. Yeah, because I already write it here, right? So that is the final answer. Okay, finally I'm done with the paper. Oh, this is a very long video. Okay, hope you learned something from here, and I hope this video helps you for your revision. And that's all. I'll see you next video. Okay, bye bye.